expected to play Monday night. And the Saints will be without star receiver Chris Olave for at least.
All right, guys, we're about 4 minutes. Sorry, Chris. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to broadcast.
Did you get that 3 minutes?
Six, five. welcome here to Key West, Florida for the World Championship finale presented by Performance Boat Center. Todd Swafford along with Eric Colby of Speed on the Water from the Race World Offshore live stream at Facebook and on our YouTube channel as well. Welcome us to RTH.TV and Victory Plus across iOS and Google Play platforms, of course, right here in the Florida Keys on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has built the most advanced cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom lift bracket system in the world. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Kevin Smith also joins us again for these first two races. We're going to have bracketed boats that will come out for start number 1. And about 45 minutes into this, once they finish, we'll have a second start this morning. So first bracket class 5 and 6 will start. They'll race 8 laps. And then bracket class 7 and the UIM class 3X and 3C, they'll race 4 laps. Again, about 10:45 roughly, we'll have the second start of the morning with the Mod Vs getting out there. What a spirited race we had on Friday, 10 laps. Class 2 and 4 will follow with 6 laps. It's a big field all day long. After an intermission for local boat traffic at 12:30, we will resume. Sean Torrente of Sean Torrente Racing and S2 Powerboats will join us. And the 450R boats will run 10 laps. They'll be running along with the Extreme boat and the Super Vs at 12:30. Then at 1:15, Supercats will run at about 1:15, 10 laps. Bill Shipley will join us from Team Woody. At 2:15, Pro Class 1 with 10 laps. And then we'll wrap the day up with Superstock class representative Ryan Beckley as the Superstock teams will race here today to wrap things up about 3:15. That's a long day of racing. They will also run 10 laps on this 4.48-mile course. The boats are already up behind the pace boat. Kevin, Eric, we're getting right to racing. They said they were going to move things along very quickly here. Good to have you both.
Good to be here. I think we should. You want to pass on the lineup for now and just call them as we see them?
Yeah, these are the bracketed class 5 and 6 boats, 8 laps getting out there.
The 600 boats are closer to the pace boat. The 500 class boats are on the inside of the course, and we're still yellow. We're waiting for them to get lined up, but looks similar to Friday morning so far. Boats are going to have to run longer today, so let's see. Make sure did they add enough fuel? On number 1, and just a little different approach.
So our yellow flag is still up, waiting for our official race starter to give them the green, and we'll have racing underway here on the final day.
Green is up.
Yep, the race is on. So bracket class 500, they've got and 600 out there racing. So you can see Panteras, you can see all kinds of different activators, hulls out there.
Looks like the 26 Scarab Rum Runners with Fran Velatato and Tom Crowley out to the early lead. Glad to see that Tunnel Vision got into this race with the 28 Pantera out of Maryland. And they have a new, almost like Jersey skiff roll cage on that boat.
I was asking Mike about that, seeing some of the action going on in Class 5, a little extra protection in case somebody might happen to run.
Yeah, especially if they come in from behind with the bow kind of thing. They don't see it coming.
No.
So
they had a little unfortunate incident with a starter. They kept them out of the competition on Friday, but, man, they're looking strong. Good, tight group up there.
It looks like TFR, X Insurance, Golf and Gator is the lead boat, but that's a really good, tight pack up there. I believe it's Rum Runners inside and then Tunnel Vision just to the outside of them.
Yeah, they're the biggest class of our bracketed boats. We'll look back now at the second start. Impressive, the class
UIM,
the UIM class canopy
3C.
boat, the 3C.
Michael Stancombe, Cameron Turk.
Yep.
And then
good look at that class and how they're building it, but racing with the Class 700 boats, which are so much fun to watch. Another big class of boats with the non-canopy boats, mostly 21, 22-foot V-bottoms with 300 engines on the back of them. They'll give us a show today. So the winds today, guys, are pretty much out of the east. Around Fort Zachary, they're hovering around 10, but that's in the lee of the island. If you poke your nose out out into the ocean, the wind's blowing upwards of 18 to 20 miles an hour today. And between 1 and 2, they are running right into the teeth of those waves. There'll be no protection until you get to turn 2 around Fort Zachary Taylor's, and Rum Runners has the early lead.
We've got a caution in turn 1, and this looks actually like might be tunnel vision in the early lead, but I'm not seeing X Insurance Golf and Gator TFR come through, the bigger, Class 5 boat.
I'm taking a look off screen, and it looks like that is the green boat, Class 5 X Insurance boat down on turn 1.
Yeah, this looks like tunnel vision with Robert Bryant driving and Michael McColgan, who owns the boat, on the throttles. And when this boat's running, it's fast. They just need to get a little more consistency, but and as they come by, you'll get a look at that roll cage that they put in behind them, and that goes all the way down to the stringers. So here's tunnel vision. Rum Runners isn't going anywhere, and that would give Rum Runners the advantage in the championship, because they finished second on Friday. And here's Yabba Dabba Doo with Steven Adams and J.D. Ivins. Moderation leads Class 600, right, with Velocity, Bob Spitulski, former Seattle Seahawk, and Scott McCormick, the president of Velocity, on the throttles.
Powerhouse Marine, that's local Nelson Sawyer with Damon Morana Sr. There goes Ryan Beckley with Greg Dorenzo and Sweat Equity, as well as American Hustle.
And there's Yabba Dabba Doo on camera. Now
watching the boats as they turn out at Fort Zachary Taylor. So there are 2 buoys out there, and you'll notice that they're yellow. We had a lot of carnage with buoys on Friday, lost several of them. So 2 buoys out by Fort Zachary, unusual, but race officials told the teams that there will be yellow buoys there.
And this is Clyde Petty's 28 Pantera running in bracket 600. We weren't able to get a driver for him, but he's a Sarasota-based team, been running a long time.
I'll tell you what, guys, it looks a little choppier out there than it did Friday. Just looking at those Class 7 boats coming down there, seeing a lot of white water breaking off the top.
To the X Insurance Helicam, Powerhouse Racing out of Key West.
And here's our leader in bracket 700. This is Owen Buis and Ricky Harmeyer in X Insurance. Statement Marine. Dirt Legal looked like they finished second on Friday, but they actually broke out. So that's going to have and Connor Langheim and Jackhammer back to Class 600 now. American Muscles on the camera. This is a 25 Warlock. Here's a 22 Velocity, the Safe Cash, or Hartman X Insurance, followed by Proven Marine in 700.
So looking at the winds, I mean, once you get out into the open ocean, out of the lee of the island, they're starting to turn to the east-southeast. So a little bit of a lean to the southeast, which means, Kevin, that you're not running exactly straight into it. Hard hit there for
scratch and sniff. This is the Class 3X boat running solo.
But they'll be getting that. They'll be getting that into the starboard bow a little bit more on the side.
They will. Running out, they're going to be. Everybody said they were quartering it pretty good going out to turn 1, and then you're pretty much taking it on the chin when you go from 1 to 2, and you can see then you're just taking it broadside on the starboard coming down. So you're taking it from all directions, and you got to be on your trim game, and your driver's got to be steering up and down. We call it four-wheeling sometimes because sometimes they're so big in these smaller boats you got to drive up and over, and there's probably some 5 or 6 footers out there, I'd guess.
Into the harbor, watching our leader in Class 700 come through. That's, of course, Owen Buis, and is that his brother-in-law? Is that correct?
Yeah, Ricky Harmeyer is Owen's brother-in-law.
Yep.
And they've had a really good season. They won the national title.
That's correct.
And this is Chris Colson and Ray Evans in Shocker, and because of breakouts, I'm pretty sure they podiumed on Friday.
They took a third, yep.
Yeah. So, but the family together here running the boat smart. Owen's gotten real good at this bracket racing as far as not breaking out. Now back at the front of the bracket 500 race.
Yep, big battle between Tunnel Vision and Rum Runners. Yep. as they come back into the harbor, get that settled down again. Again, looking at our UIM
Class
3C.
or
They're 3C.
C, yep.
3C. Canopied 300 horsepower.
Michael
The X
Stanton
Insurance
getting a look at the
Helicam.
conditions for 450 race.
Tunnel vision.
Yep. And this is the advantage of
runners.
2 feet longer Pantera against a 2 feet shorter Scarab. You know, Fran knows he's got an uphill battle in a shorter boat, but he wants the competition.
Inside of a 2-second lead there for our leaders that come by in front of us here at the broadcast center. And unofficially turned that lap right at about 61 miles an hour, and you could never 100% know exactly the distance they went, how wide they might have gone on the turns, but that tells me they're not breaking out more than likely, Kevin.
Agreed. I mean, that's some big water out there. I think you just want to try to get through that the best that you can safely, and then you want to try to make a good run and run your bracket number coming through the straightaway, coming through the harbor here. But yeah, I think you're going to see some slower than average speeds because of how choppy it is on the outside.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Get me right there.
This is it, baby.
Yeah. Whoa. Easy, baby.
Settle that thing down.
Gives you a pretty good perspective of how big it is.
And that 747, that is an activator, and they are built in Long Island. And they are known
Come
to
on,
be
boys.
good rough
Keep that-
water
trim
boats.
that
But
down.
Great coverage from the X Insurance Helicam.
Great
Thanks to
run.
Rick Lindsay and Parker Lindsay for these shots as they come back into the harbor.
There you go, buddy.
the
Dirt Legal and X Insurance, Statement Marine.
I guess we'll call that youthful exuberance from a 16-year-old throttleman.
I think a lot of us have been there before.
Powerhouse Racing, the local team. I'm showing them in third in 500. But look at this. Now, Connor Langheim and Jackhammer is managing to keep his cowling on. I think it's his third one of the weekend. And those aren't cheap.
No.
So
There, but looking
they're
good.
adding into the mix, but weekend championship wise right now, this is perfect for 747 because Dirt Legal broke out and Jackhammer had some mechanical issues the other day. So
That's right.
Owen will play it smart here.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
like, if I come home third, I'm still the champion. So
That's it. That's what you got to do here in Key West. Guys are looking good. Got everybody settled down, coming in towards the harbor here, where you can run a little bit faster. But
Yeah. And
you can see how big it is out there.
and you could settle down and gather your wits after just
Getting your
taking
brain
some
rattled.
air. Yep.
Right.
And the whole 9 yards. Can you imagine how many G's those
what a
teams are
race
going
here.
through? Yeah. Dirt Legal now with the lead.
Yep.
Jackhammer in second.
Jackhammer's also an activator, 22.
And the Statement Marine X Insurance team to third. Here comes the 759 Statement X Insurance that's in fourth.
Yep, that's the velocity.
Back on top with our Class 3X.
I don't know
3C.
what happened to Shocker, because that's proven. Shocker had been up in the mix, but I
This
think
might
they're
be-
coming
is
this way
him?
now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we need more classes to cover in these morning races.
Just a way to wake up.
Yeah. Here comes 714 Shocker.
Takes us a couple laps too, guys. And here's Swap It Fast.
Hey, we appreciate you joining us here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. If you're out on the spectator fleet or here at the Mole listening, as well as out there globally, thanks for joining us at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and our YouTube channel, as well as RTH.TV and Victory Plus across iOS and Google Play platforms. Back to the X Insurance Helicam there for a moment. Got a good shot at their two lead boats in Class 700. Now back into the harbor, the Class 700.
Tunnel Vision still leading the way in 500 with Rum Runners chasing.
Got them. That's off camera. We just had Rum Runners. They're coming by in second. They fell back about 2 seconds behind Tunnel Vision. Tunnel Vision turned that lap a little faster, a couple mile per hour above the 61 miles that they averaged on the first lap. So.
And they're not in any danger of breaking out of their 75 mile an hour bracket number for the class.
So,
but just taking a look here at Statement X Insurance.
There's your X Insurance shot from the X Insurance Helicam.
Imagine how that happened. Now, we should note, even though they're running first, Moderation is not eligible for a world title.
That's correct.
Because they did not compete in any Race World Offshore races coming into the event. So they won the Southernmost Championship on Friday, but this is more bragging rights.
Well, they know what they're doing. Those guys definitely can run a boat. Johnny Saris, Mike Lang, they've been in that boat a lot together. They've won a couple world championships with it, and they are always hanging it out there.
But Owen and Ricky are in a perfect spot for the overall picture, the big picture. Let the other two guys battle it out.
Shot. Yep.
And here's Scott McCormick, president of Velocity Throttling, and Bob Spitulski driving. Yabba dabba doo.
Looks like Jackhammer's taking over first.
Yep, Jackhammer moved up to first.
Woo, baby. Turn one.
Turn. So,
whoa.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
Yep.
It hurts to watch.
Throttle man's enemy is always landing on your side.
There's Sweat Equity. They're running in fourth in Class 500 and back into the harbor. Greg Dorenzo and Ryan Beckley.
So Powerhouse would be fifth?
Yep.
They just came by us off camera. We're following Sweat Equity into the harbor.
Yep. They'll head back out on the course between 1 and 2. This is the roughest part of the course to give you an idea of the waves out there. And as you can see, they're running the waves kind of hitting them on the bow from the east-southeast.
Got to watch.
But not straight into it. There's your leader overall.
That's Jackhammer in Class 7.
Yep. They moved up to first.
American Hustle still having a good showing in Class 600. That would have them third, I believe.
Yep. Correct.
But it's interesting because some of these 700 boats have tabs and trim tabs and some don't.
Yeah.
So you'd want them out there.
Absolutely. And
just to level the boat, settle the ride down.
Yeah,
make the hull longer.
And the wave direction, just like you guys saw there, that's catching you at different angles all the time, and you need to be able to get the attitude straight.
Our leaders in 700 coming through on lap number 3 of 6.
Yeah,
and
they
there's
are running.
Jackhammer. Jackhammer has the lead. Connor Langheim, the Langheim family, and Mike Hack in that 87 21-foot activator.
Yeah, I don't think that boat has tabs.
Nope. And let's see if the Dirt Legal boat does. Yeah, because they've got tabs on the Velocity.
Yeah.
That's a brand new boat.
You can watch that X Insurance Class 7 boat, and you'll see that nose keep dipping over. Like that's him putting the tabs down to try to keep that nose down, keep that boat in the water as much as possible.
Now,
so you can keep on going fast.
Was the Statement X Insurance ahead of Bad Decisions when they came by?
Yes.
Okay.
No. The Bad Decisions boat was just
still third.
Just a nose ahead. Yeah.
So X Insurance, Statement X Insurance was still fourth.
That's correct.
That's another Velocity, and here comes Tunnel Vision turning it up.
Yeah.
But look at this.
Tunnel Vision with the lead in Class 500.
But look at this X Insurance battle from the helicopter.
Statement Marine team as well, side by side in Key West Harbor. Class 700 racing at its best. 3 buoys on the turn deep in the harbor.
Good turn. Come on. Good turn, boys.
Yep.
Good, clean turn.
Velocity on the inside, activator on the outside. There's JJ and Nick.
After a national championship season, good run on Friday, yep. But today, not their day. And unfortunately, in their Mod V boat, they had issues here on Friday.
Well, that's the thing with 2 boats. You get another chance with the second one.
You do.
And have a better day.
Here comes Shocker 714. Ray Evans, Chris Colson in that 21 Super boat.
Yep.
Now back to our Statement Marine team.
Now, I'm not sure, I can't recall where Statement X Insurance finished on Friday as far as what this might do to the overall situation. We'll have to get
Bad Decisions finished first, Statement X Insurance second.
okay, so that will have implications.
It will. They're going to want to stay in. Whoever stays in front has the edge in winning the World Championship.
And here's Scratch and Sniff, and got to give these guys credit. They go to every race.
Yes, they do.
They show up. They're usually running alone, and that 21-foot Hustler has made the rounds. Good for them. And here's Yabba Dabba Doo on camera. Steven Adams, J.D. Ivins. And that is a Spirit, I think. There was I think there was a handful of them made, J.D. was telling me.
Back to the overall leader here today, Tunnel Vision. Back into the harbor. They're not running on full sound like they were on Friday. They're still running strong, but here comes Sweat Equity.
Okay. So Sweat Equity we still have in third then.
Key West fans, an old Lee Murray boat. There's Team Velocity continuing to run in second.
Well, that's what I was just wondering, because I don't think I saw Moderation come by.
They did.
I think, oh, they did?
They did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed
That's
that
okay.
one.
It's easy to do. Powerhouse Racing. Key West owned Nelson Sawyer with David Murata Sr. in that Pantera. Now back out.
Jackhammer's down. Yeah, right in the mix. I hope everyone sees them.
They did, and quite a few other
We've
700.
got a caution in turn 3 in the harbor.
And
Flag is out. You can see it on the pace boat off camera. There's Scratch and Sniff headed out of the harbor.
Yeah, we're getting updates from race control.
Also a caution in turn 1 now. And this is Tunnel Vision, the 28 Pantera, taking advantage of its size, and just the brand has such a good rough water reputation. And here's the California-built Warlock, American Hustle, 25-footer. This is our first time seeing these guys, so I don't know that they're eligible for the World Championship, but they're having a good run.
They came around. I mean, they're third overall, but as you mentioned, Moderation won't. They can win today's individual cup for the Truman Waterfront Cup, I believe, and but not for the World Championship points. And here comes your overall leader, Tunnel Vision again.
I've got this the end of lap 5. Do you?
Yes.
Okay.
Continue hold in there at about a 4-minute 12-second lap overhead now. Was looking briefly there from the X Insurance Telecam. The Rum Runners team running in second.
And Dirt Legal and X Insurance Statement are now battling for the lead in bracket 7 with Jackhammer falling out.
It's a good race there in Class 7. These boys are tight.
Yeah.
Still hanging it out going
Just got to see if anyone broke out.
Always a factor. Always a factor.
But Tunnel Vision, I think Michael built the motor, but MDG, Jason Gavados has been helping them out quite a bit.
Yep, they do a lot of
Maryland.
stuff together. They raced that MDG boat together.
Turn 3 is now clear of any yellow flags, so thank you to the safety crew for getting things, whatever it was, out of the way so the guys can race safely.
Couldn't tell in the harbor what the caution was for. I think turn 1 was Jackhammer, being down in the middle of the course like we saw.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us on the live stream, brought to you by Maximum Inflation, prioritizing safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum Inflation. From the X Insurance Telecam, Tunnel Vision, your overall leader, turned their last lap just under 63 miles an hour unofficially. Bullet PM, Class 700 team.
That's another. I think that's another super boat, but it looks like they're running an XS.
Are they?
And everyone else has got the new 300R.
Yes. Yeah, the two-stroke. Yep, that's what it was. Back looking out on the course, Rick Lindsley following action out there. Tunnel Vision, your overall leader, back to their shot.
And this is another team where years ago this would have been a stand-up boat, but now it's a sit-down.
Yeah,
a lot of the guys have switched over to a sit-down setup.
Yeah, he's got
same with Moderation.
Massive shock seats in that Pantera and Tunnel Vision.
Moderation is a 26-foot modern marine that they found on Long Island. It was set up as an A-class boat, and they never raced it. So the Saris has brought it back and worked their magic. Looks like Yabba Dabba Doo is down, just passed in front of us. Here's Shocker coming by the start-finish. Another 300 XS, the two-stroke. They're out of New Jersey, I believe.
Those guys always have a good time everywhere they go. They've got used to run Mod V, Stock V, and I think he's got a Class 5 boat, Class 7.
Yabba Dabba Doo down.
Yep.
They have a good time wherever they go.
Stevens' lucky Mohawk wasn't helping him there.
Good guys there.
It's tragic.
Tunnel Vision just needs to keep it together to finish the weekend the way they
It's
want.
a great shot of turn 2, 2 buoys. Looks like it might have got the. That was turn 2, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was they didn't look yellow, but could have missed it.
I met Bob Spitulski in the pits yesterday.
Yeah, big guy.
Looks like he could still suit up. He mostly played his career for the Seahawks, but also did some with the Rams.
All right, here comes Tunnel Vision, your overall leader. So this is with lap 6, right?
Yep, 2 to go.
2 to go after this.
That's when you like being in that big V-bottom.
You got it. That Pantera's eating up that big water today.
A little bit longer around on this lap, about 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
And Robert Bryant, the driver last year, Hall of Champion with Cameron Turk in the 700 class for TFR, Golf and Gator Family Racing.
Rum Runners sitting back a little bit now.
Yep, Rum Runners is playing it smart.
This is their championship to lose at this point. They got to stay right there, and they'll probably bring it home.
And if you've seen Fran Vellatato, he could give Spitulski a run for his money. He's a big guy, too.
Fran's a big guy. He's a good guy.
Nicest guy. I mean, he was helping people in, I think it was Ocean City, but like someone was having problems with the AC on their hauler. They were getting ready to leave.
Yeah.
He's right in there, wrenching away at
Franny.
it. Up, Rolling Dirty was out, too. Looks like they were getting up. But here we're back with Tunnel Vision.
Yeah, that's one of the coolest things about the offshore family. Everybody pitches in and helps, whether it's something with the RV or something with your trailer or your boat or anything. It's one of the highlights, I think.
Yeah, they got Jackhammer back up and running, but now it looks like 747 has pulled to the lead in bracket 7, followed by Dirt Legal and Statement X Insurance. So the savvy 16-year-old, this should be their last lap.
Nice move.
Yeah.
By the reigning national high point champion.
That's kind of like what Johnny Saris did to the Velocity boat on Friday. Last turn, last lap.
Got right by him.
Checkered flag.
They're having a good ride in that new X Insurance.
Yeah, and that's given
Kitty Cat.
That's given Michael a ton of feedback for when he goes out in the extreme boat. And this is Tunnel Vision heading out to turn 1. Oh, they're back with the helicopter shot. Is this Jackhammer?
Shocker.
Oh, shocker. Yep.
Still big out there.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You got to wonder what everybody's doing sitting back for the next race. They're watching this and probably looking, thinking, second guessing their setup, making sure if there's any last minute changes they got to do.
Yeah. Did JJ and Nick call in a weight change or anything for the Mod V boat?
You
think?
I don't. It's hard to say,
Move
man.
some stuff around. Well, they have ballast that they can pick up and take out and
but
release too.
You're always
Yeah.
thinking, dude, I put 25 here, add another 50. I mean, you wear your brain out until the last minute, until it's time to head out. But yeah, I think I don't know. I got a feeling everybody that's pretty much picked their setups. Still big water. Look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Kevin Smith joins us with Eric Colby from Speed on the Water. The Velocity boat zooms through on your screen from the X Insurance Helicam. Again, we're looking at east-southeast winds, 18 offshore. At Fort Zachary in the lee, they're down right at about 10 miles an hour. But you get your nose out in that ocean water, and it's hopping.
But this is good to see. This is a Velocity factory team boat, innovation power. It's good to see Scott getting back involved in the sport and getting the company back involved.
Been doing it for 40 plus years.
Yep.
Sorelli Homes. So just to give you an idea where the Class 500 teams are, Run Runners are sitting back because they have a 24-point lead overall on tunnel vision.
Yep.
And the difference between first and second here is 21 points. So all they have to do, tunnel vision, they got to stay out front, but they got to hope that Rum Runners has a hiccup out there, because second place should end them give them the World Championship unofficially, of course, without any type of breakouts.
And this
today.
is pretty cool because you can actually see the seats giving as the boat's coming in.
Yeah, tunnel vision continues to turn laps at 4 minutes 23 seconds. And Rum Runners continues to stay back about 11 seconds off the pace. But 1 lap to go for this Class 500 race here today.
I didn't see moderation.
I was going to say, did I miss moderation again?
Yeah.
Or is moderation that far out front that?
I don't see him.
Because I haven't marked them.
I don't think they came by.
Of course, moderation is
600. Was leading 600.
Yeah, they had a pretty good stretch, but that Velocity just came by.
Yeah.
Running strong, but they may be in the lead now.
Conch Republic Championship race here today on Sunday to wrap up the World Championships. There goes American Hustle.
That would put them in the second if moderation is having a problem somewhere that we can't see. But right now, this boat is not having a problem.
Boy, it's been a nice ride for them.
The 28
today.
Pantera.
Back to the X Insurance Helicam for just a...
Oh, and here's moderation just coming by, start finish now, and they do sound a little ill.
Yeah, they're running a little slower.
They're just trying to keep it together, and that'll come down to, same number of points and probably lap time. Yeah. Oh, but moderation's not eligible for the overall, so this definitely would put Velocity Powerboats as your world champion.
Yep.
Heading southbound, really southwestbound out to turn number 1. So this is a 4.48 mile course. Tunnel vision, your overall leader here today. Now back overhead.
And here's X Insurance. Jackhammer's pulling alongside in Class 7, but Jackhammer was out for a little bit, so X Insurance Statement should still be leading. That should be the win, actually.
That should be the last lap.
Yeah, Statement's just had the hand up like, hey, we're done.
I don't see Dirt Legal.
There comes the Statement Marine 759 off camera to finish in second. And that's right where there's Jackhammer.
Maybe they got one more.
Well, yeah, that should be 6. So Jackhammer came through. They were off a lap, I suppose. Is that correct?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, because they broke down.
Yeah, let's see if I'm just going to look off camera to see if 747 has pulled in.
UIM Class 3 C11 TFRX Insurance through
Yeah,
Yep.
they just
today
pulled
with a
up.
finish today.
Yeah, Class C just pulled in, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
they pulled in. I
Yeah.
think that was the last.
yeah,
boats, yeah,
they're
they-
down in the
Yeah, they're six
off
la-
plane down in the turn.
6 laps through, and
Yep.
our Class 500 boats are out on their last lap. Jackhammer going back out, as you can see just briefly there, for the final.
Yeah, they
lap
were
of-
they were down at least a lap.
They were down a lap.
Here
Dirt
comes
legal.
Dirt Legal.
Yep. Must have had some issue. We're looking at our overall leader here today, back to Class 500 for their final turn. The 2-pin turn in front of Fort Zachary Taylor. What a nice ride for Tunnel Vision here
Yep,
today.
Mike McColgan, Robert Bryant.
Tunnel Vision, the 1994 Pantera. They had it hooked up today, and they've given our Mod V racers who are coming up next some idea what they can expect out there.
And this is another team. I mean, they've been at every race. They've had some problems. They've had some teething issues, I guess you'd call it, getting a new boat ready and dialed in. But
They've got time together. They actually ran Mod V. Robert used to own the Rage boat.
Running
And,
back in third, Zarelli Holmes, but right up behind
There
them,
you go,
your
buddy.
winner today, Tunnel Vision, will come into your camera frame here in a moment. There
Good
they
job,
are.
Michael.
Way to go.
Good job, guys.
They had
well
it.
deserved.
They had it going on and finishing second, and unofficially,
Your world champions.
Right. World champion today. Of course, all of these results, especially bracketed boats, are unofficial. Bracketed boats must maintain a speed that is set for their class. Well, we don't think they're going to have much trouble. Maybe in the harbor, you'd have to have a little bit of craziness to break out of the bracketed speed, but can't imagine that happen. But they still have to be teched out. But congratulations to Team Rum Runners. Their second place finish, along with another second place finish here today, Thomas Crowley and Francis Vellatado with the win here today in their 26-foot Phantom. Is that Phantom or Larry Smith?
that's a Larry Smith
That's a
Scarab.
Larry Smith Scarab. Yep.
So I'll always have a soft spot for that one because
Yeah,
I raced with Nigel,
That is cool.
Yeah.
the Team Archer boat.
They also had some great local sponsors that helped them out. Key West Legal Rum Distillery on Duval, Southernmost Point Bar, Duval, and Stevens Auto Transport, Curtis Bay, Maryland. There goes Team Velocity. Nice race for that Class 600 boat here
That
today.
should be the win for them as well, right?
I think so.
Yep. And American Hustle,
Coming up next.
steady and smooth, coming in second place, and we'll have to see that moderation makes it around.
Two bad decisions, one statement third.
They run it.
So Joey Cook just giving me the point breakdown in Class 700. Should Jackhammer come around and finish as expected, they would take seconds overall. Statement, the other Statement Marine team would take third. That's all unofficial, of course. So the winner in both days of racing was 747 Bad Decisions X Insurance with the Statement Marine team there.
Yep.
Owen Buis and Ricky Harmeyer on board.
So then second was Statement X Insurance, and third would be Jackhammer, you said? Unofficially.
Yeah, unofficially, Jackhammer's still out on the course, aren't
Yeah.
they?
Yeah, I mean, they.
Finishing up that extra that lap they might have missed.
But there were some breakouts on Friday that did move them up. I mean, they were running around the end of the day with no cowling on Friday, if you remember.
They were. Jackhammer, they were sixth for Friday, Jackhammer.
So I believe, I believe the Bad Decisions boat would place better because they finished up in.
Looks like they said they were first on Friday.
Not the Bad Decisions, the other Statement Marine Class 700 boat. Yeah, Statement 759 finished second, and today they finished third, right?
Yep.
Yep, correct.
And here
So-
comes moderation.
Yeah, points-wise, that should have 759 in second.
Yep.
And here comes
Well, I don't know where Dirt Legal wound up.
They were third. They were a little further back, but looks like they were fourth on Friday. That might give them a podium.
Yeah, so we got a lot of points to sort out here.
And like you said, make sure no breakouts.
Yeah,
that's always
that's going to be
determining.
critical for sure. Coming up in our next start, the Mod Vs. This one's going to be an exciting one, and the remainder of our bracketed class boats, 200s and 400s will race. But the first start with the 9 Mod Vs was a spirited race, and we had a little bit of a change in the points because of some penalties that happened, Eric.
Yep.
El Bandito getting a 30-second penalty moved them down to second. NMBRV Resort took first overall after finishing a close second, and Speed Marine third, Boat Floater fourth. That's the top 4 breakdown, but also in there was Fast Boys and RNS Racing. It's really anybody's race because it's 200 points today as opposed to the 100 points that was given out yesterday. There's Sweat Equity, Zarelli Holmes, Greg Dorenzo, and Ryan Beckley. They'll finish up in third, I believe, correct? Yes?
Yep.
Third overall in Class 500. Rum Runners with an extra lap through, but there's your unofficial world champions in Class 500 after consecutive second place finishes. Again, points changing that moved El Bandito, Yankee Tequila, Steve Miklos, Steve Furman from first to second. It was a spirited race. I got a feeling it's going to be even crazier. These boats, they're going to be at a mad dash to get to turn 1 and around that corner first.
It is, and it's going to be the finishing order of the first race from lane 1 to lane 9. So you're going to have
Speed
NMB.
Marine will be. Oh no, NMB will be
NMB
lane
will be
1.
in lane 1. Then you got El Bandito in second, Speed Marine in third, and then
Safe Cash,
Safe
X
Cash,
Insurance, the
yeah.
32 Phantom in fourth.
then Boat Floater I guess would be fourth.
Oh, Boat Floater. Okay.
Yeah, Boat Floater. But the penalty, if you could sort that out, Eric, for us, that went down in Mod V. What was the final decision? It was a 30-second penalty.
Yeah.
A lane infraction, or
It was a
At first, there was an overtake that was a minute, and then they reduced it down to 30 seconds.
race course right-of-way infraction.
Yep.
Is the APBA, what they call that.
that thing went on all day yesterday and into the late hours of the evening as we look at the Velocity team. Great to see them back in powerboat racing in the World Championships, as always, and the American Hustle team. Thank you for coming to Key West to race for the World Championships.
Yeah, they're from up in the Northeast.
So the two boats, there were 2 boats involved in a coming together in Key West Harbor, I think after lap number 2, El Bandito, Yankee Tequila, and Speed Marine. The damage to the boat El Bandito was right on the starboard chine at the back,
At the transom,
at the tab, and they got into Speed Marine right behind the cockpit, probably certainly above the waterline, near the engine hatch. Race officials looked at it from a variety of angles. I don't think they had a super great angle to look at, and they went back and forth. And initially, it was a 1-lap penalty that Steve Miklos protested, and eventually it came down to a 30-second penalty. So Miklos went from almost dead last with the first penalty back up to near the top in second. And ultimately, the way the top 3 boats finished, they were 1, 2, 3, but Miklos went from first to second. In the end, because you have double points today, it's going to be who finishes in front.
Yeah, it's anybody's ball
We get a
game.
look at the checker flag. Owen Buis, Ricky Harmeyer in front of the fans here in Key West in their X-Insurance Statement Marine
They got it
team.
trimmed
The bad
out there.
decisions. There
Good
they
job.
are from the X-Insurance Helicam. As is in many of the cases, in the classes here today, because you didn't have Wednesday's race to factor in an additional 100 points, the winning today has even greater effect. It has much greater effect because you don't have that extra 100 points to deal with. And today, if you finish in front of the guy in front of you, you're likely beating them for sure.
I just got word from J.W. Powell that there are many boats down between 1 and 2, so it's going to take a while to clear them out before we can get the next race started.
Yeah.
But here's a nice look at the. Now they just need to put like a little holder on the roll cage for the checkered flag that they hope to get more of in the future.
That looks great
on tunnel vision. But really nice job today by that team.
And a good shot of the pits. So you can see our Class 200, 400, and Mod V boats milling, getting ready to go. As was mentioned, it looks like we might have a bit of a delay. They've got to get some boats off the course. This Mod V race is going to be a good one coming up next. And all day long, we got some great action up and down the classes. 12:30, 450Rs come back out to race. Supercats at 1:15, Pro Class 1 at 2:15, and Superstock to wrap up today at 3:15. So we'll take a break here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, they build performance into everything. The Race World Offshore live stream at our Facebook page and YouTube channel, also RTH TV and Victory Plus, is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Maximum Inflation brand CO2 cartridges, gas for everything inflatable. So we'll continue on with our coverage. We'll take a brief intermission as we watch the Dirty Money team getting splashed into the water. They'll be racing later today in Supercat class. Coverage of the 2024 Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
#1 boat rentals in Key West? Look no further than Beach Weekend Marina. We're a full-service marina with certified technicians offering pontoon and boat rentals, a fully stocked tackle, bait, and ship store, and wet and dry boat storage. Now offering a VIP certified dive center. We've got everything you need to hit the water like a pro. From Mercury Repower Services to top-tier rentals. Boat like a local with us. Located at mile marker 5 Stock Island. Visit beachweekendkeywest.com and start your adventure today. Beach Weekend Marina, your one-stop boating destination.
Don't let a hangover leave you being a waste of space during the race.
After a car wreck, it can feel like you're drowning in problems. It's hard to stay afloat. That's the time to full throttle your case and win. Call Montlick Injury Attorneys now at pound WIN for your free consultation. That's pound 946.
Crazy?
Yeah, I would go ahead and try and get the grid out there in Mod V for everybody.
All right, we've got NMBRV, brand new 29 Extreme with Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda. Lane 2 is El Bandito, Stephen Furman, Steve Miklos. Lane 3, Speed Marine, Kyle Miller, Jay Waltman. Lane 4, X Insurance Safe Cash, Scott Jobin, Rick Robb. Lane 5 is BoatFloater.com, the father-son team, Steve and Stephen Kildall and their Extreme. Lane 6 is Statement Marine, X Insurance, the 32 Phantom. Or did I already say that?
Keep going.
Oh, no, that's Nick and JJ.
That's right.
Okay. Lane 7, thank you, RNS Racing. 32 Bad Boy, Tom Crowley, Howard Richardson. Lane 8 would have been Laticrete Relentless, but they're a scratch, so no. All right.
So Laticrete's a scratch.
Yeah, and that should be it then.
That's our
RNS.
Yep. RNS we just did. Fast Boys is lane 6. I might have missed them. And that's Ken Bollinger and Forrest Riddle. So,
and as Eric mentioned earlier, and Kevin as well, the starting grid will be based on the finish from Friday, which means that NMBRV Resort will be on the inside of the start
they'll be closest
boat,
to
closest to the, and they'll have the shot at the closest to the pin. Of course, the rules are that once you get 2 boat links out in front of the boat beside you, you can move over, so you don't have to stay in your lane all the way through the turn.
Right.
3-pin turn at number 1, 2-pin turn at number 2. So you're heading southwest out of the harbor at the start, turning left all the way around, so counterclockwise around this course, 4.48 miles here around Key West. And when you turn at 1, you're running right into a stiff east-southeast wind. Right now reported at Fort Zachary at 11, but if you go offshore and get away from the island, it is a steady 20 miles an hour out of the east-southeast. So all the way down to Fort Zachary Taylor, as you bust around that 2-pin turn, you come back into the harbor, find some calmer water, and then down to that just hairpin turn, which will be a 3-pin turn in front of the Harbor Hotels deep in Key West Harbor. We had Joey scrambling to redo his points because he did not get the revised points, which
Did miss that one.
hey, they didn't come out till 10 minutes before the drivers' meeting, so it's not shame on you. But yeah, no.
It does. I mean, it makes
it
it
changes.
El Bandito is wide open there, but still it changes teams like, the fast boys can do it, again, if they just get on the right thing. Boat floaters got a little more of a run towards the championship,
Right.
but again, it is doable. Just need a little more help from the teams.
They've got 3 boats in front of them. We saw orange smoke.
Yep.
It's NMBRV Resorts race to lose. If they stay out front because they have the number 1 points, if they were to go around and win, but here really, ultimately, whoever wins today out of that top 3 grid really has an excellent chance of winning this thing.
No doubt about that. Speed Marine and North Myrtle Beach could go 1-3 and be locked up with each other come championship points here. Today's only the 2 races that's in this.
That's correct. All right, there's
Do you want the bracket boats, or you want to wait till they've started?
Yeah, go ahead. They're still holding up the red flag.
Bracket
We'll keep an eye on it.
200, we have 4 boats. 2 Conchs Harpoon Harries, 36 Spectre, Scott Brown, Eddie Tamburino. 221 OC Racing, led wire to wire on Friday. Joey Olivero, Billy Glick out of Sarasota. Team Woody, Billy Shipley, Chad Woody had some problems with water pumps on Friday, so they're just going to be looking to be a spoiler. Herbot Racing, same thing, and I think they made a lap or 2. And that's it for 200. Bracket 400, Simmons Racing, 34 Phantom. Jim Simmons, owner. Kevin Campbell is the driver. Miss Stress, Phantom 30-footer. Jimmy Wessel from Fort Myers driving. Bruce Dudley from Key West. Framed Offshore Racing, John Jeniak, Michael Flamia, both of Key West. And Friday's winner was SRQ Racing, 32 Phantom with Corey Chantry and Larry Fonteca. And the 477 Trump, 30-foot Phantom, Damon Murata and Mark Fernandez. This was the shocker boat, and Mark Fernandez bought it from Chris Colson, and we'll see if he keeps the new president's name on it all next season or not.
They seem to be a big popular one on here with all the Trump flags flying all over what a better name. Everybody's your fan right now. Come on now.
Yeah.
Brilliant marketing.
Brilliant. Race director Roderick Cox came in on Wednesday, and he said, let's make racing great again. And they got a rousing applause from the teams here in Key West.
Now in that bracket, too, you say, the Team Woody, they have a shot here. If they win it today, 2 Conchs, or if OC does not come in second, there's their title right there. That's all that has to happen in that bracket 2 class today.
Yeah, that's where sometimes I kind of get like, is it really fair to have double points on Sunday for a guy?
Well, when you have Wednesday and Friday, it is.
But OC has run so well all season. I'd be really surprised not to see him continue
and
to
Joey,
do so.
you're right. I mean, you factor in no Wednesday race, it really changes the dynamic. This race is hugely important. As our Mod V boats get up on plane, as the yellow flag is still flying, we're ready to go racing here in Key West.
Have they learned
Start
nothing?
2. Trying
They're
to line
so
up.
close together.
They're going to be tight.
This
Turn
is your
1's going to
Mod
be a
V
battle.
start, guys.
Yeah.
This
Look
will
at
be critical out to turn number 1.
RNS might be getting a good lucky jump here.
Go floater
and
coming
same with
forward.
Boat
they got a
Floater,
shot
too.
there.
And there's
Oh,
the green.
El Bandito got a bad start.
El
Yeah,
Bandito got a bad start, but the Coldalls got a great start.
They
They
were
look
up
like
on
no
that one.
Muncie.
Look at those extremes out front, baby. Look at running tough there. 1 and 2, 3.
But El Bandito's coming up, and Fast Boys is on the hip of X Insurance.
And RNS coming up in between Fast Boys and X Insurance. Good. Give them some room there, boys.
Remember now where El Bandito was making their time was out on the outside leg. Now I'm sure some of these other teams have reset up, maybe prop differently, and change their strategy. Now, El Bandito is just laying back and going to let this group go through.
He's going to the inside.
NMBRV will have the shot closest to the pin. Speed Marine in lane 2. Boat Floater in lane 3 as they head
and there
towards
goes
the roughest,
Insurance
as they head
statement.
towards the roughest part of the course.
Yep.
Be smart, boys. Got a long race to go.
Good shot from the X Insurance Helicam here.
Oh my gosh, look at the speed on the X Insurance boat.
Stephen
rolling
Miklos,
through there.
Miklos' setup on Friday was from 2015 when they won the
Whoa! Hold it together, boys. Stay in it.
Yeah.
Almost went up on their side, Kevin.
They definitely went on their side.
Yeah, to the point of going over.
They
recovered.
Good recovery.
Yeah,
Everybody's still there.
All right, it's Speed Marine launching in the lead. Still in MBRV Resort with the inside. Look as they dig in and get some speed. Speed Marine's falling off a bit.
You move forward by keeping your boat in the water.
Look at El Bandito, Yankee Tequila on the inside. They're moving up into second.
Still big out there.
Now Speed Marine getting it back, gripping and pulling and holding second into
and
turn
here
2.
comes Statement Marine X Insurance on the outside. Just blew past. They're going right past El Bandito right now.
So we get a shot from the X Insurance Helicam. Now back down the chute into the harbor, the leading grid here. That's NMBRV Resort. Hannah and Brito, after a win on
Hannah and Rinda,
excuse me.
Yep, and Speed Marine in second.
NMBRV Resort in first, Speed Marine in second, X Insurance third, El Bandito Yankee Tequila in fourth.
Boat Floater fifth, RNS sixth. But RNS just pulled alongside Boat Floater, so we'll see. Safe Insurance, X Insurance Safe Cash is going to have to work their way through the field again, just like they did on Friday.
You
but
said it.
It came to them late, and they ended up fourth.
See how they go through here.
Seeing how everything looks in the harbor.
Clean turn here through the harbor turn.
No one's on anybody's hip, so.
No, not today. Not yet.
Getting a look at our bracket boats now as they turn to Fort Zachary Taylor coming across the fans right there. Our lead V-bottoms in the bracketed classes, class 200 and 400.
Looks like OC is right back out to the front.
So NMBRV continues to lead off screen with about a 3.7 second lead over Speed Marine as they head out to turn 1. Now back to our leaders.
OC Racing.
In bracket class 200, OC Racing.
They're running 8 laps. Herbot in second.
So Herbot Racing holds second.
I'll tell you what, that X Insurance is starting to catch Speed Marine running third right now.
Precious Vodka SRQ leads class 400. Team Woody's in third in 200. Trump is in second and 4. Framed is third in 400.
It's Hog's Breath. Now back to the X Insurance Helicam. In MBRV with the overall leads. We jump back to the harbor. There's your third boat in bracket class 400. Michael Flamia and John Jennick, the local Key West team, framed offshore. So NMBRV turning at 1 as we flip back in to look at Simmons Racing in 4th.
Oh, they took a good flyer out there, NMB. Seeds catching on
now.
Now
Back to our our leaders in Mod V. That's NMBRV Resort and Speed Marine running 1-2 in Mod V here.
I guess Kyle and Jay aren't worried about the boat holding together.
They don't care. They're going to run that thing till it's 6.
A little bit of glass work. We talked about the collision with El Bandito, Kevin, for them to do to that boat.
Yeah, they took a pretty substantial hit there. I mean, the strongest part of Miklos's boat hit a vulnerable part of the boat. Actually hit right behind the cockpit bulkhead.
Yep.
Luckily, little Kev Murphy got in there. Britt and those guys had some Kevlar and carbon around. They got it all patched up, and they did have a cracked tailpipe. That's why when we were seeing them fall off power on Friday, that's what was going on. They were getting some reversion in the exhaust. They got that all welded up. They got a brand new motor in the thing right now, hoping that exhaust holds together and see what they can do with it.
When you build your own motors, you're kind of self-reliant.
Yeah.
Here we go, guys. Lap number 2, NMBRV. Resort continues to lead after lap number 2. This is the first full lap of the day.
And they're running 10 today.
2-second lead. They turned that lap unofficially at 71 miles an hour. X Insurance will hold third.
Get R&S marching up. Good job, guys.
The bad boy.
Tommy Crowley and Howard Richardson doing great together. They got a boat they've been getting a lot of help from Speed Marine there too. So looking good, boys.
Yeah, they've been slowly working their way up through the year.
Yep.
I was down on my sheet. Did El Bandito come through?
No.
No,
I
Did not see them.
not yet.
So
Here's Boat Floater in 5th.
yeah, Boat Floater now is moved up to 5th. And El Bandito has not come back through. After
I just want to.
Fast
Boys is under tow.
Fast Boys under
So
tow.
Safe Cash X Insurance up to 6th. OC back still in the front in 200.
It'll come on to your screen for the live stream here in a moment, folks.
That's Billy Glick from Sarasota, who everyone wants to see his red fountain out here.
Anyway, here just for the fans, the mole, that was OC Racing. They're leading in Class 200. The rest of the Class 200 fleet is now turning at Fort Zachary Taylor. You can see the bounce that they're facing, the hard water there. The convergence of the ocean and the Gulf of Mexico comes right through here, and we're kind of at a change of the tide where it's coming in now, and towards the middle of the afternoon it'll start going the other way, and depending on the wind conditions might stack up a little bit more out there on the outside leg. But that's why you get this confused water that these boats are running in.
And this is Precious Vodka leading Class 400 on the second lap. And Team Woody is now second in bracket 200.
On top with the X Insurance Helicam, that's the X Insurance Safe Cash. Had a
32 Phantom.
Very successful national campaign this year as we head back into the harbor. Framed offshore's Hog's Breath racing team, Flamia and Genic. Got them in second now, is that correct?
No, Trump went by.
Trump did go by, so that's third for.
Yeah, what you're seeing with OC and Team Woody is 39 foot of Phantom and 32 foot of Fountain running
35.
surface. But running surface.
Oh, running surface, yeah.
That's like 32 feet.
Yeah, it is.
With the beak. And Simmons still running 4th and 400.
Should be looking for the Mod V boats coming down next. Looked like should be the same as it was, first, second, and third.
Yeah, they're coming across 1 to 2 right now.
So we'll look for it. There's our leaders. It continues.
Here they come. Yep.
Yeah, it still continues to be the two extreme hulls. NMBRV Resort with the lead. Looks like they pulled a bit on Speed Marine in second. Turning this lap.
They are dumping ballast, trying to get everything that they can out of that boat so they can get as much speed coming into this calmer water. Looking
About
good.
3 minutes and 42 seconds.
I got just under 5-second interval.
About 4 seconds. Still, Kevin still got them averaging. And this is unofficial, based on the length of the course at 4:48. They at about 71 miles an hour.
Still running strong.
Crazy part for that Statement Marine boat right there. Their third place running right now has them on the podium for the World Championship, the way things have broken down today.
Yeah, and then they finished last on Friday, no doubt. There's RNS Racing.
Now, Joey, what could fourth place for RNS do? Because they were mid-pack.
They're sitting 206. You got 211 points for that Statement 47 right now, and then 206 for the RNS and Fast Boat Floaters are both sitting 5 points back.
OC Racing continuing to lead, 3 laps of 8 in the books here.
Well, I became a journalist because I'm no good at math. So.
Bracket class 200.
And now X-Cash moved up again. They're up to 4th. Or 5th.
Boat Floater right behind them. And 6th.
That's what Safe Cash X Insurance did the other day. And we're only on lap 4 of 10.
And the big story.
And actually, you know, crazy part, with that move that we just saw going by Boat Floaters, that moves Safe Cash onto the podium for the World Championship by 3 points. That's how close and tight we are into this mess right now.
And I don't think they're done moving up.
No, they did that on Friday. They kept moving up in the pack. It's been a dominant phantom hole. As we get a good look at the 29 Extreme of Speed Marine, a rookie on the season in that boat, but neither Kyle Miller or Jay Woltman are rookies.
No.
They worked up and down the ranks, especially with you, Kevin, and Britt Lilly of LSB Powerboats.
Yeah, they've got some time in that X Insurance boat that's trailing them right now. They've both run them. I've run with Kyle in that boat, and Jay and Britt actually took second in the Worlds here last year. But yeah, they definitely know these boats. They've been dialing theirs in. That thing's an animal. And but I tell you, right now, those first 3 LSB Extreme boats are running a pretty tight pack up there. That's a pretty good race up there, first, second, and third.
And the Safe Cash Phantom running strong again here today as they're up to 5th.
Oh, look at that. X got around speed.
So X Insurance, Nick Buas, JJ Turk in the 29 Extreme passes their other Extreme teammate, Speed Marine, now in second out at turn number 1.
We just heard that the Trump boat is down.
SRQ Racing through.
So you're fired.
In Key West, Florida. Final day of racing as we get a good look now of Framed Offshore. They'll move up to second. Team Hog's Breath crew.
Did SRQ come through?
They did.
Oh, okay. Another Britt Lilly boat.
Yep.
That was the Hurricane of Awesomeness.
It was. We ran
and then that was Twisted V with
Jim York and Travis Pastrana.
Travis Pastrana. In one of the greatest in-cockpit videos on YouTube you'll ever see.
You guys are a trip, man. I fortunately or unfortunately got to run a couple races with Jim Yorks and Trav, and those guys are a trip, man. But they are not scared of anything.
A good shot from the X Insurance Helicam, the SRQ Precious Vodka team.
And now Simmons could sneak onto the podium, but we got a caution in turn 2. And MBRV just came by, still leading.
And X
and Speed Marine.
Speed Marine got back around. Speed Marine got back around X Insurance here in the harbor.
This is where you're going to see these guys are going to excel at certain parts of the course and not as well on others. And I think that's what you saw right there. X got around them on the outside and the rough stuff.
Could we be seeing a close turn here coming into the harbor? Or are they still?
I think they're safe there.
All right.
Blowing on ballast.
Still dumping ballast.
Just finished off. OC Racing through. Lap number 4 of 8. And leading in bracket class 200.
RNS. Still kind of running by themselves in 4th. Herbot's under tow.
Look at Safe Cash hitting that hard water at turn number 2.
Whew.
Skipping. Getting some bounce.
Yeah, this is like a Mid-Atlantic championship. We got Maryland, we got Pennsylvania,
we got Jersey,
Myrtle Beach.
Yeah.
Back on top of the X Insurance Helicam as we got a brief look at their X Insurance VIP area. And another X Insurance, one of the 7 boats sponsored. Statement X Insurance, the Safe Cash team, Rick, Rob, Scott, and Jobin. boat floater is Stephen Kildall, an original Mark Spates built extreme hull with the old deck on it.
Yeah, the thing everyone says though is the bottoms are the same on all those extremes.
The bottoms are exactly the same. This boat with the newer aerodynamic deck like Steve Miklos has, but as is in
that Miklos right there?
It is the undertow.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
But Kevin Britt building this with a completely different lamination schedule, more carbon fiber in these new extreme boats. A lot of things that he was able to learn from Peter Ledden at Skater. Both of these are 29 extremes out of that generation from LSB power boats.
Here comes Nick and JJ, and JJ loves to run a tight line.
Oh yeah, good race there. But like you were saying, Todd, they
look at them come up.
Oh, that's good. You can see the damage there on Speed Marine. For
Oh,
the day.
to the.
That ain't nothing. Keep going,
Yeah,
boys.
keep going.
Stay in it.
JJ's been doing that for 2 years in an open cockpit boat. Now,
Yeah.
now that he feels more secure.
Oop.
Man,
Settle her
hard.
down now. Oh, that's a good run there.
Side by side, X Insurance, Speed Marine battling for second in Lot B. There's Team Woody, Chad Woody, and Billy Shipley on board. So we see our second and third boats zoom by in Mod V.
SRQ, Precious Water, still running strong.
We'll be looking for our leader in Mod V, the NMBRV, our resort. Kurt Hanna and Mark Rinda leading in Mod V. In second, I believe, is X Insurance, Nick Buis, and JJ Turk. So we get another look at our number 2 boat in bracket 200. Here comes our leader in Mod V. In front of us here.
Wow.
I'll tell you, those guys duking it out back there, second and third. That's giving Mark and
Kirk and Mark,
giving them a chance
That's
to just
about
keep
8
excelling their
seconds
lead.
on the right clock, Todd.
X Insurance and Speed Marine back in, and it's X Insurance,
Stay with
Statement
that
Marine
through
in
the harbor
second,
turn.
Speed Marine
Yeah,
in
can
third.
we stay with this battle through the turn?
There you go. You can see
Because JJ will turn it.
this is where a situation like that is where the infraction came from the other day. Let's see how everybody handles themselves going into here. You got to be smart.
Yeah, the NMBRV team, Kurt Hanna and Mark Rinda, they turned that lap a mile an hour faster. So they've got that boat running super well here in Key West for the second straight race.
Oh, they definitely got in.
And Mod V, we're only halfway through.
Yep,
Lap count wise.
5 and 10, so
RNS still coming through the off camera.
Simmons racing now up to third in bracket class 400. RNS
Still holding fourth in Mod V. But it looks like off camera that JJ and Nick are pulling Speed Marine a little bit on the other outer
They
leg.
definitely got around him and put
Guys.
some gap in
Yeah,
between.
but we've got safe insurance. Safe
Safe
cash.
Safe Cash is not running well now.
No, they're off the pace.
In front of the fans here at the outer mole. Back to our number 2 boat was X Insurance. And we get a good look now from the X Insurance telecam at our lead boat, NMBRV Resort. Heading out to turn number 1. You can see the waves hitting the beam of the boat from the east-southeast. They head out there and they'll turn right into the teeth of it at 1.
Yep, Safe Cash X Insurance just pulled to the middle of the course.
Well, they have been
Tough break.
a reliable boat all year long. Tough break for them, as you say.
And now Boat Floater is the beneficiary, moving up into 5th. Then Joey is madly erasing and recalculating.
That's what happens.
Well, the statement, that second place move pretty much bumped them into the podium and locked them in pretty well right now. So you're looking at that statement. If they hold second place, they're going to be third on the podium for the World Championship.
El Bandito, Yankee Tequila. Stephen Furman on top of the cockpit. Is unable to defend their World Championship here in Key West after a mechanical. here on Sunday. They went around the course fastest. As we look at Herbot on also in the middle of the infield, but a penalty knocked them down to second today. It's a mechanical that knocks them out of today's race.
It's actually been an uncharacteristically down year for them mechanically.
It has.
They're usually very consistent.
Team Woody holding second. Only 2 boats continuing to run. We saw 2 conchs, Harpoon Harries under tow earlier as we see our leader in MBRV. This is lap number 6 of 10.
They are looking good today, man.
Yep.
Just can't be any happier for them. I mean, new boat like that to come out as strong as they are, and they deserve it. They've been putting in a lot of time.
The coolest thing is this boat doesn't even need graphics. It just looks
sweet.
so good like
It does.
Just,
and back on them.
Yeah.
3 minutes, 44 seconds.
Watch behind. Here comes.
They're making time.
Undoubtedly behind them. That Statement Marine is coming up strong.
They're about 3 seconds off the pace. X Insurance now. And Speed Marine in third.
I think what we might be seeing here is they might NMRB might have gone with a little bit taller prop.
Yep.
And I think they're getting a little bit more top end. But like I said, JJ and Nick are definitely they're working on them. They're hunting them down.
Back above with the X Insurance Helicam looking at their team boat, 29 Extreme, Nick Buis, JJ Turk, turning in Key West Harbor, 3-pin turn.
I'm surprised he's not tighter to the buoy there.
He went a little wide.
Yeah, I
He's
thought
trying
he
to
was
carry
going to
that
do the
speed.
go wide and then
also OC Racing comes through. OC Racing, 2 laps left to go.
Yep.
You know, you got to think about the point that North Myrtle Beach boat right now, look, even if they allow that Statement Marine to get by them, it's still their world championship to win.
Yeah.
What are you really going out to try to make sure we finish at this point? Make these last 4 laps get through, and it's our world title.
Yeah, I know. That's the discipline you got to have there. I mean,
RNS Racing in fourth.
A lot easier said than done.
Yeah,
you not want to win, but I mean, at some point, second and first get you a world championship.
sometimes
here.
your cojones override your brain, you know.
That happens a lot in life.
Yeah.
Yeah, X Insurance, you can see them chasing the leader, and they have definitely pulled closer to NMB RV. Kurt
there.
Hanna,
You see
Mark
it start
Rinda,
getting big right there.
the leader.
That's where you
Here.
got it.
Wow, I mean, I know it's an angle, but this sure looks like X Insurance has been taking a much tighter line on the course
They're getting up there.
than NMBRV is.
Oh.
They're going into turn 1 pretty close now.
As we look at Simmons, well, these boats, I mean, particularly you've heard of boats that fall into their setup. Will they run better, lighter on fuel in rough conditions like this, or is it better to be heavier? I know they can take on ballast.
They can. I don't know if the fuel really plays into it that much. I mean, if you were in a totally flat course, it would. But, you know, you've got at least a third, if not half of the course that's really choppy, and you know you're going to be putting ballast. I mean, that's what you see, the spray coming out of the side of the boats when these guys are coming down. They're dumping ballast water out so they can get lighter to come into this calmer water. So I don't know if the fuel really factors in, but you know, like I said, I got a feeling a couple of these guys might have gone on smaller props. Some of them run a little bit bigger, so you can get a little more top end, and that might be what we're seeing with North Myrtle.
Yeah, on the roughest leg of the course between 1 and 2 now, your leaders NMBRV being trailed by Boat Floater. You can see they're in trouble keeping that boat level and in the water, but they're handling it beautifully in these 29 Extremes.
Is that Team Woody? It looks like it was just off.
NMBRV with the MER engines.
Now it'll be interesting to see if as they come close to the harbor, will NMBRV start to pull them because they do have the taller wheel.
That's right. This is where we're going to see it. And they went. JJ and those guys went a little wider than I thought they would.
Yeah.
So let's see what the gap is here.
Is that X Insurance? Are those Tyler Crockett engines?
I'm not sure if they have the Scorpion or the Tyler Crockett in for this.
I think it's a Crockett motor.
It's a Crockett motor, I'm pretty sure, yeah. It's what Britt was racing last year.
Yep.
Exactly. Tyler
and they
Crockett
made up some time there, boys.
Here we go.
Closing that gap.
Yeah. Challenging here. Let's see what happens. And NMBRV lets them go around. They know they've got the World Championship locked up. they're 2 places in the points between Speed Marine. They have a little bit of wiggle room with Speed Marine as well, as NMBRV has
See
the
if,
inside line at that turn.
JJ tries to go to the inside of this one.
We're going to be watching that here from our broadcast center, and certainly watch as those boats come out of the turn. They definitely they turned that last
outside.
lap a little bit, a couple of seconds longer, down to 70.4 miles unofficially per hour. Was your Mod V leader, and we'll see if X Insurance can span the gap in that turn on the way out.
They looks like they kind of held. They might have, if anything, lost a little ground there.
Off camera, we are watching the boats come out of the turn. X Insurance about 1.8 seconds behind as they chase NMBRV. We just saw Framed Offshore come through, continuing to run in second.
Did you guys see Precious Vodka come through?
No, that's why I'm thinking Frame moved
I
up.
think Frame just jumped in front of him.
So potentially,
which would give Frame the points lead for the World Championship chase right now.
yeah, right now X Insurance is making a move again towards turn 1 on NMBRV. Played this game last time and they battled in.
He's got that thing running. You see how that bow's popping up like that? He is letting that thing hang out for everything that he can. This is where you got to, Nick is. You got to start tucking it back in here and get that bow settled down, keep the boat in the water, keep going. But you can tell he's charging hard when you see that nose start popping up like that.
When does he start picking ballast up now?
When I run, you pick up right past that green marker, just past the island. That's when I start filling. And then by the time you start hitting the stuff, you're ready for it.
What's the maximum amount of water you would take on in this type of water?
This one, I mean, I think the ballast tanks are like 50 gallons or something, or it's something like 400 pounds. I think you can add. So you might be putting half. Ooh, yeah.
This is what you're all looking for. X Insurance digging in and moving side
settle
by
it down,
side,
boys. Come on.
Trying to make the
drag
move,
race
but
here. Come on.
You got to
Oh, there you go. There's the setup. There you go.
You want the prop in the water to keep moving forward.
There you go. You see how he dug
They
in?
slowed.
Oh no, what happened?
NMBRV slowed, and now X Insurance has blown by and taken the lead.
Oh man, that's a shame.
He's definitely off the base all the way.
Now they have come off plane.
Yes, they have.
And they're idling.
Shoot.
And
they're back up
and now
it
Speed
looks like.
Marine
No, they're not.
will move past them.
Shoot.
So you saw them hit hard in that battle with X Insurance between 1 and 2. Here comes Boat Floater. Continue to run in 5th. We're on lap 8 of 10.
They still down?
Yeah, they're under their own power, but yeah, they're not on plane. Boys are looking good in the X Insurance statement boat.
Right now, the biggest fans of the X Insurance is that North Myrtle Beach right now because they need them to hold off that Speed Marine in order for their world title.
So they still got a shot.
They still have a shot.
Wow.
They're back up and running.
They got to sit in 3rd place, and they cannot have that Speed Marine to overtake this X Insurance boat.
Well, RNS moves up. What's that going to do to it?
What's that? Well, RNS, I mean, depending on if the North Myrtle Beach comes around here or not. But if they're back up with their own power, they're sitting 3rd. They're still in World Championship place.
Okay.
Yeah, X Insurance just came through, leading, and then here comes the number 2 boat overall, Speed Marine.
They sound good. They look good. I just got a feeling they might be a little short on the prop.
Yep.
We have X Insurance, Statement Marine in 1st. We have 2 laps, Eric, to go.
Yes, sir.
And
North Myrtle Beach NMB is idling right now, basically.
Stay up and running, guys.
Shame.
That's.
The longer it takes, the longer the worse they get for the podium's slipping away right there. Just going further and further.
And when you
481 is taking on water. So that's SRQ Precious Vodka, who were directly across from us.
Yeah, stay running, guys.
Trump team, Mark Fernandez, Damon Murata Sr. under tow. Now they get it back up and running. NMBRV.
Yeah, still sitting 3rd, though. This is where they need to be.
There you go.
There's still a World Championship in place if they can stay right here and hold this spot and hold off that RNS Racing team, the number 19. Not over for them yet.
X Insurance, your overall leader out of the Statement Marine family, Nick Buis and J.J. Turk.
They were almost kind of forgotten in the battle with El Bandito and Speed Marine because of their gimbal issues on Friday.
Yeah, and they had a wiring issue in Sarasota, so the last two they haven't been having the best days, but they're making up for it right now.
So RNS is still in fourth.
Yes.
Do you think they know how important they are to the World Championship chase right now? That number 19 boat going around is just kind of doing his thing in fourth place. He has no probably idea how important he is. And there's your World Champs actually right there. They should be done.
Framed
sorry,
offshore.
one more. I'm sorry, one more lap.
Okay.
There's your World Champs. I called that one to her. OC is your World Champions.
OC Racing.
Yep.
They're done. That's their
Finishes up in first. They lead start to finish.
Yeah, they're the only one in the class to finish. So how the rest of it shakes out will be just
Team Woody
laps
should finish,
completed.
Team Woody should actually get they're 6 laps down the other day. But the point-wise, even with second place points today, they're going to overtake Herbert Racing. 2 Conks didn't get there. So Team Woody's going to be your second place in bracket 2, and third's going to go to Herbert.
Whoa! Somebody on the outside really stood it up. I don't know who that was.
Off camera, off the.
Yeah, we were with
X Insurance now.
Simmons.
Looking forward to their position on the course heading to turn number 2. And
that might have been.
That's Speed Marine. And it looks like Boat Floater, who is behind on the pace. A couple of boats that are down in the middle of the course, the Safe Cash, X Insurance, and Herbot Racing, with all of their local sponsors, including Vixens. Always appreciate the Herbots here in Key West. Here comes down in front of Fort Zachary Taylor on the beach, coming northbound into the harbor, blowing ballast, is X Insurance Statement Marine, continuing to lead now after moving up from 4th and 3rd earlier to 2nd, now to 1st. And as they pass through here at the harbor, will be 1 lap to go to finish up this Mod V race here
Looking
for
solid.
the Key West World Championships.
Yep, if you're a fan of North Myrtle Beach Racing, you're a fan of X Insurance Safe Cash right now.
Speed Marine
X
needs
Insurance.
a tow in turn 1.
I mean,
Statement.
Statement. Boat Floater comes
I
through.
saw somebody standing up out there off in the distance. I
They're
wonder if
in
that was
5th.
them.
JW just let me know that Speed Marine needs a tow out in turn 1.
So,
then that's it. That opens the door for North Myrtle right there.
So Speed Marine apparently having a mechanical and will have to be towed back in, as we're getting that word from race control.
If anyone does like to tow their boat with an RV, Kirk Hanna's NMB RV Resort just built up. It's a nice facility.
It's amazing. I mean, you want to go just to hang out. I mean, he's got a water park there and right on the river. I mean, awesome place.
Nope, they're down and trying to get back up. Yep.
Still struggling here.
They're fighting something. Something shook loose when they.
It's that rough out there. I mean, you got a lot of stuff.
Try and get it back up here on plane and get moving. NMB RV.
Now, where is RNS?
That's going to make it interesting here at the podium race.
Because this is framed.
Because if Speed Marine is down 2, then that opens up somebody to pull into 2nd place here, potentially RNS to make that move, and then that would make things really interesting.
How about X Insurance with a 200 points plus bonus points? Even though they finished last, can they make the podium?
Oh yeah, they're sitting 2nd solid right now.
Second place.
That 74 Statement X Insurance, the green. that one's solid 2nd place right now in the World Championship.
Could they take the title?
No, they need Speed Marine going down. Depends off if RNS and Boat Floaters get up in here. Yes, they could. If RNS takes 2nd, Boat Floaters takes 3rd, you have the Statement Marine taking the world title.
But here comes RNS.
Yeah.
Who's officially 2nd
are
place
they
now, right?
2nd?
They're 2nd.
Good for Howard.
That's awesome. That's cool.
Back to your overall leader. We'll see where they turn this last lap.
Just taking it, playing it smart now.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't have any pressure on them. I'm sure they're getting communication from comms, let them know that the race is theirs. And even though an early mechanical issue knocked them out of the race, finishing last on Friday, today they've run it smart and they got this boat moving up the grid. and into the position to take the checkered flag in Sunday's race final here in the Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Nick Buis and J.J. Turk.
And Nick has been.
There's NMBRV under power. I mean, not under power again. Again, having issues. There's Team Woody also in the middle of the infield.
But Nick Buis years ago was on the top spot of the podium here.
Oh, he was.
Pro Marine, right?
With his Pro Marine team. Here comes Team Hawks, Brett. That'll be
All right, boys,
a win for the Key West crew.
The old girl gets another one.
400, you know, they were fully committed. That's an old LSB boat that you ran, Kevin Smith, with Britt Lilly. It's the original LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness. Michael Flamia, John Jinnick, world champions unofficially in bracket class 400.
And look who's coming our way.
And here comes Nick Buis and J.J. Turk. Speaking of LSB, that was Britt's boat last year. Now wearing the X Insurance color.
Flag.
And today, they'll take the
maybe world champions.
the checkered flag and unofficially.
Well, we're gonna have to see who comes the rest of the way around here. This is wide open for
that.
This is
class
wide,
five
guys. This
breakdown.
is wide open, as Joey's saying, because we last saw NMBRV. They were not up on plane again, and they've been
boat floater in second.
They've been up and off plane.
No,
where's boat floaters too? Boat floaters is going to play a big
coming
point
up in
this.
second right now.
Or third.
RNS was in second.
So boat floaters coming into third.
Yeah.
We'll bump them, and then all of a sudden you're looking at best. North Myrtle Beach is not off the podium yet, though. That's the crazy part. They need in order for Statement Marine to win the World Championship, they need North Myrtle Beach to drop all the way behind Speed Marine, and that's all about distance right now because they're all in the same lap when they all went down here. So we're kind of playing on distance.
Wow.
So they're desperately trying to just limp across.
Right, a limp is, that puts boat floaters into third.
Playing the attrition game.
Speed Marine went down there, so North Myrtle went by us a bit. So I guess they would officially be ahead of Speed Marine, wouldn't they, right now? So if that's the case, then
and Nick
they're
and
still
JJ
sitting
are
on the
running
podium.
another lap.
I can see them. They're still in gear, idling, heading that way. So we may see them trying to swim after this if they don't.
You know, and if that might be just enough, though.
Got a rope between their teeth. And
You're right. Be like a Talladega Nights ending.
You know, and our race fans watching the live stream got an opportunity from that shot from the X Insurance Helicam to see that impact that we think caused that problem. They were battling for the lead, Kevin, between 1 and 2 when they really came down hard in a hole.
Yeah. That's some rough stuff on the outside. Just takes one good hit to throw anything off. Could have busted a water hose loose. I mean, exhaust is a big thing.
There's Mr. Perseverance, Jim Simmons.
Yeah, they finished second overall here today.
Third for the World
Class
Championships in the Marines. They're on the podium for the bracket 4.
Well, who would be ahead of them for the
Framed won it.
Yep.
Precious Vodkas beat them by 4 points in the end for second place.
Wow. Even though the Precious Vodka didn't finish?
By 4 points today.
Oh, wow.
By 4 points on the overall point total, so it's not really a matter. It's points comes first, then time, then distance. So you're looking at Precious Vodka still sitting second, Simmons third overall.
You know, when you got your boat up and running like that.
Glad you're here.
Yeah, you take another run around. Here's RNS.
So they're officially second for the day, which locks them in there. 242 points. Statement X is 251. But North Myrtle Beach is sitting at 259 if they sit in 4th place here. If they can cross this finish line here, they're still going to be the world champions.
Wow.
Limping to the finish line right here. Might be the slowest.
Where are they?
Most matriculating world championship.
They are idle into 2.
They're idle into 2.
Yeah, here's X Insurance again on the live stream. RNS Racing, a 32-foot bad boy with a Speed Marine engine from Jay Woltman and Kyle Miller, Howard Richardson and Tom Crowley in that RNS Racing team. Feeling good today, taking a second.
Third on the podium for the World Championship.
Tommy Gunn, right?
Tommy the Gun. Used to run Randy Schluss, one of the greats in SVL and Typhoon.
Yep.
Actually, Tommy's first year out, we were running against him. I think they got a national championship, so he came out swinging.
Wrapping up racing here, our first of 2 starts here in the morning grid of the Key West World Championships. We'll have an intermission in between and get back going at 12:30 with the factory 450R boats.
You think this is orders from Rick Lindsay? Keep running. I want to get footage.
Quite possible.
Well, this is a shot. X Insurance Helicam.
Yep.
The helicopter. Parker shooting the shot. And Nick and JJ running that 29 Extreme flawlessly with the Tyler Crockett engine.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
and Mark Spates also designed the big statement V-bottom.
That's right.
So Nick's like, it feels just like a statement.
Yep, that's what he said.
Yeah, well, and they were partners. And
Yep.
every, Nick says Mark's fingerprints are on every statement bottom. He said he was a mad genius. And he built one hell of a V-bottom. And LSB has to be very happy with the performance of all their teams
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
throughout the championship.
They all did an excellent job.
As we,
Art is looking down with a smile.
I think he's a proud papa today.
I'd say, yes. And you get a chance to talk about it. Being best buds with Britt, but talk about diabolical. What he does to those boats. I mean, he has the mold, but that's not where it stops. The boat comes out. He's working on the bottoms.
Yeah,
he's flipping it over.
Oh yeah, he never stops, and like you'll see in some of the difference in the newer boats, like
Myrtle Beach is on a rope. NMBRV is
Yeah.
on a rope. They are not going to try to make the idle.
Well,
They
I
may
mean, you
have
know
got-
what? I still believe they went further than
Yes, they got
than the Speed Marine boat,
And that was
in
their goal.
distance-wise, and you're on the same lap and everything like that. And today, so as long as they went further, that puts them into 4th place for the day, 259 points, and a world championship. Still,
Wow.
nonetheless,
wow.
Well, what about Boat Floater just finishing?
they're going to sit at
'Cause
238 points, which will be good for 4th place.
Okay.
Wow.
So getting
That makes
around
sense.
getting around Speed Marine was what they needed to do under
Pretty
their
much,
own power.
yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin. Again, talking to Britt, talking to you, it just does. The boats just don't pop out of the mold.
No.
And Britt's done with them, and not only that, he makes some of the baddest paint jobs that you've seen too.
He does, man. I'll tell you. And one thing with these newer ones that he's trying different stuff on each boat. I mean, not too far off, because really that boat that just won, that boat works. It's proven. He's done some stuff with step extensions. You'll see there's actually a hole in the side of North Myrtle Beach. That's a knock-a-duct, and what that does is that forces air wherever you want to put it in the boat. So that one, I believe, actually feeds the step. So that's pushing air underneath of the boat to give it lift. I think Speed Marine's got one as well. There's another one, whether the 4th boat has it. But, yeah, he doesn't stop. These guys won't stop. They're going to get back. They might chill out for a week, but then they're going to be pulling these things apart and figuring out what to do to make them faster. And I actually just heard yesterday, being around the pits, APBA and the class for Mod V, they're actually going to increase the minimum weight to 5,000 pounds. Right now, you got to come out at 4,750. So a lot of these boats that are out there, the LSB Extremes and a lot of the Phantoms, they actually weigh maybe 4,000 pounds, 4,200. So you have to add weight. But the advantage with that is you can put the weight wherever you want to. And that's what helps with the day like today, with the balance of the boat and being rough and being that kind of. But now,
But
a lot of people
what will an extra 250 pounds mean?
we were talking about it, and my personal feeling, I don't think it's going to affect it as much with the Mod V boat. Now, if you were in a stock V with that 525, it just doesn't have enough torque and horsepower compared to what they're making now. So I don't think it's going to hurt it that much. One of the things like the RNS boat, the 32-foot Phantoms, those are all twin-step boats as opposed to a single-step boat.
Yep.
So the rule has been forever that you have to add 250 pounds for every extra step that you have. So this is, I believe, a good thing, because it's going to allow more boats like that Precious Vodka boat that's running Class 4 right now. He could go in there, and he doesn't have that extra weight penalty to deal with. They come out and be competitive. There's a lot of other boats out there that, like I said, I think would be more open to come to the class by raising the weight. But I think it's also going to control the speed a little bit more. Everybody was getting concerned about how fast we were starting to run. They were talking about trying to lower the RPM, and they've done that before with SBI, and you went from 5,800 to 5,600 to 5,400. That makes a big difference. You're not just with your engine program, but with your props, your drive height, all that stuff. So I think it was smart to just leave everything else the way that it is and add a little bit of weight and make it a fair.
Now you've raced.
Hey, let's give these guys their moment. They're going to unveil their checkered flag.
All right.
Nick Buis and JJ Turk. And
Doing the X.
Statement
Doing
Marine
the X,
X.
yeah.
Doing the X. We also
The
see
other winners there, all
the
right.
other winners there, and now Michael Flamia and John Jennick in the Hog's Breath boat, they will be world champions.
That's correct. They are world champions.
After first place here today, again, the points shake up because you only had the one day. You didn't have the two 100-point races to factor in. This 200-point final really changed things up, Joey.
It does. And in the end, the Precious Vodka had a great run there, but the minute they broke down, their world championship faded away because it was such a great run by the local boys from Big Pine there. They had a great season. I was in communication with them all season about their run, and congratulations to be able to come home in their inaugural season and come out here and win a world championship and follow up their national championship in that bracket 4 class. So congratulations to them.
So let's we get a good look now back into the pits. There you see Class Pro 1, the Pro Class 1 Morpheus 8 boat that is being splashed right now. The Mod V breakdown is one of the strangest I've ever seen in 4 decades of covering this sport, where the overall world championship was to a boat that actually had a mechanical, didn't even finish the race, and the other boats around him were poised to win because of that in the end, but they broke down as well. And it started with El Bandito Yankee Tequila, the defending Mod V world champion, Steve Miklos, Stephen Furman, in that Mark Spates built extreme hull that has the Scott Porte running surface on it. They broke down early. The other team that was really in play was Speed Marine.
They were.
Yep, and Speed Marine in 3rd overall. They had a mechanical as well, and somehow NMBRV managed, after a mechanical of their own, to limp around and go
just
further.
Just enough distance
Around Speed Marine to get in front of them, which was critical to how they would end up having the points to win the world championship.
And if you look at it, if they end up behind Speed Marine there, Speed Marine would bump them to 244, and that would leave them 2nd in the world championship race. So really that final limp, that final sunset cruise, per se, got him a world championship. It's crazy to see that. And meanwhile, on the flip side, that Statement Marine comes all the way from last place on Friday with the first place today, flips themselves into 2nd place with a world championship run. Go figure, but that's racing. That's why we do it, right? You can say what you want to play on paper, but it doesn't matter till you get out there and play it.
And RNS Racing, amazing.
Yeah, and they're on the podium as well in 3rd place.
Yep.
242 points, just hold off boat floaters, and the Killdolls do not get on the podium this year, where they've been for so many years, year after year.
In front of our broadcast position, the winners today, X Insurance. So we continue to look inside the wet pits. X Insurance with a win today, and they do end up on the podium. If you could sort us out quickly with the bracket 200, 400, pretty straightforward there. Framed Offshore with a big win today. Should wrap up a world champion. It's a pretty cool story for the local guys, huh?
Yeah, it's a great story. Again, their inaugural season, they've been they want to get into that stock V class themselves eventually. That's kind of where they're looking, the Mod V there, maybe even bigger. But right now, your inaugural season, you got to start somewhere. So started the bracket classes, and they've had a great national season. We're going to have to win the points title there, and then today to come in 2nd on Friday and know that you're there and be chasing that Precious Vodka round. Good job. Congratulations, guys. Yes, they are your world champs. Precious Vodka, 4-point winner for 2nd place over Simmons Marine. Simmons Marine comes in 3rd place for the World Championships race. 4 points difference there, but Precious Vodka holds on to 2nd. In the bracket 200, OC Racing, first place both days. Easy winner there. 2nd place, actually, Team Woody. Billy Shipley and his crew come in and get second place today. So they get 2nd place on the podium, just holding off by 10 points Herbot Racing, which comes in 3rd place for the podium championship. And then, like we were doing the Stock V, it is your champions is still the North Myrtle Beach Racing. 2nd is going to be your Statement Marine X Insurance, and 3rd place is RNS. Quietly did their thing. Again, they had a lower place the other day, sitting in 6th place the other day. 3rd place today gets them back on the podium, and both floaters just misses out in 4th place. They miss out the podium by 4 points.
Wow. Joey, always great with the points. We'll continue to break those out. Of course, these are all unofficial standings, especially in the bracketed classes, because those boats are have GPS trackers. They've got to maintain their bracketed speed. And when we when we get to the awards tonight at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater, everything will be official. Of course, all of the results, once they do post, will go on Race World Offshore's results page. So we've got a lot more boats to score here, Joey. You might want to just take a minute to let the brain not be in the mathematics mode there.
I got my cheat sheet in front of me. Don't kid yourself. I do it all the work the night before. I have the cheat sheet. You know what I mean? Don't kid. Hey, look, I'm a Key West High graduate like most of us. We need 10 fingers, 10 toes to get through that much. And how much does that equal? 20? I don't have the 200s on that. Come on now. Cheat sheets, modern spreadsheets, and all that stuff is where we need to be.
All right, we're in an intermission. The harbor is open to local traffic. That's Joey J.W. Cook from the Keys Citizen, and he will be back with more of our intermission report, getting ready to start, brought to you by Lichty Marina Marathon. This is live coverage from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance broadcast booth. Porte Performance builds the most advanced cockpit control hydraulic transom lift system in the world. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Kevin Smith, we really appreciate you coming.
Oh, thank you.
You're a good bud from all the years of covering you racing with Britt Lilly up and down the classes. Your insight into these bracketed races, and specifically Mod V, from where you've won world championships alongside Britt, was fantastic. We appreciate you having you here. We know it was a hard slog for you to come to Key West, but
it was tough.
I know it's written all over your face.
I believe the hardest part is sitting there watching the Mod V's run while you're sitting there like tempted. I know there's got to be a part of you that still wants to be on that water running them.
It does. My neck is very happy right now that we have to go through that, but I mean, yeah, it's a lot. But I mean, this has been an honor. I really appreciate you guys having me down. I mean, it's been fun to call, see all my friends out there doing what they do and seeing the boats perform. I mean, we all talk and discuss strategies and stuff like that. So it's cool to sit on this side of it and call it. So I appreciate it.
No, we appreciate you having you, and we'll see you a little later on tonight. Maybe I will share one of those beverages with you after all this broadcasting.
You heard it here on the air. I've been trying to get him to do fireball shots the last couple, and he keeps sneaking away.
I'm always running away from you. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good to see you. Eric, we'll have you back as we continue with a whole lot more of action. It's going to be great. And honestly, Eric Colby from Speed on the Water, the racing that we had on Friday was pretty fantastic. I'm really looking forward to the big boats running here later on this afternoon.
Oh yeah, I mean, if the Mod V was the appetizer, the main course is going to be good.
Yes, sir.
And Kevin, you got to bring a tugboat next year.
I'm down for that. I saw a couple floating around out here. I might be able to catch a ride on.
All right, more coming up from the Maximum Inflation live stream here on Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channel, as well at rth.tv and Victory Plus across iOS and Google Play platforms. Maximum Inflation prioritizes safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum Inflation. Coming up on the Lichty Marine halftime report, we're super honored to have the executive director of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout join us, Leah Martin, to talk about two of the great events in high performance and powerboat racing, which are on the grid every year. And we'll talk about what happened this year as they took over both of those events and what the plans are moving up for next year. Leah Martin will join us as we return to our coverage right here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and Race World Offshore.
I used to toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you can tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
After a car wreck, it can feel like you're drowning in a sea of problems, like the tide is against you, and that insurance company runaround, well, it just won't end. That's when you need to go full throttle and beat the insurance company before it beats you. At Montlick, we'll help you take control of your case and get you everything you deserve. If you're injured, hire a winning law firm. We're Montlick Injury Attorneys. Call Pound Win now for your free consultation. That's pound 946.
Original Medical Spa located at 531 Whitehead Street. With 23 full-body massage chairs and a professional licensed staff, IVs in the Keys will get you over your hangover in no time. They have a multitude of services and IV options for you to choose from, as well as a cold plunge, infrared sauna, and halo therapy. Walk-ins are welcome and mobile services are available. For more information or to book their services today, go to ivisinthekeys.com or visit them at their office on Whitehead Street.
Hello, friends. It's Lee Holt from Keys Auto Center. At Keys Auto Center, we have over 80 local employees to serve you better. Come see Eric Morris, Mike Horvath, Steve Bender, Fernando Castillo, Michael Pantalone, Alan Paris, and the rest of our team to help you select your new ride. With 11 new car brands, our team at Keys Auto Center is always hard at work to take care of all of your needs. Whatever you want, we can get for you at Keys Auto Center, 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West, and online at KeysAutocenter.com.
Now back to the live stream of the Key West World's Race World Offshore season-ending spectacular, featuring the sports team that's covered the World Championship for 4 decades. It's the Key West World Championship races presented by Performance Boat Center.
Back to the Maximum Inflation live stream. There is your unofficial World Championship team, and although they limped across today with some mechanical, the NMBRV team was a spectacular race on Friday. Ended up first overall in the first day of racing in the Key West World Championships. Got them enough to get the World Championship just on the margins. Kurt Hanna and Mark Rinda in that 2024 LSP 29 with the MER engines. So we're in intermission as we get back to racing at 12:30. Factory 450R class will get us started as the Conch Republic Championships are happening here in Key West. And we, of course, hand out trophies for every race day here during the 3 days of racing. But it's a 3-day point accumulation that determines who the world champions are. And as I mentioned earlier, we have Leah Martin, the executive director of the Lake of the Ozark Shootouts. The Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, and you guys also took over the Lake of the Ozarks race last year.
That's
and
right.
It's a really popular race. Let's talk about that first. I think everybody knows what the Shootout is.
Yeah.
It's a pretty famous event in August, but when you go around and talk to all of the racers, the race teams, they'll tell you that Lotto is one of their favorites. And, of course, a good majority of these teams come right out of Lake of the Ozarks, and it was quite a big undertaking to take on the event last year.
Yeah, we were excited to take it over. With obviously planning Lake of the Ozarks Shootout at such a massive event, we had a lot of connections in place and partners and sponsors, and so those homeboys just hometown teams really wanted us there, and so we were excited to take it and even grow the race further this year. But it was a great race last year, and we just have a little bit different perspective as far as like racing on our waters. It's calm and quiet. It's the only time that Lake of the Ozarks is calm and quiet on the water, but a no wake effect helps that. So they enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, being a Key Wester, Florida person, and in covering the World Championship pretty much all my life, you tell folks that the Lake of the Ozarks is the powerboat capital of the world, and they have a hard time wrapping their mind around that. But it's got more shoreline than the state of California.
That's right, yeah.
And being located right between St. Louis and in Kansas City, it's the perfect place for folks that they're tired of the winter and they have their boats, and in boating season, that place is hopping. Like you said, there's wakes everywhere.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's any place on the water. We, live at the lake. We're full-time there. And so we like to say we're like a Sunday through Thursday boaters, because the weekends are just crazy. There's so many people in town. But it is great. And, you're right. We are the performance kind of mecca of it, which is just, it's so random to be in just central Missouri and have that big of an event. But when I first started with the shootout 4 years ago, everyone kept saying it's the largest performance boating event in the world. And I'm like, meh. And then we partnered with APBA for the kilos, and I asked APBA for a quote, and it came back with literally their quote was, "You are the largest performance boating event in the world." And I'm like, well, if APBA says it,
I guess you're right.
I guess they're the ones with the ability to tout it. So now I say that in confidence moving forward.
So for both your Lotto race and the Lake of the Ozarks shootout, and if you live on another planet and you don't know what shootout is, it's the amazing event where you do kilo runs, APBA kilo runs. With boats of all different types of classifications, V-bottoms, massive supercharged engines. You have boats that every year come back and break the record. There are huge crowds that watch this.
There is, yeah. I mean, it's the largest unsanctioned boating event or race, and so we added a sanctioning portion with the kilos, but for our shootout, it's a 3/4 mile top speed, which American Ethanol broke their record this year at 220 miles per hour. So that is a course record for the 3/4 mile. It used to be a 1 mile course, and Qatar hit that, Spirit of Qatar with Stephen Curtis. And it was 244. So we cut that court back because the boats were getting so fast. We cut it back to 3/4 mile, and here we are this year with 221. So, and I've been getting phone calls. We have 4 contenders for next year for top speed, running in that 220 to 240 mile an hour range.
And you have a new central hub from where you're going to be going from, isn't that right?
We do, yeah. We just moved the course from the 34 mile marker down to the 19 mile marker, and so that makes it just really more easily accessible. And we're going into what is known as the state park area, and so it's just easier to control. It's safer. We're 2.5 miles from the hospital. It has tons of parking. There's new development there, and so there's a Marriott being developed with 400 rooms. There's also what's called an Oasis, which is a entertainment park that will have roller coasters and Ferris wheels and those types of things. So it's just going to be a really great growth period for us over the next 3 years as we grow into those new developments, and it'll be great. So
Leah Martin, Executive Director of Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, and it's beyond just the shootout itself. The events that go on around it, folks that see the Florida Powerboat Club's poker run here, it's just a small piece of what happens during your race. Performance Boat Center puts on an amazing show and of equipment and technology, as well as other nights and other days.
Yeah, we have a massive, so Waves and Wheels, Justin Wagner supports. We have the Waves and Wheels Street Party. We call it the Street Party on the Strip, and so it's on the iconic Bagnell Dam Strip, and it's amazing. I think I had 123 boats this year on the Strip, so I'm going to have to grow pavement before next year to fit more on there. I mean, it was packed. It was also August and 76 degrees, which never happened. So it was we had tons of spectators, a beautiful night for the street party. We also have Polylift Boat Centers comes in and sponsors a massive poker run on Friday, and then Performance Boat Centers party on Thursday. So we just have a lot of events surrounding the shootout. And what people don't realize is we're a 501c3, so it's a nonprofit charitable race. It started as the Lake Rescue Shootout, and it benefited all firefighters and law enforcement. And so when the course moved from Shooters 21 to the current course, it was formed as another 501c3 and a community event. So we had this year over 13,000 volunteer hours, and we give all the money away. Last year in 2023, we raised $675,000 for our 43 charitable organizations, and this year we're going to beat that record. So we're on November 18th, we're going to announce how much we're giving back and give those checks back. And as amazing as the shootout is, or the poker run, or the street party, or any of those events, by far the best day is having those guys receive those checks. I mean, they just cry, and it's amazing to hear what these charitables, because it's literally like buying buddy packs for kids on the weekends and beds and buying fire equipment. Mid-County Dive, we just talked about, we're the largest performance boating mecca. Every single piece of equipment on Mid-County Dive Fire and Rescue was purchased by Lake of the Ozarks Shootout funds. So just being able to support the community in the way that provides tourists a safe place to come and visit. But then also, we are seasonal because we do have a winter. So we're going to leave here today and land in 39 degrees tonight. It's cool tonight there. But so when those seasonal places are shut down, families, when you get off the water, families are really forced to make 12-month budgets, out of 8 months of work. And so we're happy. We love that we can just give back to the community in that way. Yeah.
That's an amazing story.
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. Now also running the lake race as well, doing the similar
same model.
That's right, raising money for local charity. Where can folks go online to find out more about this?
So you can go to lakeoftheozarksshootout.com, and all the information is there. We just launched a new website. So if there's some missing pieces, we haven't announced the schedule yet. We are working on solidifying the date for the offshore race. But within the next 2 weeks, we'll have the schedules announced and pushed out to everybody. So again, that's lakeoftheozarksshootout.com, and you'll be able to find everything out there, and information about the charities and what they do and all of that. So.
And you have an amazing media presence here. I mean, not only now with the live stream, but I mean, your community supports these events. I mean, you have local television that covers a huge population, as well as other partners that are involved.
Yeah, so we have a full live broadcast, and so we send it out to Kansas City, St. Louis, Columbia, Springfield, all the places surrounding us. We work with every state surrounding Missouri through Mediacom, and then we also, our platform, so like our YouTube was like 120,000 viewers this year for our race, so we have a massive reach through media, and it's great. We've invested quite a bit into the production so that people that can't be there can experience and see what's happening.
Yeah, it's just a big community support project, and you can watch it if you can't make it there, which you should. It's definitely a bucket list thing that you should do, whether it's a lake race or the shootout or both. You want to go check out Lake of the Ozarks. Leah?
Thank you.
Hey, Leah Martin, Executive Director of the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. Thanks for joining us, and good luck on both events this year.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. We appreciate it. We're having a great time here in Key West.
Leah Martin of Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. We're back with more from the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime show. Lichty Marina Marathon carries a complete line of new and used boats. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway and Marathon. We'll continue with more right after this.
Lichty Marina Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. We're proud to be the halftime total race coverage sponsor with the Zone 97.7 of the World Championship Offshore Races. Lichty Marine has everything you need to enjoy the water: boats, new and used, trailers, and even a full-service and parts department. Enjoy the races and come see us soon. Check out our complete inventory at Suzuki@Marathon.com. Lichty Marine in beautiful Marathon.
Low Key Fashion House has brought luxury to the Keys. They offer an exceptional shopping experience for those who are low-key but high maintenance, featuring exclusive designer labels such as Chanel, Saint Laurent, Gucci, Bottega, Chloe, and more. Low Key offers clothing and accessories catering to both men and women, ranging from everyday essentials to those special occasions. Visit Low Key at 1022 Duval Street on the corner of Duval and Virginia. Low Key Fashion House, where luxury is a lifestyle.
Triton Sea Center on Big Pine is your one-stop shop before you head out on the water. The marina has a fuel dock, boat storage, and you'll find everything you need in the ship's store: food, beer, seltzers, Coke and Pepsi products, ices, Boar's Head products, and souvenirs, as well as apparel from Red Rum, Grateful Diver, and Cocky Key West. Across from Ship's Way on the west side of Big Pine, with boat access from the Gulf or Atlantic. You'll love their customer-first approach to a fun day on the water. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and weekends, 8 to 4. Triton Sea Center on Big Pine Key.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends. Really from Two Friends. So Maura and I were sitting at breakfast in the bar listening to live music at 8:30 a.m. on a Tuesday. She's about to enjoy some huevos rancheros and me shrimp and grits with fried oysters. Heart healthy. And Maura says, Dorothy, we're not in Kansas anymore. It was perfect because we didn't move here because Key West is like a lot of other places. We moved here because it isn't like any other place on earth. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends. 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West or twofriends.com.
We return to our continuous real-time broadcast from the Race World Offshore Global Live Stream on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. It's the Key West Worlds presented by Performance Boat Center.
We're
We are back here. It is the World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races presented by Race World Offshore, of course, right here on your home of offshore powerboat racing in Key West. The Zone 97.7 WAVK. Welcome back, everybody, to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Go to PorteProducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do for you. The Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report continues, brought to you by Lichty Marina Marathon, which has a full service and parts department always there for you. Lichty Marine at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Great to have you all along with us. Already 2 great races, 4 big races to come. A full day down here. I'm Rick Lopez, going to give Todd a little bit of a break right now. And but we are glad wherever you're tuned in around the world. It's always a pleasure to welcome back to the program. She's been a big part of the powerboat races this year, and I don't think that's going to change in the coming years, is it, Nikki Mottlick? Welcome back. How are you?
Thank you. I'm great. It's
Good
great to be
see
back.
you. Nikki, of course, with Mottlick Injury Attorneys, who are big sponsors of the races this year. When you go through the race village, that's all sponsored by Mottlick Injury Attorneys. It's the Mottlick Injury Attorneys Race Village. I knew I would get that out, Nikki. But anyway, you got boats here. You're racing. What a big week for you guys.
It's been a great week. It's been a great week. It was our pleasure to sponsor the Race Village and be involved in a bigger way in this race in Key West. And, we had a great race on Friday. We had a really major lead coming off of being announced to be the national APBA champions for the 450 class, which was really exciting.
Yeah, well, let's go back to Friday's race. You guys were running a great race. You had the lead there, but went into Guardian mode there and then actually kind of knocked you back. You got it going again, but ended up second on Friday. How's the team feeling going into today?
That was a really exciting race to watch. We maintained a lead for most of the race, and then we had that minor mechanical problem. We went to Guardian mode, one of our motors, and we were able to, get back up and make up some of that time, and we came in second. And, Gladiator Canados had a great run in that 38 Doug Wright as well. But we went out and we're tested yesterday. We fixed that problem. We're as ready as we possibly can be.
Well, and you guys are the next race coming up at 12:30, the Stock 450 class. And as you mentioned, Canadas, they took first place after you guys went into that Guardian mode there. But you guys got it going again, and it was nip and tuck for second and third with GC Racing Team. So when I'm looking at what we're going to see coming up here in the Stock 450 class, this should be really thrilling and exciting. This is wide open for everybody right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're going to be battling the waves again. It's looking pretty big and rough out there. And then we have this stretch blocked by the land, which is a lot calmer today. So I think it's going to be, calmer on the straights, but much rougher on turn 2 and 4.
Well, and then that's the crazy thing about Key West, Nikki. It's on this race course, it's almost like running 3 different courses in one course.
Yeah.
When you get out into the rough waters, you hit the wall out there coming in from turn 1 and turn 2, and then down the straightaway in front of all the fans. It's a little different. But how's the team feeling? You said you went over everything right now, and now it's just time to let it all loose here.
Yeah, they're feeling really good. They're ready to get out there. I think we're all having a little bit of anticipation because we didn't get to race Wednesday, and this is double points. Sunday is a really big day. But this is offshore racing. These rough conditions are what separates the men from the boys.
Right.
And this is what, Logan and Gio, they love the rougher water and they lean into it. So they're ready to go.
Okay, how'd it go Friday night on the Duval Street party with Mottlick boat out there? How'd you guys do?
Oh, we had a lot of fun.
Did you have fun?
I had a lot of fun.
I think you'll have fun wherever you go, kiddo.
Always. Well, that's the right attitude, right?
Right.
No,
yeah.
we had, oh my gosh, what a showing and what an incredible crowd of people and so much excitement. I mean, I had it explained to me what that street party was like, but you really can't believe it until you experience it.
Until you see it, right? I mean, until you're a part of it. And I don't know if you've ever been down here for Fantasy Fest. Have you been here for Fantasy Fest?
No, only heard the stories.
Okay, well, it's crazy too. But it is like a mini, Saturday night Fantasy Fest down there just with the streets closed and just all the fans and all the music and everything that's going on down there. It's a huge party. And until you see it for the first time, it's like, holy cow, this is something.
It's wild.
Yeah.
And there's such an amazing showing from people that are local and then also people coming into town. And then we got, the National Powerboat Association, right, or Florida Powerboat meeting going on. And there's just ton of people, especially considering the hurricane and the storm. You know, you'd think it'd be much quieter.
Right. Well, think about you know what we all went through to get to where we are today, waiting and knock on wood, nothing happened from Raphael, and the right decision was made not to race on Wednesday. So it's a 2-day event, but you know, Friday was a perfect day out there. It's a beautiful day out here. Maybe not so much for the racers out on the water, a little choppy out there, but we'll see how the course changes. But this whole week for your team, Montlick Injury Attorneys, how has it been for you guys?
It's been great. I mean, I think this is really the culmination of everything they've been working for. I mean, they made it their goal. They were like, we want to be the APBA national champions. And that was huge. And, you know, was an amazing feeling. And these guys are so motivated and determined. They're on to the next immediately. They barely celebrate. And now they have their sights set on the World Championship. So they take this really seriously. You know, they have a good time, but they're here to win.
And for the whole team, outside of that, all the sponsorships and everything getting involved, you see you guys continuing to do this, maybe going a little even deeper, because you guys went, I mean, all in here in 2024.
Yeah, we did, absolutely. I mean, I still feel like we're just getting our feet wet, and we're still understanding. I mean, we kind of have the lay of the land. We've been to, I believe, 12 races.
Wow.
In the last 8 months. So we got involved in a really big way, and I'm excited for what the next season holds.
Right, and we're excited for today, because now today we'll find out who's going to be the world champ. You guys are feeling great, obviously, and this 450 race coming up here, which will be our next race start time, Nikki, just after 12:30. This is one people do not want to miss here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a competitive class, and there's multiple players that have had big wins over the course of the season. And I'm excited, very excited. This is a really great class to watch.
And you have such a young driver.
Yeah, we do.
But he seems to handle it like an old pro.
Yeah, Logan, it's hard to believe he's only 19, and he's so well-spoken and so humble for someone who's such a natural in the boat. I mean, everyone who gets in the boat with him, we've had Giovanni Carpatella, obviously very experienced seasoned throttleman. We've had Gary Ballou in Ocean City, got to race with Logan, and everyone who races with him speaks really, really highly of him and is impressed by his skill, which is pretty damn cool.
Nikki, when it's all said and done, whatever happens out on the race course here in your guys' race coming up, your overall thoughts of coming to Key West in our town and being here and being a part of this?
It's been a great experience. I mean, I would say we're super appreciative to Race World Offshore and to the local community, you know, for coming out and putting on such a wonderful event, and just the overall powerboat community for embracing us. And, you know, at Montlick Injury Attorneys, our goal is always to help more people and to reach new communities. And this has been a wonderful way to do that, and just let people know, you know, if they ever need our services, if they're ever in an accident, I hope they never do, they can always call us, and that we're accessible and we're there for them.
Well, Nikki, you guys have added so much here to our event in 2024. Excited to see the boat get out there coming up next. Nikki Montlick, it is so great to see you again. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
You are the
I
best.
appreciate you.
It was always great to have you with us. That's Nikki Montlick from Montlick Injury Attorneys. They are also the Race Village sponsor, and you can see the Montlick Injury Attorneys boat coming up in the 450 class. We'll take a break. More of the Lichty Marine halftime report here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center at the 43rd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. Coming your way right after this.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way, diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or Greyhound will taste. Blue Point oysters chucked to order because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
The sound of performance. That's what drives us. Scott Forte is proud to have his technology on several boats competing at this year's 2024 Race World Offshore Key West World Championships. After many world and national titles, Scott's streakless race design running surface is again challenging for the world title against a huge Mod V field on the reigning world champion Sunprint El Bandito Yankee Tequila 29 Extreme. It not only increases speed and turns sharper, but also reduces shock up to 1G, says owner and throttleman Steve Miklos. Edwin Shear, owner of the Hank Saloon, Doug Wright 38, and Michael Stancom, running the Yard Arm Marine Products 36-foot skater, both swear by the Porte Products R-Series hydraulic transom bracket for race prop tuning and final setup on race day. Kobe Harrison, driver of Hank Saloon, says being able to set the prop height on race day is key to winning. Scott Forte designed the R-Series hydraulic transom bracket to handle up to 750 horsepower per engine at speeds well over 100 miles per hour. Visit PorteProducts.com and make your boat faster, safer, and handle better, and get the unfair advantage for yourself. Now back to the live stream of the Key West World's Race World Offshore season-ending spectacular, featuring the sports team that's covered the World Championship for 4 decades. It's the Key West World Championship Races, presented by Performance Boat Center.
And welcome back here to Key West, Florida, the 2024 Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center. A lot going on here at the Outer Mole. Mercury Racing has its interactive fan zone behind us. You can check out all the cool stuff Mercury has to offer, as well. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the World Championships, on board with all kinds of fan tastings out there. Check out the Monster Energy truck that's here as well. We're back live in Key West on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Thanks for also joining us globally at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, YouTube channel, also RTH.TV and Victory Plus across iOS and Google Play platforms. We continue on with Maximum Inflation live stream. Maximum Inflation prioritizes safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. We're wrapping up our intermission report, sponsored by Lichty Marina Marathon. Lichty Marina Marathon online at SuzukiMarathon.com for all your boating needs, with a huge selection of new and used boats and trailers, and the largest Suzuki repower dealer in the Keys, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Back with our crew for Factory 450R Racing that's going to start here just at about 12:30. As Joey J.W. Cook from the Keys Citizen joins us to help us with scoring and sorting out the World Championship. Also Eric Cobley from SpeedOnTheWater.com. And Sean Torrente from Sean Torrente Racing and S2 Powerboats here to help us call this Factory 450R race. We had a good one.
We had a great
Friday.
one.
Yeah, didn't we?
Great one. Swapped the lead twice. And welcome to the STR. What is this called? The STR race booth? No, what do we call this?
It's the STR/Porte Products race booth. And by the way, I got a text.
No, it's the STR Products live stream for the next hour.
Scott Porte sends his kindest regards to you. He said you sounded great in his booth, by the way.
Thanks. Well, we sounded great in his booth, but just like the products, we try to be better in the booth than him, just like the products are better. You know what I'm saying? That's all we got to do. No, he makes great stuff, and that's we kid with each other, but he's a good dude, and he makes really, really nice stuff.
Yeah, and an outboard guy like you, and you know, when you saw me in the pits the other day and said, hey, you need somebody for the live stream, I didn't think I would ever have the opportunity to have Sean Torrente on during an outboard race, because you're normally in them. And you race with Mead Family Racing in the Factory 450R class this year. Mead's not running in the World Championship, but they had another successful campaign after 2 seasons with them. And you actually did race here in the World Championships last year. You jumped on board with Willie Cabeza, and
we did okay.
You did okay. You won the World Championship.
Yeah, we did okay. We had a blast. We had a really good time. Willie really became Willie, who he is now. So he did a great job. Grant's with him now, who's an excellent racer. And I spoke with I spoke with every driver and throttleman after the race on Friday. So we'll give you a bunch of tidbits and how things went as the race progresses.
Yeah, Gladiator Canados, the 38-foot Doug Reithall won, a veteran offshore racer, and Michel Carcente. He's raced all up and down different disciplines, V-bottoms. He's raced X-Cat like you as well overseas. He hasn't raced F1 and won 3 championships like you, though.
Well, not many of us are that stupid to do that kind of stuff, but we love that. So that's cool. But his driver is relatively new. He started, middle of the season last year.
Yeah, that's right.
And,
Irvin Grant.
And remember, if you go back to last year, we won the World Championship, me and Willie, but we won the World Championship by passing Taylor on the last lap for second in that race because Michelle and Irvin won that race, and it was their first win in a race last year. And now they've carried it forward. Now they're 2 in a row. They haven't been beaten in a while, so that's pretty good.
And if you talk to Michelle, this is what he wants to run in rougher water. He's used to more rough water courses. In X-Cat, you face more rough water courses as well.
Well, also in X-Cat, the other thing that's nice about it, too, the harbor turn that everybody always worries about here at Key West, because it is very tight, and it's tricky with currents and wind, etc. In an X-Cat course, we have 6, 7, 8 corners. So it's a lot on making a boat corner. So when you have 3 different corners here, when you come from X-Cat, you're like, oh, that's not that big a deal. Like, we can handle that. Where in the U.S., we don't have that much. I should say we don't have that big of a difference race course to race course.
Yeah, Sean Torrente joins us. So Michelle Carcente and Irvin Grant winning on Friday, but this thing is wide open because you don't have the Wednesday race here. You don't have that extra 100 points in the mix. So when you start adding the 200 points plus the bonus points for every boat that you finish in front of here, winning today is huge. I mean,
it's massive. It's really still wide open, I would say, for honestly all of them. You know what I mean? Because it's double points. So if Michelle, for example, doesn't finish or has an issue and finishes 5th or 6th, and Johnny wins, who finished 6th, he still has a shot, I believe. I mean, we have
MTI's path to the championship is win and have the Gladiator and the Montlick not go on 1, 2, 3, finish outside the podium for the daily, and they're the world champions.
Yeah, and they still get it. So there you go. So and that's our statistician that we're going to be able to give you points the entire time. I'm on you.
You guys are going to be best buds during the race.
I'm a dork, so I love numbers.
Yeah. Joey's the best at calculating the points. Stays up late at night the night before.
Take off all my shoes. Make sure I count to 20 every time.
Exactly.
Looking back to
and then second was Montlick, right?
That's right.
Second was Montlick. So that's Giovanna Carpatella, who I've raced a bunch in X-Cat, and Logan. And they did a great job. They led the race twice and then didn't win. They had an issue with a lap to go. I said it was a throttlement issue. I talked to Carpatella this morning. Of course, he's Italian. It's never his fault. It was a water pump, he said. They had a burned water pump. He said that's what caused it. So they got that fixed. And he thinks he has a good shot this year. They thought the setup was really good. Logan was super excited. He thought it was really quick. And I told Logan he was the best through turn 2 of anybody. He really was. He got through there, scrubbed the least amount of speed, and ran down, and he did a great job.
Logan Adon, his dad, J.R. Adon of Doug Wright Power Boats, is on board in that boat. And third place went to GC Racing. So and they pulled strong as the race went on.
Yeah,
up.
But before we get to GC Top, what's their road to the championship? If they win today,
Montlick.
It doesn't matter, right?
Montlick?
They control their own destiny.
Montlick controls their own destiny. Absolutely. The first 2 boats, because you don't have that Wednesday's points in there.
Yep.
The first 2 teams, no matter what, win, you're in. Your world championship.
So that's huge.
Yours.
They control their own destiny.
Absolutely.
They can just win. They don't need any help.
Not today. Not for Montlick and not for the Gladiator.
So that comes to GC then. GC had a terrible start.
Well, and in GC, again, it doesn't. They're on the lead lap, really. And point-wise, it's going to come down to if they win and you got the Gladiator Canedos going second,
let's say, yes.
We're going to be talking about time all of a sudden. Because if they're all on the lead lap, we're going to be talking about time. And, we called it last year with Coco's Monkey. We called it live on the year because I realized and we're going to start counting time. And within 5 seconds, we had it 13-second victory for Coco. So it could be coming down to GC Racing and Gladiator, the Canedos, going 1-3. And we're talking about time here.
So
Todd's on the stopwatch.
So GC, I talked to them this morning. Grant thought the setup was perfect. Thought the propeller choice was perfect. The issue he had is he had a bad start. And he said the start was bad. The 2 Doug Wright boats kind of came together and kind of pinched him off. He didn't know if that was team orders. He just said, they came together, we hit, and I lost a bunch of ground. And then it took us, 45 miles, or I should say 36 miles to catch back up. And they were really strong at the end of the race. I think they had the quickest lap of the race as well.
Yep. Yeah, they were making up ground as the laps went on.
Correct.
Yeah. Willie said to me, if we had 2 more laps.
Will they have them today?
Yeah, but that's the constant boat racing thing. When you finish second, you're like, 1 more lap, I had you. 1 more lap. And when you win the race and someone tells you that, you go, yeah, buddy, you sure did. Yep, absolutely.
And you did follow through with your tough love for your boys. Nick and Ian.
Oh man, yeah. They
I talked to them later
Look
in
who's
the
calling
day.
me right now, Ian. Hold on, let's get the call. Let's see what he's gonna say. You're on the live stream, Ian. What you got?
Oh dear. Working out.
What's going on?
Well, he's figuring it out. Maybe you should call lanes right now. Go ahead, Eric. We got a shot here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you just did
Cool.
them because
Have
they're
fun.
the lanes have been established by
I love you
finishing
too, brother.
order.
Hey, have fun.
So
No-
lane 1 is Gladiator Canados with Michelle Carcenti and Irvin Grant. Lane 2, Montlick Injury Attorneys, Giovanni Carpatella, Logan Adan. Lane 3, GC Racing, Willie Cabeza, Grant Bruggeman. Lane 4, 151 Express, Nick Imprescia and Ian Morgan. Lane 5, Hank Saloon with Edwin Shear and Kobe Harrison. And lane 6, Marine Technology, Johnny Tomlinson, Taylor Sism. Johnny said they just went way small on their wheel on Friday.
So, yeah, just to round out, because they are going to the harbor real quick. Nick
Yep.
and Ian, they knew they screwed up. Every lap time they did was the same. They knew they didn't drive how they should, and that was really their miss. Then you have Hanks had an issue with their throttle or their grab handle going into the first corner. Really messed up Ed. He just couldn't get his bearings for a while, and he was too short on propeller. And then last, like you just said, Johnny said, they were just too short. And Randy actually took the blame on that one. Randy says to me, he said, I just thought it was going to be bigger than it was.
And then our other 3 boats in Super V, race-winning brands, 40-foot skater, Ed Wendt, Bill McComb from Sarasota. Team 25, 42-foot fountain, Kirk Brittle, Rob Lockyer from the UK. And the national champions, Farnsworth Hancock Claims, Elijah Kingery, Anthony Smith. And the lone boat in the extreme class, the 36-foot skater, George and Michael Stancombe with the twin 500R Mercury outboards. 10 laps for the factory stock, 8 for extreme Super V10.
All right, so yeah, we got the extreme boats and the V boats going out. They're told to stay wide here and leave the 450R guys to the inside of the track.
Yep, and beautiful shot of the 450s milling. Great looking boats. Hanks right there in the dug right, and then you see a couple MTIs behind it. Really cool boats. Coming out of a Superstock boat, I went out and tested with Nick and Ian yesterday in their boat and just tried to give them some pointers. Man, to go from a 32-foot boat to a 39-foot boat is a massive difference. You can just run through some stuff. It's really fun. They're neat boats.
So the Hanks boat there is the only boat in the class that uses Scott Porte's bracket. It's got to be locked down during the race.
Correct.
And so they can
every other boat uses an STR, so an STR won yesterday.
You guys in STR. STR is up and down.
We also run Superstock too, by the way.
STR. Scott says that might be changing, but he doesn't know. But he likes you too much. He really doesn't want to take any business away from you at the same time.
No, we do different things, but it's kind of the same.
Right, but up and down stock class.
Yeah.
And even 450R, for the exception of this boat, Hanks, the STR.
Yeah,
bracket
and they did it, and Hanks has a bunch of my products on his boat too. And to be honest, they're like, look, we don't have as much space to test with as you guys do and as much time. So for us, it's quicker to test and be able to move them and get them dialed in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Where we spend hours just dialing the boat in, by thousandths of an inch, literally.
Correct. You probably already have your boat set where you want it when you arrive on site.
1,000%.
Right?
We know what we're going to run before we get here. It's just a matter of what the water conditions are, but we know what we're going to do.
But if you had to make an adjustment because the weather changed that you weren't expected, you have to bring the boat up and then make an adjustment on the height of the engine, potentially.
Potentially, but honestly, in these boats, you don't really change the height of the engine based on water conditions, believe it or not. You change propeller, you change weight, balance where the weight is, but height of the engine, not really. Not at all, because believe it or not, most people don't realize this. You have water pressure issues like when your engine is too high in super, super flat water, when the boats can really lift and work. That's when you have low water pressure. In the rough, you never have that issue because you're coming in and out of the water, so they're constantly getting big gulps of water.
Now, these are wide-body catamarans. They have giant tunnels. They're
72 inches.
70, bigger than the Supercats.
So here it is.
Wider than the Supercats.
A Superstock 63 at 4,900 pounds. A Supercat 66 limited at 10,000 pounds. And then a 450s boat is 72 at 6,500 pounds. That's why these boats are just as fast as a Supercat going down the straightaway. They don't accelerate the same, but they're just as fast.
Now, they're currently running the 450R engine, built on the same platform as the 300R, but with a supercharger.
Correct.
And that supercharger brings all of this air forced induction into the power head.
Yep.
And gives you more instant access to the torque.
Correct. And the other thing is it's more power, basically the same weight as our 300, just slightly more. The more power is great. The negative is when we have a situation like we did in Superstock on Friday, Celsius crashed in the harbor turn with Coco's. We rolled that boat over because there was no supercharger. It had 0 engine damage. Nothing's being compressed going in the motor. So it wasn't hydrolocked. There were no bent valves. We basically dried it out, same electronics, cleaned everything out, and he was testing yesterday, and he's racing with us today.
That's
Which is amazing because everybody's worried about the 4-strokes when they go upside down. We don't have an issue with them. They're awesome. Mercury even gave us a checklist based on our tunnel boat stuff of how you repair it and get it dried out and back to the water.
Now, getting water pressure to these 450Rs has been an issue for you guys.
Well, and I really needed to expound on that because of the other day. When I say you got to run the boat by the dash, meaning water pressure and all that, and you said, well, they said you shouldn't have to, you should never go into Guardian if it's set up right. I agree with that to a point, Todd. And what I mean by that is this. If you're on the limit of the performance of the boat, you're going to be on the limit of those parameters. You're going to be a little higher. You're going to be maybe a little further back engine-wise. So there's going to be certain situations where you're going to run low on water pressure. So you have to manage those situations in exchange for the performance, right? It's how conservative do you want to be versus how fast do you want to be. And when you have a veteran driver, you can run that motor higher because he has more bandwidth, or she. So in other words, they can run the boat and pay attention to water pressure and tell them, hey, a little to the right, a little to the left, and they can handle that. When you have a new driver, they don't have that bandwidth. It's all they can do just to get it around the race course.
All right, we have orange smoke.
Here we go.
We're about 3 minutes away from start. These big.
No, they're up on plane. Here
they're ready to go. We're about ready to start racing here. And our second half of the Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Jean Torrente joins us from Jean Torrente Racing and S2 Powerboats. He'll be racing later on from the Pace Boat. We take a look at the grid as they move up to get set. Everybody's going to line up here, Sean.
Yep, they're getting lined up. They look like they're in a line pretty good.
Look at
Green should come out any second. Montlick pushing on the outside already.
Yep, TS Motorsports closest to the Pace Boat.
That means they're farthest out.
Yeah, and Gladiator will.
Green. It's got yellow
no,
flag.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Sean, what lane would you want if you could have any?
Outside, where the Pace Boat is, because you can control the race all the way down there.
We've got a green flag.
Green flag.
All right, we're racing. The race is on Alley Vite.
Looks like a good start.
Super start for the factory 450.
My kids are out front. They got a nose out front.
That's GC Racing in the middle between Montlick and 151 Express.
151 out front. Now 151's already clearing them. They need to start coming over. I'll tell you right now, those are the rules we run on now. They need to start coming over and forcing the issue right now.
All right, winds just offshore.
Gladiators.
San Key continue out of the east-southeast at 20, so that leg going to continue to be bumpy between 1 and 2.
151 out front. Now you can see their motors. They're clear of them. They need to come to the pin. They should turn this boat on the pin because those are our rules now.
So they got to be 2 boat links in front.
They got them. They're clear. You can see they're clear. They got them.
But
they
now,
need to go.
But now GC moving up a little bit, as is Montlick. So
GC is going to cross over to the outside because they want a clean lane through the first corner. And here comes Canados.
Yep, Gladiator Canados, your winner from Wednesday. They'll have the inside, trying to stay in some clean water as they head around that 3. He's going to have to.
Okay, second buoy is the key buoy here. Ian should go to it, right on it. Great job. Now Montlick's going to go to the outside, okay? Now they just need a clean run in the next corner. Canados is sneaking underneath all of them.
So Canados will stay closer to the pen, try to find some clean water. 151 with the early lead. Montlick in second. GC in second. Montlick in third.
So now this corner, we talked about it a bunch. I worked with the kids yesterday. I want one set and straight towards the mole and let the wind blow you back because it's a strong wind out there.
Now, these boats, they have such big tunnels. Can it be a concern when you're running into the wind?
100%, but you got enough down trim. These boats are big, man. They're still 39 feet long, and technically for the weight, they're a little underpowered. You know what I mean? Because they're 6,500 pounds with 900 horsepower.
All right, they come around turn 2.
Montlick's got a good run on the outside.
Two-pin turn here as they head back into the harbor off Fort Zachary Taylor. And now head northbound into the harbor in some calmer water here, and then into that hairpin turn. Another thing you got to remember is when they come in front of us here, there's about a 10-degree turn, a small chicane as you head to get set up for that turn in the harbor.
Correct, and you want to be as wide as you can down in the harbor.
Are these boats running tunnel tabs?
Absolutely. The 151's on a tunnel tab. I don't know about Montlick, honestly. I don't think they have one on the boat.
151 with the early lead over Montlick injury. And
Gladiator third.
Gladiator.
So based on it right now, where are we at points-wise? What does that mean for 151? Do they control their own destiny? Are they winning the world championship right now?
No, not right now. No. Canadian's got to drop off that podium.
He's got to drop off the podium. But
I'll
what about
drop out
Montlick?
to third. Montlick's way under control too. Yeah, no, he's 151 would be ahead of Montlick, but not ahead of the Canadians.
And Canada's knows that they want to maintain third, Joey, I imagine.
Right, yeah, that's kind of where
So
they
here
want
they
to
go
be.
on the harbor. Now, Ian's got to settle the boat, or I should say Nick's got to settle the boat. Ian's got to rotate it. Look, Montlick's underneath them. Oh, why'd they cut away?
All right,
Super V class.
Looks like we're going to watch it off camera. Sean's got his eye on what's happening.
It looks like,
as they
this
come
is
out of the
151 still clear of them.
This is Farnsworth,
Canada's
Hancock
underneath
claims,
Montlick.
leading and Super V.
Go ahead.
And here we are. We're back on the shot. 151.
That's the angle. That's the angle. They're still in the lead.
The outside line. Ian and Nick have got the boat running well. They've extended their lead, and looks like Canados is pulling a little bit on Montlick here.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, Todd. I'm so nervous right now. Me and Ian and Nick spent an hour in the boat yesterday. I'm already having a hard time. It's lap 2.
All right.
Did Joey make it down?
No, but he's at home in Florida,
He's
so that's
watching?
great. He's
Yeah,
watching.
Nick's
I'm sure
dad,
he's
Joe
watching.
and Prussia. Glad to have you with us on the live stream, Joey. We look at 151.
Canados got by Montlick, it looks like. Canados is making a
Yep,
push.
Canados is inside.
And then GC still in 4th with Hanks pushing him.
So GC
And
running well also.
Peppers did go by and running alone in extreme.
Go ahead and call that one right now. World
So
champs.
here come the boats. They're going to turn into the wind.
Yep, and now you got to be on the second pin here. You got to be right on it.
And
That way you go
Canados
straight
is
across.
already inside.
Canados is already inside, but they should make them cross. If they make them cross, they're doing their job.
And Montlick,
Yep, see, through the rooster tail.
Montlick
what
is
he's,
right on
Ian did what he
Canados'
was supposed to do, and Montlick's on the outside. So you can see now they're going to stretch it out. Now they need to get a run across there.
Canados lost some speed there. And they
And
dug
it's
in
bumpy
just
back there.
you can tell they dug in a little bit, and now Montlick has gone around Canados.
Correct. They got a better run on the outside there.
So they tried to dig in, sneak inside Ian and Morgan, and they didn't let them do that.
So now Nick's got to settle the boat and get him to be able to rotate it in 2 so they can get a good run down in the mole, because that's where Montlick was good last time.
Yeah, Canados a little flighty on this run. We can't really see the attitude of the Montlick boat. It's in the spray of 151, but 151 Express has the
Come on, rotate it.
The early
Come
lead.
on, rotate it.
He gets it.
Good job. No,
yeah,
that's perfect. Now he's
coming
going to get
right-
it straight. You see, now he's going to get some speed. He's good.
Coming right down the
Montlick
chute.
to the outside, and then Irvin, that's where he loves to be. Irvin loves to be on the pin in Canados, but you can see he's going to be in the spray. He's looking for a spot.
So what's the prop call on this race? So rough on the outside, but calm on the inside.
So I can tell you now because everybody already told me from the last race. So the other day, Montlick ran 30s, GC ran 30s, so did Canados. The kids ran 31s. They were a little bit big, but honestly, if they were out front, they'd have been fine.
3 minute and 22nd lap there.
I know the kids went out with 30s today because it was a little rougher. I don't know about the other boats. And then I know Johnny and Taylor ran 28s on Friday. They were way too big. I mean, way too small. And Hanks was too small as well with 29s.
And we saw TS Motorsports come by, and now back into the harbor from the X Insurance Helicam. And Montlick.
So you see where 151 is out there?
Way up.
That's so that they can radius the corner. They should come right to the corner now. There you go. He's got it set. Now he's rotating. That's how you turn the boat. See how it's down and turning? He'll be right on the exit now.
It'll be right on the apex.
Yeah, he should be closer on that exit buoy. But other than that, it was a great corner.
Now, Carcenti said Friday it was all about who could accelerate the best.
Correct.
Back
okay,
to
here's
Super V. That's
Hancock continuing its run.
All right, so 151 has stretched it out. Can we get a split, Todd, on that, and then also on Montlick and Canados?
Cortez Cove got past race-winning brands.
All right, we got a 7-second lead for 151 over Montlick, and less than 2 for Canados behind Montlick.
In the fountain boat.
So Montlick injury attorneys, you can see them on the left of the screen from the X Insurance Helicam. Gladiator Canados, your winner from Friday.
Now, they can't do anything with gear ratios, right, Sean?
They could not do anything. It's got to be remain factory stock.
So
and the thing that I'm proud of right now is that Nick and Ian picked up 3 seconds that lap. In other words, they were 3 seconds quicker because they've learned the way around the race course. And that's what you got to do. That first lap is reconnaissance. You're trying to figure out what the water's doing. So they've stretched it, and now Canados and Montlick are just battling it out. So the more they battle, the better it is for Nick and Ian out front, and GC's entering the fray.
There's Yardarm. That's the old 36 Peppers skater with the 500 horsepower Mercury's on the back. Those 500s will be on the back of these factory 450R boats next year. As we look at 151, looks like GC may have.
GC's coming.
Is coming.
It's coming, and that other MTI, that 151, needs GC to pass Canados. I'll be honest with you. That's correct, statistician, right?
Yep.
If Canados drops off the podium,
Now,
and 151
151 looks way wide
151's
there.
actually, I stand corrected. I was 2 points off when you first asked
And
that.
now
I
here
circled the
comes
wrong
race-winning
button, but yeah.
Brands trying to get past the fountain on the inside, the Cortez Cove.
I can't see.
That's the battle for second and third in the World Championship right there.
Yeah, it looked like your 151 guys had lost a little pace, and Montlick had come closer. Now you have a situation where Montlick may be running a little bit better in the rough, and
it's so rough back there that one lap, one guy will be great. The next lap, you know what I mean, you'll make a mistake. It's just it's big water.
And when you get out of shape, you get up, you lose speed.
You lose so much speed. It looks great for cameras. It's terrible for race time.
Yep, there's a mayor right there for 151.
It's all right. He just needs to settle it down and drive his race. He was doing great. He just needs to reel it back a little bit. Going forward is fast. Going nose up is not.
Nick and Ian continue to lead in 151 Express as we're 3 laps into this 10-lap race.
They got it. They're good there, but they probably cut that lead in half, Todd, right?
That's 4. Yeah, almost a half.
And then GC lost some ground on the backside there too.
So 151 Express, Montlick Injury Attorneys, Gladiator Canados, GC Racing, and then TS Motorsports.
All right, so if we go to statistician before the Mod Vs go by, tell me what the situation is because I still don't understand.
Express, I did say it wrong the first lap when you asked. Express is in control of the World Championship at 280 points. The Montlick is 2 points back at 278, and the Gladiator is at 270, or in the current running position.
So if they win the race now, they're the world champion.
If it ended right now, Express would be your world champion.
All right, Montlick
they left too much room on the inside down there. Montlick's up underneath them.
Yep, Montlick. We see the Hancock Claims boat come by. We're going to get an interval here.
Race-winning Brands is in second.
Montlick down to 2 seconds behind. Montlick down to 2 seconds behind 151. And Gladiator Canados trailing the stern of that boat. Montlick by 10 seconds.
Montlick looks like they're making the ground.
Montlick's making a run. Canados is falling back. GC's making a run on Canados. That looks like that's happening. And then Taylor and Johnny are more in the fight today. They're kind of with GC. They just need to keep pushing.
4 laps in here in this 10-lap race for the Factory 450R World Championships in Key West.
How old are Nick and Ian?
24 years old. Both of them.
And Logan's 19.
And Logan's 19. Yeah, but he's got a 78-year-old throttleman, Carpatella. So that if you add them together, they're way older. I don't know how old Carpatella is. I'm lying. Carpatella, I think, is mid-50s.
And Caleb Mead, 17?
Caleb Mead this year was 17, correct.
Yeah, all right.
Last year when we won, he was 16. He was the youngest driver ever to win a race.
All right, on top, turn 1.
So they did their job there.
That was a nice turn
They
there.
were on the exit, made them cross. That's all you can ask for.
From the X-Insurance Helicam, 151 Express, the 39 MTI leading the 38 Doug Wright here.
Yep. This is the 36 skater with the 500Rs that will be powering the class next year.
Also using the Porte bracket, an experimental class for the Stancombs, the father and son team from Indianapolis, George and Michael on board. There's Montlick Injury Attorneys, Logan Adon, the national champion, along with Giovanni Carpatella, who joined midway through the season with him, the veteran international racer. Our lead boat, again, coming around Fort Zachary Taylor.
Much better on that corner this time. Montlick on the outside, though. Montlick's getting down the rough part of the race course very well. The question is, can Nick and Ian hold them coming down the front stretch and then do a good harbor turn? Because on the way out, they're the best. So basically, from the harbor turn to the first corner, Nick and Ian have the best boat. I would say from 1 to 2, it's Montlick. And then I'm not sure from 2 back down to the harbor turn. It's hard to say. It changes.
Here comes 151 Express.
What do we got for a split, dog? It's close.
It's very
Oh,
close.
here he
They're
comes.
they're
Oh, he
pulling
went in
speed on
Guardian.
him.
He just went in Guardian.
He just went in Guardian. Oh, dear.
He's down on one motor.
Motley moves into the lead.
He's on one motor. He lost the motor. He's down.
And now Gladiator Canados will move by him into second.
Yep.
And GC Racing will move into third. TS Motorsports into fourth.
Take off your shoes, Joey.
Well, it's Montlick's race now.
Get ready to start.
That is absolutely Montlick's
counting
race.
digits.
And now Nick and Ian just got back under power now. Gosh, that's so frustrating. All right, Montlick's gone. They're probably, what, 10 seconds
They're about
on
10
Connor?
seconds.
10
They're-
seconds on
they're
Connor.
10
Okay.
seconds. We'll check them coming out.
But there's
of the
still a
turn.
lot of race left, right?
There
I mean,
is.
what were we,
Yeah,
5
we're-
laps in?
Five
We're
laps.
5 laps out. We're not even
We're
halfway. Race-winning Brands still dominating. I mean, not race-winning.
That's Farnsworth, right?
Yeah,
Farnsworth.
Hancock claims.
Yep.
Continuing to dominate.
But here
But now
comes.
we got second is Rob Lock here. Top racing.
Cortez Cove. So where is race? Oh, there's race-winning Brands. So
Race-winning Brands comes through. Gladiator Canados has cut that lead down by 3 seconds, now 7 seconds back, but really the
GC
man
is
is
coming.
GC.
But
GC's
TC
coming after Gladiator Canados.
and Marine Technology got around Nick and Ian as
Yeah,
well.
they
and-
went into Guardian again off that corner. They have an engine issue for
yeah,
sure.
they look like their rooster is not like everyone else's. It's much
This is-
taller.
This is the race within the race. We just were looking at second and third, but here's your leader overall.
Pepper's lost steering. They're out.
So now that he has a 10-second lead, Carpatella's been doing this a long time. Like I said, he's 78 years old. So he's gonna manage the race. That's what he's gonna do, right? He's gonna try to take care of the boat. Nick and Ian are down.
Your boys are down.
Yep. He's gonna take care of the boat, especially between 1 and 2, and just make good, solid laps, right? Because now it's a matter of attrition. He's basically won the race as long as he don't break. He's obviously showed he's got the pace, so now he just needs to keep all 16 cylinders firing.
Yeah, you remember Motley was in the lead, and they had an issue. What was the issue that he said it was?
So it was water pressure issue.
Water pressure.
It was heat, okay, and he said it was because the water pump was burned from their testing, and they found it when they took it apart.
And that's how Gladiator Canados got by them.
Correct.
And ended up in the first place on the podium on Friday. We look at OC Racing as they head out to turn number 1. We've had lead change in factory 450R stock. The team of Ian Morgan and Nick Imprescia Jr. Nick Imprescia from your team at STR, and S2 Powerboats having an issue, and nice run for them over the first 4 laps before having that issue coming back into Key West Harbor. All right, here are your leaders in factory 450R, Motley injury attorneys.
So let's just keep that split. Let's see how he manages it. He had 10 seconds last time by. Canados is
Gladiators kind of airing it out, trying.
Yeah, they're pushing because remember,
But
I mean,
they're-
it's World Championship Day. They got to beat them, right? They have to beat Montlick. If they don't beat them, they lose it.
Right, but you start flying it, you're slowing down. You're not speeding up.
Yeah, but you're at this point, they're just trying everything,
Yeah.
right? You got to make that boat bigger in the window. If not,
Now you have seen the arms on Giovanni, right? As you continue to tell him he's 78 years old.
Who, Giovanni?
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, he's getting old. He's got that little belly going. Oh wait, are we live?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my bad.
They pulled out another 3 seconds. They're 11 seconds in front
So there you go.
of Gladiator Canados.
So they'll have their radio people telling them that, Todd. They're like, hey, 11 seconds. So they know that pace is good. They're either maintaining or extending. That's what you're trying to do.
All right,
I still think GC's coming too.
They are there, but the Gladiator's been able to keep them just to their transom.
Gladiator is going to be difficult to pass because Irvin's not going to let that inside.
And we watch the Hancock Claims team buzz through, and they've been flawless here in Key West.
Cortez Cove still coming through in
They
second.
are, yep.
Okay, so Nick
Good
just
for
texted
them.
me their motor mounts broke on the port engine. That's what took them out.
They did. You have to be OC Racing coming through. You have to be proud of them, though. They did everything you could ask them to do there.
They did their job.
They did their job.
They did their job. I'm super proud of them. Everything we worked on yesterday, they did.
Well, that has been an issue with those motors, though, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, remember these things weren't originally built to race. Right. And Mercury's done a great job making them stronger and better. But the reality is, in the rough, the boats are so good that you can run through just about anything. you know, and the motors can't hang on to that.
Yeah, we just watched the Yardharm team, the Stancombs Peppers Racing, heading into the pits after some mechanical issues. Good shot overhead from the X-Insurance Helicam. Our GC Racing as we head back to the pits and get Edwin Shear and Kobe Harrison and the Hank Saloon team. They're running back in 5th. There's back to GC Racing. Willie Cabeza, the reigning world champion of that boat. Now he's teamed up with Grant Bruggeman. Of course, Sean Torrente was in the throttle seat with him last year when that World Championship was won here in Key West. In fact,
and it's not over till it's over. We won it on the last lap last year.
That's absolutely
GC Racing still they can get into first place and have the the Gladiator, or even Montlick's got to fall too, but they got to have a couple of teams coming in. But GC still has an outside shot on this, getting the World Championship.
Well, finishing 3rd, they were in front of Ian. So if they win the race, Nick and Ian. So if they win the race, they win the championship.
If Montlick were to fall 2nd, yes, but Gladiator pulls a 2nd. So if something happens, they pass Gladiator, then you got a tie for 3rd place, and we're talking about time differential then.
I got you.
Yeah. So the 39 MTI on the podium right now in GC Racing. 2 Doug Wrights in the front here so far in the final day, the big points day. 200 for the winner plus bonus points for each boat you finish in front of for the Key West World Championships. And we see our lead boats coming around in front of turn number 2. It's a 2-pin turn, and Motley continues to run well here.
He's doing a great job. Boat has not taken a flyer. Look at it. Look at it. It's just level. He's being clean and smooth. We'll get a split. Even if he gives up a 2nd or so, it's not a big deal. It's just got to stay running.
Seems like the harbor's settling down a little bit, a lot less traffic. Continuing to run about a 3-minute, 20-second lap. As Gladiator now moves into our view in front of the fans. Now it's almost 13 seconds.
So they pulled out another 2nd. Yep. They're good. 2.5 seconds. He's just going to keep that pace. And the deal is, Todd, a lot of times people say, well, why are they keep pulling away? Because you're in a groove. You know what I mean? You slow down, sometimes it's harder to drive the boat. It really is for the throttleman and for the driver. They're in a groove. So they're just going to keep that groove going and just keep it together.
Back to Hancock Claims. They've led every lap of every race here in Key West. Farnsworth team committed to offshore power racing, also campaigning in Supercat class later today.
Race-winning Brands got back around Cortez for 2nd. They were looking pretty squirrely heading out to turn 1, but got it settled down now.
3 laps left to go here.
What do we got left? 3 laps?
Yep.
So they're on what, lap 8?
They're on lap 8, correct?
7. I have them on lap 7.
I have them on 7 too.
Do you? So I'm 1 ahead. Apologies.
And Extreme is only running 8 laps. I'm
Here
not.
comes
Well, they're done. They're already off.
They're
They're
done.
done.
on Canados.
Super V is also running. Oh, there we go.
They're up the inside. X Insurance is on them now. There's the shot.
There's the shot.
Okay, Grant.
So here's the deal, though. Irvin's tough. If they don't get up next to him, Irvin's going to shut him down at the corner, but they're there.
Yeah, now they're.
It looks like they're there.
So now they're going to get to the real bump.
Yeah, now Irvin
you
can't.
start getting out.
Yeah,
of
but
the
look at Irvin. Irvin's coming over and squeezing him, as he should. Make him change his course a little bit. Now he's got clear water in between the two. Look at him pull away. Now if Irvin's good, got out of shape. But if Irvin can do his job and Michelle gives him the boat, he's gonna basically try to make GC cross over.
So
He's just got to be able to set it.
Gladiator's just heading right for the pin right
That's
now.
it, exactly. And now, how bad does Willie and Grant want it, right? Are they going to stick it in there? And can they make it back up? It's hard to tell with the angle right now exactly where they're at. See? And
he got out of shape.
And look, see, he settled it down to turn it, and now he's behind him. Now watch him go on the exit. See how much he had to settle it? Look at that ground he lost because they couldn't get it rotated.
Yep, he's lost 3. He lost 2 and then 3
And
boat
now
lengths.
and made him cross over.
He'll
You
lose
see?
more here.
Irvin, that was absolutely perfect. That's driver and throttleman working together. Just because they're up next to you, you don't get nervous. You just run your boat down there, and when you get to the corner, make it work.
And again, it just shows you if you get out of shape, how quickly you can lose ground.
You see that. You saw as soon as GC was up next to him, they got out of shape one time and they lost the boat length.
Back to our leader, continuing to run a flawless race. That's Logan Adon and Giovanni Carpatella and the Motley Injury Attorneys
Do you
team.
see how tight he's running that boat now?
Yes, sir.
That thing is not leaving the water. It is level, nose down because he knows he's just got to keep it going. He's just got to keep it on 16.
What are the camera views like from inside? Because when those boats are so close together.
Oh, so we got rear views and side views, and it's a little deceiving sometimes until you get used to it, Eric, because they look closer than they are. The great thing is that you can, when they're really close, you can see their pickle fork. If I don't see their pickle fork physically, like not through a camera, I'm like, it's ours. We got it.
Okay.
Motley actually turned that lap 2 seconds faster.
And you know what, though? That goes to show you sometimes being smooth and clean is faster, right?
Yep.
High and loose and all over the place is slower.
Now a 16-second lead over the number 2 boat, Gladiator Canada.
And Canados killed them from turn 1 all the way back to here.
So, Motley, Gladiator, GC. And then Marine Technologies, TS Motorsports, back to Hancock Claims as they come through in Super V. Live coverage on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance broadcast booth, and also at Maximum Inflation's live stream here at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channel, as well as RTH.TV and Victory Plus. Todd Swafford along with Sean Torrente from Sean Torrente Racing.
There we go, same deal. See, GC's much better out of the harbor and through the harbor turn. But can they make it up down there? And see, that's also, no, because that's a little deceiving, Eric, because you can see us as they come by.
Yep.
I mean,
Off the camera.
GC's coming, but they're still probably 2 boat lengths back.
Yeah, the camera angles definitely sometimes sway you to look, think that they're a lot closer than they are.
GC's coming though, right there.
They are. No, they're moving. This is a carbon copy of last lap.
Yep. Now, did Grant learn enough to be able to get down to the end of this and keep the boat tightened up enough to keep it under control? So far, so good.
From the X Insurance Helicam, courtesy of Rick Lindsay.
By the way, people are going to say, why does Canados let him go on the inside down the straightaway? Because Canados wants to be 5, 6, 7 lanes out so that they can angle that turn 1 better. However, if GC pulls them like they are, that's a problem. And I think that GC's got them.
So the MTI has pulled in front of the Doug Wright. Here may have taken second place here.
And here's the thing. Now what GC's hoping for is a Montlick problem. That's just the reality of it, okay? They're 11, 12, 14. No, they're probably 16 seconds behind at this point. So they won't be able to make that up in 2 laps.
GC stays to the outside, tries to stay in some clean water. Will they dive through here?
No.
They'll try and stay outside.
They'll stay outside. They'll stay outside, see if they can run better down the backside here. So now GC's hoping for a problem for Montlick because they aren't going to make up 16 seconds in 2 laps. Okay, because I believe that's what we'll have left here, right? 2 laps?
2 laps left, yes.
I'm just curious if Irvin's going to make his dive to the inside that he likes to do.
Oh, he loves the inside.
Point-wise totals, it's crazy. Now, right now, GC moving to the second, puts them 2 points actually still behind the Gladiator. For second in the World Championship shapes. Although if Montlick goes down, the 2 of them all of a sudden are tied for first for the World Championship.
And then it goes by time.
And then we're going by time. So that's how much the second and third, there's 2 points are going to make a big difference there.
That's amazing. Dude, thanks for being here. That's great information.
I'm telling you.
I wish, can you be on my radio later today?
We have to listen to the live stream. Montlick Injury Attorneys comes through again, continuing to lead.
We're gonna get you a split. They're doing a great job. Boat looks good. They just got to keep it together.
Now GC has moved into second.
Now did GC close it? Last time it was 16 seconds to Canados. Let's see what they are coming by.
There's Grant Bruggeman and Willie Cabeza. About 16 seconds still.
Still about 16. So they're doing a good job. Considering the past, they've made up some time. So we'll see if they can reel it in at all.
GC in second.
And Taylor and Johnny have done a good job. They're coming on Canados now too.
Gladiator Canados in third, but as Joey Cook noted, they're fine in third to hold on to second place overall.
They are. 2 points still up on that GC Racing team. And then Montlick still holds the key for both those teams behind him.
TS Motorsports.
It's Montlick's unless there's an issue.
Unless there's an issue,
Unless there's an issue, then it all heck breaks loose.
TS Motorsports in fourth. There's race-winning brands holding second in the Super V class.
So that's what I'm saying. Now they're fighting back. Irvin's mad. Back underneath them. Looks like he closed it a little bit in the harbor turn. Now Canados is on the inside.
Battle for second and third here in factory 450Rs.
And remember, it's not about making the pass like you just said. It's time, right? So if something happens to Montlick and GC wins the race, But Canados is closer to GC than the opposite on Friday. They still win the championship.
Canados is 8 seconds up on GC after Friday's race.
And right now it's what, like about a 2-second split, Todd?
Yes, 2 seconds.
So that means Canados would win, correct?
Right,
At
correct.
this point.
At this point, if something happens to Montlick.
Correct.
There's Gladiator Canados, Michelle Carcente and Irving Grant. And the 38, Doug Wright. Carcente said he wanted to come back stateside and race. Of course, he resides in Italy, runs a big yacht brokerage company. So he wanted to come back and race in the United States in a class where everybody had the same boats, one design racing.
Correct. And you know, because it's great racing. We've seen these. This has been, I mean, before Nick and Ian went out, it was just an awesome race, right? Everybody's on top of each other. Friday we had 2-3 lead changes, and then you see the big swings in momentum, right? Even Canados, look, they're fighting back. They are not giving up.
No, they're racing as hard as you can race, even knowing that they're going to stay as close to those guys as they can. They've figured out the point situation. Of course,
that's not the water you want to be in, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He didn't lose any ground. They are going for it.
Yeah, that means
you see Irvin staying inside. Irvin's mad. Irvin don't like getting passed on the inside. He likes to be on the guy on the pin. I tell you that for sure. I know him. Irvin, and he also don't get mad very often, but you can tell he's pretty mad.
Gladiator can't. Oh, they got just a little flighty there. Settle back down. It's rough out there on that leg.
Give Troy Hannon credit for getting this boat back together after it rolled in Ocean City, too.
Roll is a nice
Supreme
way to
Marine.
put it.
Yeah.
Down the front straightaway at 110 mile an hour, took one, went upside down, landed on the motors, broke every single bolt, sheared every bolt off one of my brackets. Our bracket didn't fail, but every bolt did. And I've never seen that before.
Hank Saloon running back in 5th. Here comes our overall leader again, Montlick. They're turning laps at about 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
So we'll get a new split here. Are we white flag, you think?
This is white flag.
Yeah, this is white flag out to the last lap of the day.
So white flag.
They don't wave one, but
they don't give us one in offshore racing. That bothers me. In Formula One, I love when I see a white flag. Then I just got to do it one more time.
Definitely closing in on him, though.
Yep.
Now 11 seconds. That's 5
seconds,
seconds
so they picked
back.
up 5
I think
seconds,
Montlick turned the lap a little longer. Canados in 3rd, GC in 2nd. Montlick turned that lap probably about 2.5, 3 seconds longer. So
managing.
Exactly.
That's a veteran move. They're managing. They know they know the situation.
All classes out for their last lap here. Here comes race-winning Brands in 2nd.
Montlick out of the harbor turn clean. So that's the first checkpoint as the driver goes. That's the hardest part for the driver right there. Now, you made it through the harbor turn. You're clean. The driver now takes a sigh of relief because that's the trouble spot for him. Now it's all throttleman from here basically till you're done. Driver will have to put a little input in 1 just to get it rotated. And then once you get through that, you're like, come on, checker flag, just get there. You're just trying to get that last mile put behind you.
GC Racing off camera. We're looking at Hank Saloon. Still holding 11 seconds.
Get a split from GC to Canados, because remember, that's a fight for if something happens to Montlick.
Yeah, so Gladiator Canados 5 seconds behind.
So they're still winning, technically, correct?
Who's this?
Canados.
Canados is still in 2nd place overall.
Yeah,
Montlick's got the World Championships, and Canados is still ahead by 2 points for the 2nd place in the podium for the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, look at that sheet and see how far many seconds behind GC finished from Canados.
8 seconds.
8 seconds. So he's got to keep it within down to 5. It's what he's got it at now, I think.
Again, that's only if something happens to Montlick. Otherwise, then it's going to be the 2 points is
and
up
then it's
for.
still Canados is still second.
It doesn't matter because it's not going to come down to time no matter what.
Sean, how old were you with your first title?
14.
Wow, what class?
Mini Grand Prix.
Oh,
25 horse.
Oh,
Johnson
okay.
on a 12-foot
Oh,
tall.
big flyer there for Montlick, but they're settling down.
For a split second, he looked like he slowed down.
No, actually, that's Montlick. That's Hank Saloon
That's
in
Hank
front.
Saloon. He's about to lap
Oh, is that why? Okay,
Yeah.
I just got nervous. I was like, whoa, Montlick backed it way up. I see GC behind him. It's about a half a straightaway now. But Canados is still right there with him. Canados is pushing hard.
Montlick's going to lap Hanks.
Yep, he's going to give them the inside, and they move
Just
right
to
past
show you
him.
what a year difference. Last year in the last lap of the last corner, we were lapping what was Montlick last year, which was just Doug Wright. And now look, they're coming possibly to their first World Championship.
Montlick, Logan Adon, Giovanni Carpatella, 38 Doug Wright, poised to finish up a year in which they won the national championship with the world championship.
And I
here.
give Giovanni a hard time, but he is a massive upgrade in that boat compared to what they had before. He is a true professional. That guy's been around for a long time, and so for someone like Logan that's young and so talented to be with someone with that much experience, it's a great combination, and they're going to get their world championship if they just keep it running for about another half mile.
Here comes Montlick Injury Attorneys. They will finish up today's race and have a world championship here in Key
Here it
West
comes.
in
That's a
Factory
championship.
450R. Montlick Injury Attorneys.
Congrats to them. Great job. GC was second, but Canados is right there with them, so Canados will be second.
So GC Racing will take second, and 2 seconds behind Gladiator Canados.
So Gladiator second in the world championship, correct?
Correct. Yep.
V-Bottom world champion.
You're the world champ.
All right, Hancock Farnsworth claims V-Bottom Super V world champions.
Congratulations going out to
Anthony Smith and Elijah Kingery.
Yep, 42-foot fountain. Farnsworth, Hancock Lanes, your Super V world champions. All results are unofficial. Of course, all these boats have to be teched after the race, and they anything can happen. But as we've seen it unofficially, those are your winners here today. Here comes OC Racing. He'll finish second here in the World Championships today, second overall.
They're going to go get their checkered flag, well deserved.
And coming in, limping in on their final lap, but taking fourth overall is Taylor Sism, John Tomlinson, the matriarch of
their year.
450R racing. She led the way with her father Randy Sism, Marine Technologies, to build this class, and now it's just going.
This was their brainchild and their baby.
Absolutely.
And now we got a really competitive, great class. So
and
kudos
next
to them.
year you're going to move. There goes Cortez Cove, Fountain running. They'll finish in third overall in the World Championship. Then next year, Sean, you guys move into the 500 engines.
Yep, we're changing the name, I believe, to just Cortez go by. So next year, the class will be called just Factory Stock.
Factory Stock.
So we'll have Superstock and Factory Stock on the outboard class.
500 engines, at least for the first year, you'll be able to still use the lower units from the.
No, you'll be able to use them for as long as you want.
You will?
Yeah, so we're still allowed to use the 450 gear case or the 500 gear case. We haven't tested that yet, but the idea right now is that I think we're going to be running the 450 case in smooth water because it's a little smaller, a little faster, and then in the rough water we'll run the 500 case because it's stronger.
What about the midsections?
I don't know what they're doing with that, honestly. I don't know exactly Mercury's package because they have the prototype done, but we haven't seen it yet.
Gotcha.
Yep.
That was, you said you were talking, I was talking with Giovanni yesterday over in the pits, and we were both reminiscing about stories with Fabio Buzzi.
Oh, yeah?
Because he used to race with him. And
I told you Carpatello was old.
Yeah. I went over and saw Fabio in Italy, when I was at Powerboat in the 90s.
And we lost him last year to a boat accident.
Yes. 2 years ago.
Was it 2 years ago already?
Yeah, because
COVID has messed me up with timelines.
I did a follow-up with his daughter on the company, and they're still keeping it going.
Good.
What
No,
a
but
night. Oh, he
has
was
that
a night-
happened to any of you guys, though? COVID messes you up with timelines?
Of
Like,
course.
oh, that was only like a year or two ago. No, that was 7 years ago.
No, it happens all the time. Giovanni Carpentella, Logan Adon getting ready to take the checkered flag for the Montlick Injury Attorneys team. What a splash for this new sponsor of the Doug Wright team.
Yep.
And now the young man, Logan Adon, gets a world championship on top of a national championship in the Factory 450R class. And you talked about Giovanni Carpentella. He joined up with Darren Nicholson here in the United States in Pro Class 1, last year. And won a world championship for Class 1. Also won a Key West World Championship. Those guys coming back here to Key West to race that boat again looked good on Friday in the Mobile X 222 Offshore Walmart team. But
there comes the flag toss. Can he do it?
He got it.
He got it. And he didn't fall off the boat. Great job, Logan.
But Giovanni raced Class 1 against Victory Team,
Correct.
T-Bone Station.
Yep. And a bunch of XCAT in Class 3.
Tons of XCAT racing.
Yep.
He is just as you mentioned, he's a veteran across many different disciplines.
I give him a hard time, but he's really a great throttleman. And honestly, he's a professional. Like I said, he just, you know what I mean? It's someone that Logan can really, really learn from over time and understand how to race. You saw at that race, they actually were tightened up and running it conservative and were pulling away. That's really impressive.
Montlick Injury Attorneys, unofficially your world champion. Gladiator Canos will take second on the overall championship, unofficially based on speed. And GC Racing, who took second today,
You know,
would
the
be
other
on
thing I
third
love
on
is
the podium.
Carpatello is showing what a professional he is. He let Logan grab that flag. He let Logan get out on the boat and celebrate it because, you know what, that's as throttlemen, that's what we're here for these young guys, to teach them and show them and then let them enjoy that victory.
Joey.
The Gladiator won by points, not
They
speed.
did.
They by
did.
2 points. They had to have
For
Montlick
second.
for second. Yeah, for second. Montlick fell out. Then we were looking at speed because the two of them were going to be tied. But because they went second and third, there's a 2 point difference in there that ends up in the long run. So
to be clear, first world champion is Montlick.
Montlick with 299 points.
Second is Gladiator
with 270 points.
And third
is your GC Racing at 268 points.
So back-to-back years of podiums for both Gladiator Canados and GC Racing.
Yep, Gladiator moved up one spot. They went from third to second.
That's
so
right.
Next year's their year.
That's right.
and Giovanni has a serious chance of doubling up here today.
Oh no, they're the odds on in Class 1. I mean, that thing is hooked up. So
If he does,
I
it's
saw him the
2 years in a
first
row
lap
now.
yesterday. They went 11 seconds the first lap, and then he just managed after that. And
mean-
Billy's no one to you know what I mean? He gets it done, and that thing was gone.
Sean, I mean,
well, Billy and Mike both said either win or swim today.
I mean,
Oh yeah, that's normal Billy though, and
know-
he's a Billy goat. He can't even swim that great.
you know all about the reliability power of Mercury outboards, but that QC4V turbocharged engine, I mean, 222 hadn't splashed that boat in a year. I mean, it's on ice here in United States.
That's what's so crazy though. It's like feast or famine. You know, Billy after the race Friday, they put 2 new motors, 2 new transmissions in the boat, brand new, because they're like, we're putting new motors for Sunday because they got it like that. Mike's got it like that. They go out yesterday and break a brand new transmission in 2 minutes. And they had to put another one in this morning and go test it. So that's what's weird, right? And then you have 222, like you said, a year they don't touch it.
Yep.
They come over here, and that thing was hooked up.
It was
gone.
It was gone again. It has led every lap here in Key West. And what was a Pro Class 1 race, the best race we've seen, the deepest race we've seen in 2 years in Pro Class 1. Good look at the TS Motorsports team, Marine Technologies.
Not the week they wanted. They'll be
Nope.
honest with you and tell you that. That's not the week they wanted.
The Taylor Sism and the John Tomlinson. There'll be more races next year with the 500 engines. John Torrente, we expect.
I want one of those. I want one of those.
He wants one of
I need a helicopter license. Mama, I want a helicopter license.
the chopper.
She's rolling her eyes at
taking
me.
shots at us as they drive by. Sean, we expect we'll see you in a 450R boat again next year, but right now on your mind is Superstock racing later today. You're on the grid with 14 other boats to race here, the last race of the day.
Yeah, hopefully we got rid of our little mechanical issue on Friday, and we had a good boat. But you know what? We need to really step it up today and see what we got. Not only to try to win the race today, but also for the future to see which direction we're going to go with the boat and what other changes we might need to make. So today is kind of a win or swim thing for us, too. We're going to go as hard as we can go.
Dear to your heart, it's
It's the best class in offshore racing, Todd.
Absolutely.
Here from the SDR Performance booth.
Supercats are on the water.
So you're teaming up with Cocos and PBC today to take this one.
What do you mean?
You need that's what you need. You need
is that who I
Cocos and
need?
PBC to
Is
take
that
a
who
little
I
help.
need?
You need those.
Well,
guys.
Cocos will be there. PBC's been off this year.
Enough
But
said. Yeah, I mean,
Cocos
if not,
great.
you need enough said. Because if not, you're looking at your classes right there.
Yeah, you know.
Well, we gotta win, but we need
You've
help.
got to win.
Cocos.
You've got to win, and you've got to have
The Guardian,
Celsius. You have
the
to have
issue we had
Celsius
with
come
our
to third,
sensor killed us. We
and
would have been
everybody else
fourth.
I know,
up
but
the podium.
But Cocos is tough. They have that Porte running surface on it.
Well, you're right. That is tough. That's why they crashed Celsius the other day, because they couldn't turn it. Oh, my bad. I didn't say that out loud. No, they did a great job. That thing's fast.
You're always fun to have on the.
Thanks for having me.
Jean
I hope
Tourette.
everybody out there in live stream world, I know it's a crazy world and everybody complains, but we try to do our best. These guys do an awesome job every time, and they take a lot of time and effort to do this. So thank them and all the guys that put the live stream on behind the scenes. And also, you guys all look at the race, and man, we need to thank our safety crews. Those guys are out there, always got our back. Sean Steinert and his crew. Without them, we can't go home to our wives and our families, and so we really appreciate them.
100%. The men and women of the United States Coast Guard, FWC,
It's a small army to put this race on.
It absolutely is. We
So,
thank you all.
We appreciate all of them.
John,
Thanks for the statistician, by the way. You were awesome. I appreciate it.
That's
Thanks, Todd.
Joey J.W. Cook from Keys Weekly. You'll see his story.
Citizen.
Watch it. Citizen.
That's the one you can't throw on me there.
That's like,
Come on
that's
now.
like calling this the Porte Performance Booth. It's
Yeah,
completely
I mean,
wrong.
that was-
This is the SDR Performance Booth. Come on.
From Keys Citizen, Joey Cook, Sean Torrente, everybody. Big
Thanks,
round
guys.
of applause. And we'll be back with more here on the live stream right after this.
After a car wreck, it can feel like you're drowning in problems. It's hard to stay afloat. That's the time to full throttle your case and win. Call Montlick Injury Attorneys now at #WIN for your free consultation. That's #946.
But, same thing, same horsepower. We don't have any kind of limitations on heads or cams. We can do whatever we want to. So that's why we like bracket racing, is because we can build whatever motors we want to and have big power in there.
But with these guys, the magic is in the heads?
It's in the heads, man. These guys, they gave them the rule to open the heads up and do whatever they want to with them. And, anybody knows engines, your horsepower is made in your heads. The flow of the air and the fuel in and out. I mean, air compressors, as fast as you get air in, the faster you can get out. That's why, turbo engines are so awesome. They force all that air in and force it out, and they make them faster. So when these guys started working on these heads and these engines, it just changed the game. And then you saw these boats get faster.
The Supercat boats are out on their victory. Supercat boats, folks, are out on their
parade lap. Or sight lap, they call it.
So this is not racing. We were, I think, getting rejoined in midstream. I just got a note. So
lets them get their bearings.
Yeah, and they'll come back into the harbor. This is a parade lap. Back to that environment that these engines run in. We were talking about this is a very controlled environment, naturally aspirated engines, the Holly style carb, and
these guys are from Florida and as far away as Canada, Toronto, Canada.
That's
and so
right.
the jetting of these carbs, you get down here, you have to take the moisture readings, you take the barometric pressure, you take all the readings that's down here, and they have to rejet everything when they get here, and that's why we practice so much, is because they're having to reset these engines for this environment. And they've done a great job at it.
Yeah, the Dirty Money team taking some pages out of other motorsports, using a weather station on top of their trailer, taking that information, looking at it on a grid, and as you mentioned, rejetting their carbs based on what the weather is the morning of the race.
Carbs and timing, even this week, we came into town and we had a hurricane on top of us. So humidity was 1,000% humidity, 100 obviously, but you look at it like it's 1,000%. Then you come later in the week and it dries out and it's gone, and that was a different humidity today. And so rejet again. Every day is a different day with the humidity and the weather and all that stuff.
This
so
is
they have to
this
change
is
everything.
looking like it's going to be a rolling start coming out.
They're going to roll and start, these guys, today. Yes, sir.
Now
they handed out data loggers for the first time to these guys after the drivers' meeting today.
Today they did?
Yeah, I looked at the kit that Chris Grant had, and they just plug it in with a Deutsch connector.
I like it.
So
puts them all on the same level. The only difference they have really is the manufacturer, the engine manufacturer, and these heads.
Oh boy,
it comes down to that.
This is getting tight at 50 miles
coming around
an hour.
that turn down there, they didn't give themselves much room in the harbor. Now they're going to split out like Austin's moving inside here to give them some room, or they get watered up on the island over there.
Because they can come inside the green metal channel marker just at the start.
Yeah,
they can go on either side.
I hope that Coast Guard boat sitting in the middle of that knows they're coming through there, because he's right in the middle of the course there, right in front of us.
MCON, you're reigning world champion, you're reigning national champion. They're the 4-time national champion, but 2-time for the world championships.
Here we go.
Here we go.
They got the boats up and ready to go for a start, looking for a green flag and start to racing.
Someone's off
in
the pace.
Supercat play.
Get up there, boys.
We're still yellow flag.
We're not lined up, man.
They're gone.
They dropped the flag. I didn't think they were lined up very well.
No, they weren't. I almost feel like they forced them to it.
Yeah, they should restart that.
MCON jumps out to the early lead. Austin Holmes
right on his tail,
trailing. And in second, of course, you can move from your lane if you get 2 boat lengths in front. You don't have to maintain your lane through the first turn. We're heading to a 3-pin turn on the southwest side of this course in the lee of the island of Key West. 10 laps here, 4.48 miles for Supercat Racing.
Yeah, these guys got that sight lap going ahead of them. They got to look at Hell's Half Mile. I renamed it today out there between turn 1 and 2. That was some of the roughest water I've ever seen in 9 years of racing.
Hell's Half Mile. Huh?
Hell's Half Mile.
I like that one. That one might actually stick here.
That says a lot when
you
it's
might have just coined something
coming from you. I'll tell you that. Here, look at that. 3 wide into turn 1.
Nice.
And pinching down on the inside was the Austin Holmes team. It looked like, was that MCON or Graydell? No, that's Dirty Money.
That's Dirty Money.
No, on the outside.
It's on the outside.
And MCON in the middle. Austin Holmes was able to get through there cleanly and now has a straight line over to 2. And now to the outside and pushing Dirty Money to the outside is MCON.
Because just to there's Graydell on the inside in lane 1.
Yes, sir.
Which he loves that big water. This is Billy Moore. He'll throttle through anything, man.
I can't help but wonder if that start isn't going to get looked at, guys.
Yeah, that wasn't a very good one.
Second, place for Gradell on Friday.
Austin Holmes, they are getting out there. Good job, guys.
They want to get ahead of Dirty Money
Dang
here.
right. And
Gradell
MCon looks like
does.
they're pushing them a little bit over there. They're playing a little bit of a game with
Yeah,
them.
MCon's defending a little.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, Austin Holmes will have the lead as we head into Key West Harbor.
14 laps today, so.
Lap 1 of the Key West World Championships. Austin Holmes, Vinny Diorio, and Matt Jaminski. MCon right on the third. Dirty Money in third. Gradell in fourth.
CR fifth. Hancock sixth. WHM seventh.
Gradell's coming up the inside there, Dirty Money.
And Wicked in eighth.
I think coming out of turn 3 is going to set the order for a couple laps here.
So turn 3 is going to be critical here.
That was a great lap after a pretty rough start.
Austin Holmes holding that
And
inside
he is
lane.
getting down. Look at that. Out
New
of limits
Sterling
go.
Motors for this race.
Wow.
And then we look at the side-by-side battle of Austin
race one
Holmes
of,
and MCon now.
Race 1 of the Myrick Coyle Marathon.
That's right.
3 straight races this afternoon.
Yeah, he'll race Pro Class 1 next, Superstock at the end of the day. And Gradell has pulled on Dirty Money, but here's the acceleration of Dirty Money out of the turns.
See how flat they are running across there, how that
Yeah.
thing is weighted and trimmed? It's not sitting back at all. It's perfectly level in the water.
Well,
Huge
but-
advantage. It's letting those tunnels lift that boat how it wants to, and it's
Vinny's
lifting it evenly.
Vinny's not letting go of this lane. He and Matt are doing a good job of holding this.
Austin Holmes, MCon, deck to deck, first and second in Supercat class.
MCon's trying to go
It's that
around
Trump
him.
sticker in the front winning that. Let's go, baby.
The 60-point difference is all it is between the top 5 boats right now. I mean, we are battling tight, and actually Austin Holmes is in control of the championship right now by 2 points for the world title run.
In their current spot, Austin Holmes, they were leading at the end of the lap. Now pulling in front is MCon. They'll
Give
take
him
a
the-
little bit of a wider line, but now dive in
Dove on that second one.
and force Austin Holmes straight to the pin.
CR Racing's down in the middle.
You know,
it
that
looks
turn
like.
was supposed to be really long with 3 buoys out there, but that wind moved them around today, and it got wadded up pretty good.
It
It
is
was
CR
pretty sharp.
Racing
We
for
came around
sure.
it.
Awesome start to this race is Austin Holmes.
Yeah, CR Racing is down.
Vinny's controlling the inside line of this thing for sure in that Austin Holmes boat.
Taking
They're
a
doing
look
good
at
job.
the transom of MCon, though, as MCon pulls and now moves into the lead. So we watch the boats now head towards turn number 2 back into the harbor.
And Dirty Money and Gradell are right there on their hip. There they are.
Oh,
There's
there, yes,
Gradell.
sir.
That's Dirty Money right there, and there's Gradell. Nice and tight.
It's our first full lap. The first lap is about a 3/4 lap at the start. And we're going to be dealing with a lot of glare as we get into this part of the day. We're just looking right into the sun until these boats get into the harbor. So a battle with MCon in the lead. We'll see what their split is. CR Racing out. Back to the lead boats, please. As
MCon.
Yep. Austin Holmes, 4 seconds off the pace. Dirty Money and Gradell. So MCon now in the lead.
Only thing on their mind right now at this point, those top 4 boats, is do not make a mistake. Any small, tiny mistake or big hop, we can put the other guy right in front of you in 2 seconds.
Nice run for Hancock Flames in the MTI.
Hancock put in new engines yesterday, so both those motors are brand new in that boat.
Team Farnsworth in 5th, WHM in 6th after a podium on Friday. They turned that lap a little over 90 miles an hour.
That move by MCon puts Dirty Money back in that world championship lead.
Wicked. The Muller pairing.
Where did Austin Holmes finish Friday?
5th. Excuse me, 5th.
5th, he spun out, and then they pulled off early. Yeah.
Good look at.
Nasty spin in turn 2.
Look at that 388 skater run. Sterling Power, Tyler Miller.
Austin and Dirty Money are side by side right now.
Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle.
Second, third. Dirty Money just passed him for second place out there.
MCon calls
there you
her
go,
Holmes.
right there.
Bill Pyburn, Britt Lilly going around Austin Holmes.
Bill Pyburn now in second. From this angle, they certainly look like they pulled ahead. This boat has shown great speed and has been in a battle all year long with Imcon for the top of the podium. Snakebit early in the year, ran out of gas in Marathon, had a hatch blow off in Ocean City, leading both of those races.
Yeah, their floor hatch came open inside and was just spraying water in them at 100+ miles an hour.
And then on Friday, MCon shot a bunch of parts through the side of the block on one of their engines. So they replaced them both.
Great shot from the X-Insurance Helicam of Imcon.
There was a lot of work going down in the pits on Saturday over there. I mean, we spent 8 hours on our boat trying to get it back in.
I will, as we again go back up on top and look at Dirty Money.
Don't think for a second MCon doesn't know they're coming.
No doubt. It's been quite a battle all year long.
They don't have to beat them today, though. Dirty Money just has to finish second because MCon's,
yeah, but when you went and talked to Bill Pyburn, and he's like, nope, we're in it.
Second's not good enough.
Second's not good enough.
That could doom them, though, too. If a breakdown by them, they could put them in MCon's situation, though.
He said we're going to, because I asked him, I said, do you think MCon's going to do to you what Pro Floors tried to do to MCon 2 years ago when MCon just had to coast and Myrick's yelling at Tyler, we don't have to beat them.
Yes, exactly.
Now here comes your leader, Imcon, after lap number 3. Turning that lap in 2:55. Here comes Dirty Money, about 4 seconds off the pace. Then it's Gradell in third. They moved around Austin Holmes. Now in fourth, Austin Holmes.
I told Chad in our boat today, too, we got into second place, and I said, just to stay here, even if we get first place, we're still going to be second, so there's no reason to beat the boat up. The very next lap, we hit a massive hole out there by turn 1 and 2 and broke an oil cooler off our engine and dumped all the oil out of it. So
WHM up to 5th.
Yep. Gotten around Hancock Claims. You'll see them on the screen. There they are. To 6th. Former Broadco boat, 2014 World Championship in that MTI for Grant Bruggeman and Chuck Broaddus. Over ahead on Vinny Diorio and Matt Jaminski, the lone outer limits
They've slowed.
in the field.
It looks like they slowed, didn't it?
It did in that turn, unless they're just cutting it tight. No, they're full power coming out there.
They are.
That's a big rooster tail. They must have came inside on that turn and slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, Imcon turning these laps at just about 2 minutes, 55 seconds.
That's about 10 seconds slower than the other day, and that was a 2:42 pretty consistently.
Yeah, Pro Class 1 was definitely 2:42, and I think they were pretty comparative in speed.
Well, the thing is, we still have 10 laps to go.
You know, back to the 388 skater thing and talking to Bill Pyburn, he said one of the reasons why he's able to fly that boat so level, he said he has more time in a 388 than most anybody. He said by the time he was done with his first 388 pleasure boat, and he had the first one, he had about 1,000 hours in it, you know. And you talked about the attitude of that boat, and it flies, you know, so level, so straight, and has great acceleration. Yeah, they put together quite a program under the ownership of Bo and Tiffany Renfro. Dirty Money.
Now this is Gradell, but is there something wrong with the left sponson? Look at the front, Billy. Or is that just shadows?
Could be just shadow. Another 388 skater. That's the dominant boat here in Supercat racing.
It's either shadow or he's missing some glass off the top of that thing.
Yeah, the majority of these boats are 388 skaters, and there's also Billy Moss, 40-foot skater.
And he's building a new one.
Yep. And we're looking at our lead boats as they come back into the harbor, and we're right at the 238 point. Back to the X-Insurance Helicam as we got a quick shot of Gradell and now forward to Dirty Money as they spin that gimbal, Rick Lindsay's helicopter. And back to our leader, Imcon, 257. The lead down to 3 seconds over Dirty Money. Here comes Gradell. Billy Moore, Chris Grant from Canada. And then Austin Holmes, they're back up running at speed.
Yep.
In fourth. Austin Holmes. What a day for the 40-foot outer limits. Had the early lead. And Dirty Money continues to make up ground. course, protecting their line is Imcon. WHO Motorsports into 5th now. 6 boats remaining on the top grid within 30 seconds of the lead.
Looks like Hancock's gaining some speed.
Yep. Anthony's getting more comfortable.
Yeah, that thing's settling in.
So Imcon able to pull a little speed in that turn. They move their lead to 5 seconds coming out of Key West Harbor over Dirty Money. We'll check that interval when they get back into the harbor.
Well, this is where it gets interesting, is how hard does Dirty Money push to overtake? Because catching up to him, one thing.
It doesn't, I mean, again, at this point.
He better keep pushing because Graydell's coming right on his butt.
Yep.
But Graydell's sitting in 2nd place in the world title chase right
They're
now.
not laying
that's
off.
at 1-2. So,
Well,
I mean, really, that's MCon's in his own race right there. He's got 3rd place wrapped up. MCon's kind of doing his own thing out there. The race between is, like you said, between Graydell and the Dirty Money team.
And the one thing that Dirty Money cannot do is have a hiccup and let Graydell get by them.
That's right.
That would ruin him.
There goes the motion of Chase Muller, Jax Muller, Jay's boys in the wicket. Yeah, that ultimately is where Dirty Money can't lose sight.
Right. Yeah, you got to be. Yeah, don't push it too hard. You don't have to beat MCon. You just have to beat Graydell.
They're gaining on him too out there.
Oh, they are gaining
they're
on them.
creeping up.
But a spin out of, even if you rarely get back up on plane, could be detrimental to you.
Yeah, the harder you push, the more mistakes are available for you.
Yeah, Chris and Billy could make that boat wide if they need to.
Yeah,
If they get ahead of them.
Tyler's got his foot on that throttle right now, holding it all the way down.
Look, Dirty Money has definitely gained ground on that outside leg.
Wow.
Where's the rest of his
they
power?
were down 5 seconds when they were coming out of turn 3.
Yeah, cut inside right here and then come down to front
you
stretch.
can imagine that Imcon's gonna push them around at this point.
Look at that separation when they're jumping. That water's still big out there. That's a 10, 20-foot gap between the rooster tails when they jump out of the water. So getting around that turn is the most important part now. It's full throttle all the way down.
Imcon. There's unfortunately
Bad day for Rob and Casey,
CR
man.
Racing. Imcon, Dirty Money, Graydell, 1, 2, 3. Dirty Money just 2 seconds, less than 2 seconds behind.
Now Myrick and Tyler, they know they're on the outside. They're going to protect the inside turn and push on those guys a little bit and get them to go wide here. See, they moved over and pushed them all the way out. That buoy right there is the very outside of the course, and so MCon knows they're there. They're pushing. That's a strategy move right there.
There goes Austin Holmes. Continuing to hold on to 4.
They're going to get them wide and have them scrub some speed off.
Yep.
And then cut it in on them. That's exactly what just happened right there.
So Dirty Money.
Well, where are they going?
They better
get out of
decide
that.
where
Not
they're
good
going
in
to
that
go.
rooster tail.
They're going to lose a lot of ground.
All
there.
that whitewash water. Yep. Props can't grab. Now he's outside of it.
Again, Imcon running that defensive line.
They gained some ground on him on that turn. But man, that Dirty Money is fast. I don't know if it's a paint job or what. It just looks fast. MCon is doing their thing out there, staying out front, protecting that lead.
Good shot overhead of our Supercat Racing.
I bet you put your clock on that Graydell boat and they're gaining on those guys.
Yeah.
That gap's not as big as it was the last lap.
Chris and Billy become the beneficiary of that battle ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
Dirty Money trailing Imcon. This is the lead.
Yeah,
the
they're like
battle between first and second.
Like you said yesterday, Eric Colby, they're just back there like sharks, waiting to feast once they make a mistake in front of them. But I don't know if those guys, either one of Imcon or Dirty Money, are going to make a mistake. Those guys are so good, Myrick and Tyler and Britt and Bill. I mean, those are world-class drivers and throttlemen in those boats right there.
Well, but you're also dealing with a lot of force. You're talking about the roughness of the water, the G-forces these boats are going through, and you hit wrong, anything could happen here. And
they're turning over.
WHM is in the middle of the course.
At the same time, you don't want to play it safe.
That's right.
You know, you want to keep that program humming.
Only person in this race right now that laid back are the ones that aren't racing anymore.
And here comes the battle back into the harbor between Imcon and Dirty Money.
Side by side.
And again.
And they close that gap on that long stretch out.
They do on that long stretch. Dirty Money's making their gains on the rough part of the course. But now it's so tough to get around a boat that's got speed common to yours or like yours, like it is here, and they're pushing them to the outside, taking that advantage into the harbor.
He's pulling on him right there a little bit on that straightaway. MCON's got that power. They're losing some weight, and they're getting faster. You know, props are going to come into play here. And again, he's going to push these guys just like he's doing right now.
Gradell is only 3 seconds off Dirty Money's transom.
We'll just call that 1 second between MCON and Dirty Money, Todd. Don't even put your clock on it.
I couldn't even push the button quick enough.
I don't think your thumb is that fast.
Oh, dear. WHM with the hatch up. Yep, tough day. And
Austin Holmes still running.
Yep, 4th place after 6 laps of 11. Correct myself from earlier. It's 11 laps, 4.48 miles.
I don't know if I've ever seen Austin Holmes look so good.
Todd, I think it's 14.
Is it 14?
Yes.
Yes. I might be the one that's 78.
What are we halfway through right now, lap 7?
Yeah.
We're just about the halfway point.
We're almost at the halfway point, so there's a lot of race.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Yeah, so this,
there's a lot of race
Look at
left.
the gap here. It went from 1 second to 4 seconds. I mean,
Yeah, they're making a
just
lot
like
of
that.
Yeah, they're making up a lot in that harbor.
I'm telling you,
turn.
they're pushing them on this turn down here in the harbor, and they're cutting in on them. That's the biggest strategy you can use in a turn is just push them out and then dive in.
Well, meanwhile, turn 1, you see Dirty Money make up a lot of time out there, and the half mile from hell, as you call it, they're getting a lot better out there.
Hell's half mile, yeah.
Hell's half mile right there. They're getting a lot better out there. So in different parts of the course, each boat is taking their advantage.
Gradell, 8 seconds off the transom of Dirty Money.
And
Britt Lilly out turn 1.
Britt Lilly knows that pushing trick. He's been doing it in Mod V all these years. You know, that's the name of the game in V-holes. You push, 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 and you can cut those things so hard. And so if MCON does it, he's right there with them. He knows what they're going to do.
Well, now it's going to be who propped for the late part of the race when they burn off fuel.
Yeah, they're losing 200 pounds of weight here. They're going to get faster and faster. And lighter too in that big water.
Yep.
They're going to be flying more, and you're going to start seeing them either
Little window of opportunity here for Dirty Money.
Yep.
On the inside. This is where they've made their gains.
This back stretch has been.
Well, they're on the inside now. They were on the outside before.
They've got to get around MCON at this point. Otherwise, MCON's going to push them into that pin.
That lost a half a boat right there. Another half a boat. See how it's dropping him back from those guys, and when he jumps, then you got to keep those props in the water. Every time they fly, it's losing footage.
You go up.
He took the turn.
You go up, you don't go forward.
He's got the inside line, and he's got the bow around. Now into the harbor.
Oh, this will be a drag race coming by
now
here.
let's see if Britt pushes Myrick out.
Put your stopwatch down, Todd. You don't even need it.
Like you said, I don't have time to push buttons, man. I can only click the interval of.
They got the molar traffic that will come up on them too in the turn down here.
Great shot from the X Insurance Helicam on our live stream.
I hope Wicked goes wide on this and lets these guys have this turn.
Just a nose ahead, Dirty Money, but into the turn. This is going to be dicey.
Oh boy. With Wicked right there too.
So traffic in front of these 2 lead boats.
Wicked's going wide and staying out of their way.
That's way to go, Muller boys. Raise proper. The Dirty Money.
Watch MCON come across and drive underneath. Myrick's going to dive right under these guys if they give him any room. And they're not
going to have to shut the door.
Yeah, they didn't leave an inch.
Did not leave an inch. MCON has to stay to the outside. And excellent driving by Britt Lilly.
100%. Yeah, they scrubbed that bag. Looks like one rooster tail coming out. There's Austin Holmes.
And all of that, we lost Gradell for just a second, but they're still in third. Here comes Dirty Money, and they now hold a 3-second lead over MCON.
6 laps left, right, Eric?
Yes. We're on lap 8.
So MCON in second, Gradell in third.
They're still gaining too. Gradell's getting faster.
Gradell is knocked about a second and a half off in third place, but now trailing MCON. Supercat Racing here, the Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. You're listening to the Race World Offshore live stream presented by Maximum Inflation, prioritizing safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. A commitment to excellence ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum inflation. From the port tape.
I'd like to take the hats off to the guys rigging these boats and these engine builders, man. These guys are taking maximum abuse out there today, and they are just still running as hard as they even started. It's crazy what these machines can go through at these speeds in water that's that big and still keep running.
There's your leader, Dirty Money, Bill Pyburn, and Britt Lilly, 388 skater with Goodwin Performance Power. Welcome to Supercat Racing, Todd Goodwin.
I don't think the guys in the pits get mentioned enough. Hard working all day, Saturday, day and night, doing these engine changes in these boats. I mean, you're dropping out 2 engines, putting new ones in there, re-rigging basically overnight, 24 hours. What an amazing job that they do over there.
So, looks like Graydell is pulled on second. These are the top 3 boats coming back into Key West Harbor, and now a pretty commanding lead for Dirty Money as they head back in, lap number 8. Dirty Money.
There's Graydell.
Yep. 6-second lead over MCon.
But only like 8 over Graydell now.
Yep,
right?
only a couple of seconds.
So let's see if Graydell.
They're losing weight and they're getting faster. They
goes
got a good
after
setup.
MCon here.
They got that end of the race, that last 5 lap setup.
Well, Billy learned from a pretty good one.
He sure did.
As Wicked passes through, continuing to run here today. They're back at 5th. Farnsworth, they're running in
Where's
4th.
Austin Holmes?
They're in
They
4th.
came away. They came back around
They
a
were in
while
4th.
back. Yeah.
Are they still 4th?
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
still.
they're
Oh,
off
here
the
they are.
Oh,
So Wicked's off. Yeah.
The Wicked's off of that. Down on that. We saw them on turn 3 there. Went outside for the leaders there. They went down a lap.
Yeah, so Austin Holmes is 4th.
And really, the point chase. Even if MCon falls to 3rd, they're still going to be 1 point ahead of Austin Holmes for the podium for the World Title chase. So
yeah,
it's really kind of standard at this point. These guys are going to be smarter, not harder racing right at this point. Now, easier said than done, but that's what's supposed to be happening right now in the cockpits.
Dirty Money continuing to lead. We saw Graydell take a second off their trailing position in 3rd, and Imcon coming out of the last turn in the harbor. As again, we look above from the X Insurance Helicam. Dirty Money, talk about a team, a deep team there from many different members of different platforms of racing. Bill Pyburn trying to gain as much technology and knowledge to put together this program they have with Todd Goodwin.
Yeah, 2 years in, I'd say they're doing pretty good. And looking out there on between turn 1 and 2, MCon's they're creeping up on Dirty Money. They've closed a huge gap on those guys. Or no, I'm sorry, that's not. That's MCon and Graydell right there creeping up on them.
Yeah, Graydell continuing to stalk.
Can't see in this glare. See how he's so far inside there?
Yep. Graydell's, what a race for them. They've been talking about.
That's the race right there, MCon and Graydell right now. Dirty Money's checked out. Pending attrition, which could happen at any second, or a mistake.
Well, the Renfro's, nice little skip there by Dirty Money, settles back down, and we'll head in front of the fans here at the Truman Annex, the X Insurance VIP area, and all of the other spectating areas here. As Dirty Money comes through, continuing to lead after lap number 9. And 12 seconds ahead of Imcon. Imcon's problem is Graydell, as you see them in 3rd, and they continue to stalk.
Graydell was inside, or on the outside coming out of that turn, and then MCon shut them down, so they moved on the inside now.
It might be
interesting right here in this turn 3 with how they come out of the harbor.
Yeah, let's keep on this one.
See if Myrick shuts the door on him on that pin. He's got plenty of room to do it too, according to the rules now. In the harbor, that's the shot.
Graydell, and
there we go. Nice turn.
Now does Billy come back under? Do they
he's going to dive in. He's going to dive in.
Yeah.
Left him that bag's going to get in there.
Let's see how that plays out coming back towards turn 1. So out in front of the fans, this near Sunset Key. We'll keep an eye on it here
game on in there.
visually as Austin Holmes and Wicked come through. Imcon pulled some speed in that turn. Added a couple of seconds to his lead. Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle in Imcon,
they
part of
pulled
the
them.
Monster Energy team, racing later on in Pro Class 1 in their 438 skater. Over top of Imcon, the iconic race team that has dominated Supercat racing since 2021. 4 national championships, came one $5 part away from winning yet another world championship in 21. That opened the door for John Tomlinson and Lauren Leibel and Canada Holmes. It's been all 388 skaters since 2021. And right now, all top 3 votes are 388 skaters.
Canada Holmes is now CR Racing.
That's correct.
Which started out as Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's.
That's correct, too.
Hancock Claims. Happy to see the Farnsworth team getting a good run out there. Put a ton of time and effort into both the Supercat and Super V racing this year.
Condolences to Wynn on the passing of his dad.
Oh, dear. Sorry to hear that. To the committed offshore powerboat race group, Farnsworth, Hancock Claims.
Turn 2.
Anthony Smith is very capable throttleman in both those boats. Veteran.
He did throttle AMH.
He sure did. That was a great boat. That's the boat that Billy Moore and Chris Grant are in right now.
But this is the boat everyone's trying to catch.
Turn that lap, 2 minutes, 55 seconds, the fastest lap of the day.
And they're not. Wow.
Here comes Imcon. Now trailing by 13 seconds. And where's Great L? Where's Great L? They were just 5 seconds off, and they have not come into our picture.
I don't see them.
Oh, man.
They came around the turn. Well, they came around turn 1 with them.
Graydell is down.
Look, yeah, they're out there. I see them between turn 1 and 2, just to the left of the start boat.
Off camera, we're looking down into the harbor. Graydell is off plane.
That's too bad.
That explains that distance they pulled on them here coming out of the harbor on that last lap. Attrition. I'm telling you, it's a rough race out there. Anything that survives this is.
And we still got 4 laps to go.
We still
got
do.
Some magic on it.
Billy, I really thought Friday, Eric, 80% of the boats finished?
Yeah.
I really, honestly, that extra day I think really helped everybody put everything into their boats, pour all the time, energy, and effort, and it showed in the number of boats that finished in each class.
Yeah, you know, if we would have started on Wednesday and then did Friday with the water we had out here, there may not be anybody racing today.
You're right. Austin Holmes
up to 3rd.
Now up to 3rd place. Vinny DiOrio and
Raydell's on your
Matt
screen now. They're
Jaminski.
limping back. They're coming in from turn 1 out there.
It looks like Billy's trying to get it.
Yeah, they're under power, but it's not enough.
Right.
Back on to the Imcon team, the Superstock world champion. After
I'm looking forward to this Pro Class 1 stuff coming up.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
This is the water that those boats love, those big 50s.
Yeah, well, what about those Superstock guys at the end? 14 boats.
That's going to be
and-
rowdy.
Yeah. They got top 6 boats in the grid, easy, could all win the championship, and don't count out Ray Marine. I mean, they were running great the other day.
If you
Shift
turn off
actuator.
If you turn off your live stream or go home from this race before those guys come out, you might as well just quit watching
Well, that's what
racing
it's all
altogether.
about. That's why they put them at the end, right? To highlight it all.
Yeah, this would be so amazing. All of them coming back, all 14. They fixed the guys that rolled over, too.
Farnsworth now in 4th. Hancock Claims
running 4th.
And Austin Holmes, because the Great L. Oh, no, Great L's still hanging on. No, they're not anymore. They have officially fallen out of the World Championship chase because of that breakdown or whatever part it might be.
Yeah, they're coming through the middle under power. It looks like one motor. There's Dirty Money again.
added a half mile an hour, shaved a half second off that lap. So they're getting a little faster. And
You know, the 14 laps, the 4 extra laps today, you wonder if that, well, it does obviously the war of attrition, you know, and it makes a difference in the long run.
Speaking of that, you know, if we would have had only 6 laps today, we would have finished. We broke that oil cooler off and dumped all the oil out right there at the end of lap 6. So we could have finished. We had 8. We didn't finish 2 of them, but you know, I think we.
You're still second in the world
Still
championship.
second. That's good
You're
considering
still-
what we've been through this week.
Well, when you talk about being in a groove and just not wanting to get out of it, and you just feel. Graydale did that in Cocoa Beach a couple years ago when they got their first win.
That's right.
Billy was like, Chris was happy, I was comfortable. I didn't want to change anything.
Boat's happy.
Yeah. And that's what you're seeing now with Dirty Money.
I don't know how these guys do it in their boats, but we always keep our mics keyed up in that boat. I can hear those engines through my headset and my helmet, so I can hear what's going on. And any little ting or ding or miss, you can hear that stuff immediately coming through your helmet because you're keyed in.
Here's the crazy part for the Grade L team right now. As they limp back in, the Wicked boat goes around and completes this lap. It'll drop Grade L off the podium for the World Championship.
Oh, well, and they're probably going to do it, too.
And they're probably going to do it. So Wicked will
Sterlings
end up
in that boat?
will end up throwing Grade L off the podium for the World Championship because they just got around the course enough.
They're moving pretty quick through here, too. Grade L.
So Grade L, real good, just super good sports, very competitive. In the national championship the last couple of years.
Now, will Austin Holmes get on the podium?
Austin Holmes is officially on the podium. As soon as Wicked comes by Grade L here again. Grade L just marked this lap. I mean, well, they didn't do a full lap, but as soon as Wicked goes past that spot where Grade L is and officially takes that spot from them, then Austin Holmes will pump onto it. But we got to wait. Wicked's got to get past that far still. They're still a lap down, and Grade L was ahead of them. So we still have to wait for Wicked to get that certain mark tracked out.
Here comes Dirty Money continuing to lead. We're down to 3 laps to go after this one. This is Wicked coming through first, but Dirty Money should be soon to follow.
And Wicked's officially done that distance now to move into 5th place officially, which puts Austin Holmes onto the podium and drops Grade L off the podium for the
And that
World
boat
Championship.
sounds great running through here. I don't project any issues with that.
Here comes Dirty Money. Nope, sorry, Hancock Lanes. Now Dirty Money.
There's Dirty Money coming out of 2.
But Wicked did not pass Hancock Claims. Hancock Claims
No,
is still running.
Yeah.
Still running
Absolutely.
fourth.
No, I'm just talking about Grade L.
Continuing hold, 2-minute 55-second lap speed. Dirty Money, Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly. 388 Skater, Goodwin Racing Engines. MCon running in second, now back to more than 20 seconds in second place.
So then who's second on the podium?
What's that?
So who would be in second in points right now?
MCon would be second
okay.
in points right now by 3 points over Austin Holmes, which is third.
And now MCon's they're going to settle in right here, stay right where they're at. There's nobody behind them. I doubt they're going to try to chase down Britt and Bill and the Dirty Money boat. They're just going to settle in and just keep it running and finish this race.
If finish right now, you get your second place after the tough day on Friday to come
losing
back
a
and
motor.
still end up on the podium. Hey, that's not a bad week of racing there in the long run.
And when you say losing a motor, that thing came apart.
Being kind about it.
Yeah.
Getting a good look at Farnsworth Hancock Claims and then Dirty Money. This is very similar to the Sarasota race where MCon and Dirty Money battled a little bit, and then Dirty Money pulled away and turned into a boat race after that.
These guys, what are they running today? 76 miles? Is that what it was? Something like that?
14 times 4.48.
Yeah, a lot of miles at 7,000 RPMs.
Yeah.
Right.
And then flying through the sky.
76,
You know,
you're right.
you miss the throttle once. I mean, it's amazing. 7,000. Go get in your car in your driveway, put it on the floorboard for an hour, and see how the thing lasts. You know, when you're done. It's pretty wild that these things can run like that.
Dirty Money, your overall leader here in Supercat class, coming up next as we look at.
So with Grade L going down, that puts them in third place, correct?
For the World Championship chase, they are in third place. 3 points back of the MCon squad.
Yeah, Austin Holmes, the lone outer limits hull out here, and catamaran, known for their V-bottoms. So you look on the outside lane, the outside high siding a little bit there, settling down. One of the boats that is heading in towards 2.
And the outer limits was actually derived, if you remember, from a 39. Pretty sure it was a platinum.
And Vinny Diorio's run this boat in the Supercat now for several years. He's changed his engine package around now with the Sterling this year. Today early, a very successful run for him.
Yep, he tried the 860s from Mercury. Didn't work out. Tried a couple different packages, I think a couple Scorpions.
Hancock claims the MTI. Dirty money on the inside. Not giving him any ground. Watch them go into the turn.
They're getting lapped basically right now.
At this point, the only boats on the lead lap are Austin Holmes and MCon. That's how fast Dirty Money is going so far today.
You're talking about all the 388s that Bill Pimer's owned. One of those boats, Pure Platinum, is now in Weatherford, Texas, where I live. Ross and Mackenzie Ramsey own that boat now. It's in Texas. It's about 3 miles from my house. We get to see it all the time on our home lake out there. It's a beautiful boat.
Checkered flags could be coming through right here.
And there's a certain feeling of appropriateness with that number 3 on there. A little bit of an intimidator factor going on here.
The Dirty Money heading back out of the harbor. We're looking at one of the Supercat boats on the far side of the course. There's Dirty Money from the X Insurance Helicam. See how well that boat handles, how it rides. Flat on the water. Perfect amount of wetted surface. Beautiful CG. As you start getting into the bump, you get past Fort Zachary Taylor into the more exposed water. Wind continues to blow off of the ocean east-southeast at about 17 to 20 miles an hour. It's not gusting. It's been holding right there at the 20, 17-mile mark all day long. You're going to see a little bit of an incoming tide coming up as the day progresses. By the time the Superstock boats come, it may be rolling a little bit, and you might see the waves stand up a little bit, although the tide's been pretty slack the last couple of days. Austin Holmes through in third. The tide has not been running as strong. You have to wonder if that big storm that's just slowly churning out in the Gulf might be pulling some of the water out of the Gulf, and normally we have really strong outgoing tides here in Key West. Certainly didn't notice it on Friday that much. We'll see how it is today.
Looks like it's laying down a little bit out there. That's
yeah,
turn
it doesn't.
two right
the
there.
water's not. You can see it's pretty slack right now at all. Dirty Money back into Key West Harbor. Beautiful shot. The fans watching at Fort Zachary Taylor as they head northbound into the harbor. It's a fast run here. You come down in front of the mole where we're broadcasting from, in front of the fans, and then it's about a 10-degree turn. You direct
There's
the
the
boat.
checkered flag.
That was the checker. That's it.
That's the checkered flag for Dirty Money.
Yeah, they may have called this race a couple of laps short because of the length of the day going on right now. Dirty Money.
It's 14. I got 14 laps. It was 14.
Was it 14?
Yeah.
Yep. Dirty Money will take the win here today. Dirty Money with the World Championship here in Key West, winning on both days of racing, on Friday and on Sunday. All subject to scrutinizing from Race World Offshore's technical team. MCon will take second place. Will end up on the podium unofficially in second. But their string of World Championship wins will stop at 2.
We'll see if they take a look at anything from the start, too.
Yeah, that was a rough start.
I'm not sure. Yeah, honestly, it was definitely rough. Kind of thought they might pull it off, but
I mean, hey, if you're in the back on a start, you've got the opportunity to get up there where you're supposed to be. You know what I mean? No one was past the pace boat in the front of the line. It's these guys were lagging back. So at the same time, is it a bad start from the officials, or is just the guys just weren't in position?
And you're doing that parade lap too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Come
It's
off
not,
rolling
right,
start.
You're not coming out of a mole, and you're not yet. So
well,
and you're coming off one of the craziest pin
Turn
turns.
three
It's not
is
like
tight.
it's not like you got a 3-pin turn out there. You got a 1-pin turn down here. You got to go, hey guys, make this hairpin turn,
Yeah.
and then just roll right out and make it be in the straight line.
Yeah, and the guys on the inside of that turn slow way down, so they're trying to catch back up.
Right,
you know?
and then for the first time trying to do that, you got to get used to doing that. You get kind of accustomed to be able to, the Blue Angels go out and practice. They don't get to go run that right away the first time. It takes formation.
So we'll see Dirty Money get their checkered flag. Impressive week for them, and they've accomplished what they came here to do. Whatever kinks that they had in the system, they worked them out during the year and finished strong and come to Key West and win both races here in the Supercat field.
Neither day did they have a great lane. They were in the outer half
and right
of
in the
the
middle
fleet
today,
the whole time.
In the middle's the worst place to be honest with you. You got guys squeezing on you from left and from right, and you're trying to keep your spot.
All right, Austin Holmes in third.
What a great start for them today.
That's a podium for Austin Holmes there.
Very impressive. They're in third, huh? Unofficially.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're going to see how this starts because they were part of that early start. If you want to, talk about that start, they were definitely out there with MCON early on. But, MCON finishes second on the podium for the World Championship chase with 239 points. And at 236 points is Austin Holmes. 216 is that CJ Grant Racing Squad. The Graydell finishes fourth with, they were in place for that podium if it doesn't have that breakdown, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what happened out there with those guys. And, they had the motors apart in that boat the other day, too. I think they actually put 2 new ones in it on Thursday.
And Billy's going to jump out and go right in and get in the Class 1 boat with Mike Falco.
Billy, and there they are taking their checker flag.
Myrick and Tyler. Be a bunch of guys swapping boats here for this Pro Class 1.
Dirty Money.
And here's Hancock Claims.
And for Vinny Diorio, another podium finish at the World Championships 2 years ago.
And all the folks from Austin Holmes are here.
His rolling transport team ended up there.
Good job by Hancock Farnsworth Claims getting the laps in.
I think that's a positive end of the season for them.
I'd say so. They're still running on both engines. Well,
fifth place in the
engine
World
3 and 4
Championship,
anyway.
Heck of a shot there from the X Insurance helicopter.
And I'll say it for the last time this year, that's the money shot. The shot you've been working for all year long.
The dirty money shot.
The dirty money shot with a checkered flag in hand and a world championship that they're waiting to accept on the big stage tonight at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Starts promptly at 6. Truman Waterfront Champion trophies will be handed out quickly, and we're going to go into a rapid fire world championship tonight. Get everybody out so they can get downtown and enjoy their final night here in Key West, have a nice meal with their teams. It's at 6 o'clock tonight at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater, and the public is welcome to attend. So Supercat goes down here today. Overall, over the 2-day championship, Dirty Money gets the World Championship. MCON finishes in second, and Austin Holmes takes third. So we're going to take a break here from the Porte Performance broadcast booth. Porte Performance, a legacy of innovation and excellence, continues to inspire and shape the future of marine engineering. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. You're listening to the Race World Offshore live stream. We'll come back with our crew coming up with more. Bill Shipley will join us with Pro Class 1 boats, which will be coming up here shortly from Key West. We still got the Superstock teams as well, the race here in front of the fans. More coverage live here globally on our live stream and on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio here in the Florida Keys.
Club 724. Scanning.
Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run it. Set the pace for the race, so we don't wait. Give it all for the win, this is our day. Energy, unleash the inner beast. Energy, rising to the top. See you at the peak. Unleash the inner beast, but we never stop till the victory.
It can feel like you're drowning in a sea of problems, like the tide is against you, and that insurance company runaround, well, it just won't end. That's when you need to go full throttle and beat the insurance company before it beats you. At Montlick, we'll help you take control of your case and get you everything you deserve. If you're injured, hire a winning law firm. We're Montlick Injury Attorneys. Call Pound Win now for your free consultation. That's pound 946.
We are back here at the 43rd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, as a legacy of innovation and excellence, continues to inspire and shape the future of marine engineering. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Time for a Lichty Marina Marathon in-between race report. Lichty Marina Marathon carries boats like Bull's Ray, Sundance, Spider, and more. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Good afternoon again, everybody. Rick Lopez, now joined by my partner, Joey Cook, J.W. Cook from the Keys Citizen. And wow, what a day, Joey. My goodness, it's been exciting here at the 43rd Annual World Championships. And we still got two more big races to go.
Really had a chance to breathe.
Hang on a second. Go ahead, Joe.
So we barely had a chance to breathe here. You know, it's been.
You really haven't today.
It's been bang, bang, bang from the beginning.
It's
been nonstop.
You know, now this is the first year that the format has featured 6 different race starts. So with different boats starting at obviously different times. So with 6 races and today a full day of racing, I mean, you're getting your money's worth here today.
Yeah,
there's a lot of racing.
And it's been some good racing so far. You know, MCon in that last one, MCon took off to a great start. Austin Holmes put themselves in a great position earlier, but the world champions are deserving world champions because Dirty Money found their way to clean water and did the rest from there. So, it was great racing there. You saw the Graydale team in position to be at least, podium, second place in the world championship run. And then one thing go down, which opens the door for Austin Holmes to make their way back onto the podium after their great start. So, great racing so far in that one. The 450 class brought a lot of excitement there. In the end, yes, Montlick got the championship, but there's a couple of teams there. That CJ racing team was trying to track them down every step of the way. Mm-hmm. The 151, if they don't break down, who knows what happens with them? I mean, they were in great position, and that changes the whole outcome of everything in that chase right there. So it was some really good racing earlier on that stock 450. The Mod Vs earlier today gave us a lot of excitement to start it off. I mean, talk about kind of your truck racing, kind of, you know what I mean? They get out there, and they're not afraid to get close to each other because they're not afraid to run over some of these rogue waves and get those boats right up to the side of the keel there. So it's definitely been exciting racing so far. We've seen a lot of back and forth battles for the bottom of the podium, and not just merely the world championships, guys trying to find their way onto that third place and just find their way in there. And we've seen quite a bit of that so far today, and I expect nothing left with the 2 races we have left. I mean, Class 1, we know the 222 has been extremely dialed in for 2 years straight now. But you don't count out the MCon team sitting down there. They're a good place. Faco has been awesome too.
And I thought you had a good point on Friday, and you always have good points, Joey. Well, most of the time.
Most of the time.
Anyway,
yeah.
But you had a good point, and we were looking at that Supercat race on Friday, and MCon went down on Friday. The Monster Energy team, they broke down, ended up with a 7th-place finish. You said, it's not over for these guys.
No.
They get the thing going. Anything can happen on Sunday. And, I mean, they worked their way. They ran a great race today, finished second, and overall they're going to be second on the podium. So this shows you, hey, you're not out of it. It ain't over, as Yogi Berra said, till it's over.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, today being so valuable,
and Dirty
too.
Money, by the way, ran 2 great days.
Yeah, they deserve to be world champs. But this is not having that one day to throw in there and really eschew that Wednesday, Friday point totals. Today, really going 1-2, finishing the top 2 today, really puts you in a good shot to be on that podium. Getting podium position today puts you in great position for the rest of the week for sure.
It really does. So a lot of exciting racing and more racing to come, Joey, as we've got 2 more race times. So we do want to thank all of our sponsors that make our coverage on the radio possible. Porte Performance, Lichty Marine of Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, Florida Powerboat Club, Beach Weekend Marina, Shadow and Fish. We've got the Keys, El Mason de Pepe, Bourbon Street Pub, Coco's Monkey, IV's in the Keys, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, Booze Bandage, Triton Sea Center, and Pepe's Cafe. Please support all these wonderful sponsors that make our coverage possible. You are listening to the Lichty Marina Marathon in between race report here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. When we come back, we'll get you set for race number 5. We still got 2 huge races here at the 43rd Annual Key West World Championships, live right here on your home of all the races, The Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
IV's in the Keys is Key West's original medical spa located at 531 Whitehead Street. With 23 full-body massage chairs and a professional licensed staff, IV's in the Keys will get you over your hangover in no time. They have a multitude of services and IV options for you to choose from, as well as a cold plunge, infrared sauna, and halo therapy. Walk-ins are welcome and mobile services are available. For more information or to book their services today, go to ivsinthekeys.com or visit them at their office on Whitehead Street.
Hello, friends. It's Lee Holt here from Keys Auto Center. Did you know that Keys Auto Center, we have 11 major brands to choose from? Chevy, Buick, GMC truck, Cadillac, Nissans, Corvettes, Fords, Toyotas, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram trucks. There's no reason to go to Miami. If it's not in stock, we can get it for you at Keys Auto Center. We have 2 great locations for you at 1618 North Roosevelt Boulevard and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard. Also, you can visit us online at keysautocenter.com. Whatever you want, we can get them for you at Keys Auto Center.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard vertical lift system. After Scott won another offshore world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte bracket an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine, maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine, maximum engines unlimited. Besides numerous national and world championships across sanctioning bodies, 2024 marked the 3rd year running the Porte R-Series has led customers to multiple shootout Top Gun victories at the prestigious Lake of the Ozark High Performance Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps winning wherever it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit online at porteproducts.com.
We return to our continuous real-time broadcast from the Race World Offshore Global Live Stream on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. It's the Key West Worlds presented by Performance Boat Center.
We are back here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center at the 43rd Annual Key West World Championships. At Porte Performance, they have over 30 years of pioneering advancements in outboard propulsion and positioning systems. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. The Lichty Marine of Marathon in-race report continues. Lichty Marine of Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repowered dealer. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway. Rick Lopez back with Joey Cook from the Keys Citizen. And Joey, we changed the format around this year, 6 race starts, and we've got 2 more to come. And in about 15 minutes or less, we'll get underway with race number 5. Let's give everybody a preview. What we're going to see here is you'll have 3 different classifications.
We moved. Earlier today, we moved the extreme, the V's, the big V's, and the one
super
extreme,
V?
the super V's, and they got moved to the 450 class because they were racing on. Again, we're now coming into this class 1. These are the biggest and the baddest of the boys. You know what I mean?
So we're moving. We're going up to Superstock.
No. This is class 1 is running now, but the extreme and the XVs already ran earlier today with the Superstock, the stock 450, should I say?
Oh, right.
So the Vs, those 3 Vs or 4 Vs that we saw on Friday that ran with this 5th start are moved up to start number 3. So we have just the class 1 start here today.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about the Pro Class 1 start here, and that we've got coming up next. And you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams out on the water. And what we saw on Friday was the 222 offshore Australia team. They ran a great race and looking for the title.
We saw them last year. You remember that's the team that came in. That was the Aussie Navy offshore boat that came in, and they dropped it in. They won the World Championship straight. It was one of our start to finish champions last year, and they left it in the United States, did not bring it back over. That boat has not touched water since last World Championships. They threw it back in for this World Championships. And you know what? Something must be right that they leave. Hey, look, it's still set up from Key West last year, so it's still winning in Key West this year. Don't fix what's not broken, Didn't win anywhere else, but it can win at Key West for sure. We know that much.
Right. So they took first. They took checkered flag on Friday. Right behind them was DeFalco Racing, and then Morpheus 8. What are you looking for here? And then don't forget MCon's have got their Monster Energy.
You got MCon. The 1 and 2 in the national chase are sitting at the bottom of this fleet right now. They went 5th and 6th on the very first day of motor. So anything can happen in this one. Yes, 222 offshore's phenomenal. We've yet to see it in Key West do anything but win. But again, the MCon, DF Young, Good Boy Vodka there. They could easily. They're 1 and 2 in the national points chase this year. So why couldn't they make the run here today and be all of a sudden in this and really throw a monkey wrench in everybody's plans for what's going to happen on the podium of the World Championship?
All right. So that's coming up, and then of course the final race of the day, Joey. The big, huge field, 14 boats, the Superstock class.
Yeah, that's why they put it last. And the racing we've had so far, Supercat was great. We saw a lot of good stuff happening there with the way Austin Holmes was able to fight back into the. But Austin Holmes lost a little bit of speed there. And when you have a 9-boat class like that, Austin Holmes can lose a little bit of speed but still finish 3rd. With 14 boats, you add 5 more boats in there, you lose a little speed like that, you're not going to be able to find the podium. So there's going to be a lot of jockeying. Look, Ray Marine, Gary Ballou, and that Big East boat there, or what it was Big East, now Ray Marine, F&J Propeller or whatever it has been through the years. He knows how to do this. He's a solid team there. And yes,
they're sitting down on Friday,
and they're sitting
place
way
finish.
Down there.
Do they have a shot?
They have a shot. Of course, everybody has a shot, depending on what happens with these points today, because everything's double points-wise. Right. And, with the way Ray Marine, yes, if they can find themselves, and they were sitting in first when they broke down, if they find themselves again and able to run the clean race and win today, that's a monkey wrench in everybody's plans. Now, they need a lot of help. They need guys like Mama Ain't Happy, Nuff Said, and Sean Torrente and our ally team to come through there and switch things around there and make that top of that bracket jump up there. So the bottom guys there, the PBC, the ally, the Nuff Said, Mama Ain't Happy, Ray Marine need to work together a little bit and push those other guys. But any of those guys, 2 of those boats move to the top there of this race. Anything can happen in this afternoon, this evening, and it's going to be a lot of fun with that 14 boats. I mean, that's
Team Allen Lawn
grown
Care,
to that way.
Team Allen Lawn Care took the checkered flag on Friday. They want this one bad.
Whoa, let's remember 2023. They were in position, and on turn 1 there, 14 boats. You get a lot of stuff happening out of turn 1 there in that very first turn, and they took a shot to the side of their boat last year and knocked them out of competition. So they really want it this year. They want to be able to finish it and be part of it. And, this is going to be interesting to see. 11 of these boats will take off together. 3 will sit back in the back. 3 that are not in the fight. That's your Boat Depot, your 2 Conch Sports Fishing, and your Demon Bikini are not eligible to win the World Championship. So you'll see them sitting back to the back at the start, but just the start. Once the start's gone, and they're racing. They're allowed to be racing with the rest of it, and they could be in the mix here. Yes, they can't get the points so they can't get the placement points, but they can be a boat in the way. And that one potential point, for every boat you beat here today, you get another point. That means that they could be a real mixture in this. If they finish 5th or 6th and they have a couple points, the guys battling there, they could throw the championship off by 1 point or 2 points there because they're in this mix today. So they're kind of the X factors are those 3 boats there. So it's going to be real interesting with those 14 teams to see how it plays all out.
And also in our final race at Superstock class, features 2 teams from Bermuda.
Yeah, Enough Said and Team Bermuda. It was, what was your boys a couple of years ago? Your Sheriff Lobo.
They were from Trinidad.
Oh, they were from Trinidad.
Tobago.
That's what they were.
Yeah,
okay.
Sheriff Lobo.
You're right.
They're not here.
They're not this year.
But man, what a field, Joey. I mean, 74 race teams here this week. If you're a race fan and you enjoy offshore powerboat racing, I mean, this is it for you. What a day, what a week we've had, despite the fact that we lost Wednesday's racing due to Raphael.
Yeah, it's the Hurricanes have had a bit of a bugaboo, or have had an eye on the sport. I don't know what happened this year, what they did, but this is the 3rd time this year that a Hurricane has canceled an event in the National Powerboat Series. They had the one in St. Pete canceled that RWO was on. And then OPA had their one, too, in Inglewood canceled as well. Then Wednesday was canceled out here. And meanwhile, as we're sitting here, we got another one pushing right towards us here again. So, I mean, it's the powerboats have had something, the Hurricanes and the powerboats. I don't know what they did. Are they sworn enemies now? I don't know exactly. But, right now, the Hurricanes have had a couple of shots on them. But you know what? Yeah, the powerboats have still survived and come through stronger the other side, right?
Well, they couldn't wait to get here and race in Key West. They had to wait an extra day because we didn't race on Wednesday, but the guys haven't disappointed. And Joey, I mean, it's been pretty flawless out there. And the sea, if you're sitting out here, it might not look as rough as you think it is out there, but we're seeing boats get a lot of air. There's some rough water out there, and these very experienced teams have handled it very well.
The wall is real.
Yeah.
The wall, as our friend Billy Shipley here has redubbed it, the half mile of hell out there you make that first turn 1 going down to turn 2. It is choppy. I don't care what conditions you have when you have 2 different seas combining and then hitting that uneven rock that bounces off and sends rogue waves at you from and off towards Zach there. I mean, you got to think, if you have a flat seawall like you have out here, the waves come back out flat at you. Well, you think right back out there at Fort Zach, there's rocks. It's not a flat seawall that it bounces back. So you're not going to get flat waves coming back off that seawall. They come at all different directions at you. So you have a lot of chop coming off that bounce back off the rocks. The Florida Straits almost combining together there. You've got the ocean meets the Gulf almost at that spot. So you got 2 different seas hitting each other, and you're trying to make a turn going straight down that you got about a half mile before you make another turn, trying to position yourself in the right way, inside, outside, get close to that pin. Yeah, I like the term half mile of hell. I like it.
we got. So we're going to coin it that now.
I officially. I told him it's done. He's dubbed. It is over. He can officially have the copyright for that, for all I care. But we're going to use it.
We're going to use it going on. That is a tough little stretch there.
It is one of the and then you get to the far side down here, and they talked about the start of that last one, and they're doing the parade lap and everything now, and that was interesting watching them do the rolling start. And it was not like they're milling out. They came off the turn. They had to make that turn 1. Now you're talking about 2-pin, 3-pin turns out here at 1 and 2. Turn 3 is a 1-pin turn. You got 1 buoy down there to get around. So it's literally a hairpin turn. You're going around, and you had 9 boats going wide, trying to stay in formation, going wide to get back into proper lanes to take off for the start there. So that was pretty interesting in itself to see them try to line up off a rolling start like that.
If they do the parade on the Superstock class, now that's 14.
14. Teams. I don't see. You can't do that. You couldn't do that one. I think we might get it for the class 1, but not again here.
Right. Well, we still got plenty of exciting racing to go. It is the final day of the 43rd annual Key West World Championship offshore powerboat races. We'll take another break here. It's the Lichty Marina Marathon in-race report live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. We're back right after this here on the Zone 97.7 WABK.
Lichty Marina Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. We're proud to be the halftime total race coverage sponsor with the Zone 97.7 of the World Championship Offshore Races. Lichty Marine has everything you need to enjoy the water, boats, new and used, trailers, and even a full-service and parts department. Enjoy the races and come see us soon. Check out our complete inventory at SuzukiAtMarathon.com. Lichty Marine in beautiful Marathon.
Low Key Fashion House has brought luxury to the Keys. They offer an exceptional shopping experience for those who are low-key but high maintenance, featuring exclusive designer labels such as Chanel, Saint Laurent, Gucci, Bottega, Chloe, and more. Low Key offers clothing and accessories catering to both men and women, ranging from everyday essentials to those special occasions. Visit Low Key at 1022 Duval Street on the corner of Duval and Virginia. Low Key Fashion House, where luxury is a lifestyle.
Triton Sea Center on Big Pine is your one-stop shop before you head out on the water. The marina has a fuel dock, boat storage, and you'll find everything you need in the ship's store. Food, beer, seltzers, Coke and Pepsi products, ices, Boar's Head products, and souvenirs, as well as apparel from Red Rum, Grateful Diver, and Cocky Key West. Across from Ship's Way on the west side of Big Pine, with boat access from the Gulf or Atlantic. You'll love their customer-first approach to a fun day on the water. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and weekends, 8 to 4. Triton Sea Center on Big Pine Key.
Now back to the live stream of the Key West World's Race World Offshore season-ending spectacular, featuring the sports team that's covered the World Championship for 4 decades. It's the Key West World Championship Races, presented by Performance Boat Center.
And welcome back, everybody. Great to have you with us wherever you're tuned in around the world here on the Zone 97.7 WAVK, as we are live at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Go to PorteProducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do. This is the Lichty Marina Marathon in-race report, brought to you by Lichty Marina Marathon, which has full service and parts department there. Lichty Marine at 9200 Overseas Highway, and Marathon's going to take real good carry. All right, so we're getting ready. We still have 2 races to go. Coming up at race number 5, you're going to see the Pro Class 1s out there. And then the final race of the day will be the Superstock class. So you don't want to miss any of that. Right now, the helicopters are getting refueled, and we should be getting this going fairly soon right now. And but want to remind everyone that our coverage here on the radio is brought to you by Porte Performance, Lichty Marine of Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, the Florida Powerboat Club, Beach Weekend Marina, Shadow and Fish. We've got the Keys, El Mesón de Pepe, Bourbon Street Pub, Coco's Monkey, IV's in the Keys, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, Booze Bandage, Triton Sea Center, and Pepe's Cafe. Remember, after the races are done tonight, you're going to want to head over to the Truman Waterfront Amphitheater, the Coffee Butler Amphitheater, starting at 6 o'clock. Well, that will be where the big award ceremonies will happen, and the world champions will be crowned. You'll see all the champagne flowing and the bottles popping and all that. Our own Todd Swafford will once again host that event as well. So we got a full day still to go for you here and into the evening from the Outer Mole here in Key West and Truman Annex, the site, of course, of the 43rd Annual Key West World Championships. This has been the Lichty Marine of Marathon In-Race Report, brought to you by Lichty Marine, live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. When we come back, your play-by-play team, Todd Swafford, Eric Colby, who else? Joey Cook? Yeah. And a cast of thousands here are ready to bring you all the action, and nobody does it better than we do it right here on the Zone 97.7 WAVK.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends. Really from Two Friends. So Maura and I were sitting at breakfast in the bar listening to live music at 8:30 a.m. on a Tuesday. She's about to enjoy some huevos rancheros and me shrimp and grits with fried oysters. Heart healthy. And Maura says, Dorothy, we're not in Kansas anymore. It was perfect because we didn't move here because Key West is like a lot of other places. We moved here because it isn't like any other place on earth. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends. 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West or twofriends.com.
We've got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers.
Scanning.
Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run it. Set the pace for the race and we don't wait. Give it all for the win, this is our day. Energy, unleash the inner beast. Energy, rising to the top. See you at the peak. Unleash the inner beast, but we never stop till the victory.
After a car wreck, it can feel like you're drowning in a sea of problems, like the tide is against you, and that insurance company runaround, well, it just won't end. That's when you need to go full throttle and beat the insurance company before it beats you. At Montlick, we'll help you take control of your case and get you everything you deserve. If you're injured, hire a winning law firm. We're Montlick Injury Attorneys. Call Pound Win now for your free consultation. That's pound 946.
Hey, welcome back to the Truman Annex, the Outer Mold. Todd Swafford here to anchor our coverage on the Race World Offshore Facebook live stream. Also on our YouTube channel where you can go back and watch these races after you head back home from the southernmost city. Also, I'd like to thank our partners at RTH.TV and Victory Plus, who taking us out to globally millions of viewers that are enjoying the scenes here in the southernmost city of Key West for the 43rd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. This, of course, is the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime show. Lichty Marine has a full service and parts department, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. And there's so many great people that have made this race possible here in Key West. A lot of real fine local sponsors, including the Beachside Resort, which helped bring us the Friday night to Duval Street party, and all of our hotel partners, including the Keys Collection, the Hyatt Centric, Doubletree, up and down Duval Street, tons of places like the Smoking Tuna and Teasers, the Alamorada Beer Company providing drinks here, Good Boy Vodka, Seltzer, and Captain Morgan Rum. We were giving away Crown Royal at the award ceremony the other day, and of course Keystar, the official sponsor of our Friday night Duval Street party, along with the Beachside Resort. So, as well as our official sponsors, Performance Boat Center, your presenting sponsor, Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Key West World Championships, Sunoco Racing Fuel, the Keys Collection Hotels, our host hotel sponsor, the Race World Championship Bourbon, the official bourbon of the World Championship, Maximum Inflation, bringing you our live stream, X Insurance, our VIP hospitality sponsor, and of course providing us shots from the X Insurance Helicam, the Fury Water Transport sponsor, Montlick Injury Attorneys, our Race Village sponsor, Tuna Skin Apparel, the official apparel of the RWO World Championships, and First State Bank, the world's fastest boat parade sponsor. And none of this, of course, would be possible without the support of our Monroe County Tourist Development Council, servicing Key West and Monroe County and the Lower Keys and Big Pine. It's brought to you by the Florida Keys and Key West. So Todd Swafford back with you. Going to open up the mics of Ryan Beckley, Superstock class representative, and Eric Colby of Speed on the Water. Joey Cook from the Key Citizens will join us as well. He's our statistician. He's accumulating the point totals for us in all the different classes. Ryan Beckley joins. He's going to join us for the Pro Class 1 race and also for the race that's coming up at the end of the day for the biggest class of boats, Superstock, which he's been racing it for 20 years. And unfortunately, due to some changes at the last minute, he was unable to race here in Superstock. But, man, I had to talk to you about this because I saw Peter Hidalgo, right?
Pete the Prince is here.
And he's here with Cheetah Power Boats. And Cheetah Power Boats, they have a 32 Super Sport boat out there with Verado outboards. Got the Porte brackets on the back of it. He's also out here with Abyss batteries, marine lithium batteries, which I was looking at. They were pretty cool too. But I'm like, Pete Hidalgo, American Dream. I mean, that's right at your wheelhouse. You were just, you still in high school?
I was younger than that. I was like 10, 11 when Pete the Prince came out. And before the American Dream, he had the Miami's Best Coyote boat. And he was very young when he was racing and started winning here in Key West.
American Dream, and it was a very dominant, but that was modified class. And, I mean, he later, I think, did come up and race an open class boat. But American Dream was it was a red, white, and blue.
He had Pete Litton's first 32.
Yeah, was it?
No, his first modified boat was a 32 Chris Skater, and he actually destroyed it in a wreck in New Orleans, and they ended up putting together a Shadow Cat, which was the famous El Boss boat.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they ended up in the Shadow Cat, and he did very, very well in that Shadow Cat, especially here in Key West.
The El Boss boat was the first boat to turn a lap at 100 miles an hour, and it was right here in Key West. It was like 1982.
It was very early. Willie Diaz owned El Boss,
Yep.
And that was back in the days when some teams would show up with a Cat and a V-bottom, and you could choose the day what you were going to race. And Willie Diaz and El Boss, the Shadow Cat with small block race engines in it. That thing was unstoppable in that early sport class back then.
That's correct. And that boat was designed by George Linder and Rich Lures, our former APBA offshore commissioner. They were racing. They were designing the Shadow Cats, later the Chris Cats. But anyway, so Pete's out there, and check out his Cheetah Power Boats and the Abyss batteries over there. They're good folks, and they got the Porte brackets on the back, very smartly put together transom on the back of that boat with those apparently very lightweight and modular batteries, which that usually doesn't go hand in hand with marine batteries. You know, lightweight, modular doesn't make.
Yeah, I know Abyss Batteries has been sponsoring several other boats, and they're really trying to get a foot in the door here in the marine business and the racing business, because I know Abyss is also on the DF Young boat, which is about to come out in the Pro Class 1, and Abyss is also a sponsor in Steve Miklos' El Bandito Tequila boat.
Ryan Beckley of Double Edge Motorsports, of course, has raced up and down the Superstock class and the production classes. You raced today earlier in the Zarelli Holmes boat, the Sweat Equity team with Greg Dorenzo, and it was pretty sporty out there, huh?
Yeah, it was. I thought it was going to get a little calmer than it was, and a friend of mine out on Turn 1 actually sent me some pictures and video. He said, put my big boy pants on today. And so we swapped back our setup back to what we ran on Friday, and it was definitely the right call. It was the first couple laps, it was very rough at Turn 1, and a huge swell rolling right in at Turn 1.
So, I mean, as you know, obviously this course, and it's not offshore enough for a lot of people, but it's set up for this time of year. Prevailing winds, east-northeast or east. You're protected a little bit more out of the east-northeast, and what you had Friday and what you had today was a little bit more lean to the south than east-southeast wind. So certainly when it's east, you're just getting it right down the bow of the boat when you turn at 1 and you head down to 2. But with east-southeast, it kind of rolls across the course a little bit more too.
Yeah, it was definitely rough between 1 and 2 this morning, and 1 was way bigger today than it was on Friday. As far as the old courses, it wouldn't hurt my feelings if we went back a little bit and made this course maybe a mile longer, 2 miles longer. But this is where we're at with racing these days. It's a 4.5-mile course. It's a little tight, a little hairy, especially the harbor turn. But the harbor turn hasn't changed in 43 years. It's always been the same.
You're right.
So, but I would like the courses to go back a little bit, stretch our legs a little bit, go out a little bit. You know, the first turn used to be at Sand Key.
Yes, it did.
7 miles away.
Now, I don't think we would have raced out to Sand Key this week. I mean, certainly not on Friday. But it would certainly be helpful to go a little further to turn 1, spread everybody out a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely is in the Superstock race, what's coming up. The boats are so close when you have 14 boats coming into this harbor at once and these guys are racing. It's too close. That's what we need to adjust the course a little bit and widen the turns a little bit and to spread the boats out so they're not all coming in the harbor at once at 100 miles an hour.
The Pro Class 1 boats are getting ready to come out. They're going to take a parade lap. They put on one heck of a show on Friday. I really believe it's the best Pro Class 1 race that I've seen in the last couple of years. You have a good field. You have 6 boats. We had 5 boats turning the course all within, probably 30, 40 seconds of each other. Quite amazingly, the Mobile X Walmart 222 offshore team, who won all 3 races here last year, they broke that boat out of mothballs and brought it to Key West and just started tinkering with it. They splash it, test it just a little bit, and they just picked up right where they left off last year. It's unbelievable.
Well, make no mistake, those guys haven't been home eating Nutella in Australia. They've
Vegemite, you mean?
Vegemite. I'm sorry, Vegemite. But they've been racing at XCAT all over. They've been racing Class 1 in Australia. They have another Class 1 boat they race there. They have Muddy McGrath as the crew chief, the brothers Italian on their team. They weren't sitting there idle and they were paying attention, and they know what they're doing.
What do you think about all of that from Friday, Eric?
It was there was a little bit of a wild card feel to it with Mobile X Walmart, but I think the big thing was that yes, they won, but they didn't run away from everybody like they did last year.
That's true.
Jokingly, Speed on the Water reported this morning that Mike Falco and Billy Moore said today is going to be win or swim, but Billy said he had some ideas about how to be able to keep up with them even better today. So, and then you still, Morpheus, you're never going to count out John Tomlinson. You just don't do it.
And Gary Stray.
Right. And then Rich Wyatt broke a drive shaft in DF Young, and they've got that back together. And Britt Lilly had X Insurance looking better than it's ever run. So I hope we see more of the same today. One thing I do want to correct, I had some bad information about Win Farnsworth's dad. I apologize. Apparently he's fine. And Win, please accept my apologies.
Well, the grid here for Class 1, I mean, they completely reset the rules here a few years ago, running it stateside, and it's become really apparent that the races aren't going to go off internationally. The owners have reorganized under American Powerboat Association and rebranded this as Pro Class 1. Going to race next year. It's going to have more boats. Randy Sism of MTI is building a boat with Willie Cabeza and Grant Racing. GC Racing is going to race 2 boats next year. And they're hoping to grow the field by a couple, maybe 3 boats for next year.
And they're hoping, and they're going to do it the same format. The season-long championship will now be a national championship, and then Key West will be a world championship. I don't know if they're still going to try to have pole position qualifying at every race. I think some of that depends on the venue, but there's definitely some forward momentum in the big classes now, and that's good to see.
All right, so you can see the X Insurance Helicam giving us a shot of X Insurance, the 43-foot Marine Technologies hull. That boat won a 2017 Class 1 World Championship over in the Middle East with Gary Ballou and John Tomlinson in the cockpit. And it was the first All-American crew to win a Class 1 World Championship since 1981. That was the span when there was international technology that was involved either in the hull of the boat or in the engine compartment or the driver throttle man. But Randy Sism put together that crew. It was an Abu Dhabi sponsored boat, but it was Mercury engines, MTI hull, it was American throttle man, American driver, and that's the boat that did it. They did it by taking two number 6s, cutting the skegs off of them, fixing them, and steering the boat with a rudder. Took the surface drives off. Pretty brilliant. John Tomlin said it handled wonderfully, and that's the way that boat's configured for this race here today.
Yep.
And that's Randy Kent and
Britt
Lilly aboard, yes.
And the rest of the boats, Mike Falco, Billy Moore on the throttles, and DeFalco Racing. We already talked about Mobile X Walmart with Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella. Carlos De Quesada is the driver of Morpheus 8, one of the two near 50-foot boats or 50-foot boats in the fleet. John Tomlinson on the throttles. And D.F. Young, the 50-foot Mystic, with Rich Wyatt, the owner, on the throttles, and Alex Pratt is the driver.
So one of the most interesting things in the Class 1 Points World Champion this year, MCON, Monster Energy, Tyler Miller, and Myrick Coyle, the Monster Energy drink Class 1 team, the way that they completely reconfigured that boat. That was a rudder boat with the BPM drives, and Tyler Miller just wasn't happy with its performance. He had Peter Ledden build that boat, 438 Skater. They wanted a boat that performed after last year that was more like their Supercat, the 388 with the number 6s. He completely had the transom redone on that boat. That's pretty insane, Ryan Beckley.
Yeah, they took that thing back up to Douglas, Michigan, and sawed the whole transom off of it, and it was literally brand new at that point, like a couple races old. And Peter and his crew up there at Skater, went to make the changes because Myrick and Tyler wanted to have the same feel in both boats, and they also wanted to have a better selection of propellers as opposed to just a few sets of propellers and more gear ratios. And that's what they thought was going to work out better for them. Early in the season, they had much better reliability than the other teams, but as DeFalco caught up and worked the bugs out of their boat, DeFalco later on in the National Series proved that they had the faster boat.
Yeah, and so Mike Falco and Billy Moore running an outer limits hull last year. Billy had run the CT Marine boat, a victory hull here previously. They got that boat, put it together, and it was a good package for them all the way around. And like you said, once they got their program going, full head of steam, they finished second, very close second to the 222 boat.
Yeah, they were coming at the end for sure.
On Friday,
Mike Falco and Billy Moore in the DeFalco boat, and they worked the bugs out. And that is the CT Marine boat that famously crashed into the back of Bob Bull and Randy Sism right here in front where we are now. And it's been fully repaired by Steve Curtis's crew, and here it is, out winning races again. As you said, they got second on Friday with it.
Yeah, the biggest boat in the field is the D.F. Young. It's a 50-foot Mystic. They, of course, built in the inspiration of the old Tenkara hulls, and John Kosker, along with the Callan Marine team, finally broke, I think, 107 miles. And that was a big deal when they did that in the old Tenkara. Now John Kosker building the big 50-foot Mystic in that inspiration. Very fast boat that's almost similar to the hull that Steve Curtis and Sheikh Jabbar Ben Al Badi,
They came really close to running into each other right there.
Morpheus and but yeah, no, the Mystic is an impressive hull, and one that they had a mechanical issue the other day, one that you would expect. It's the biggest boat out there that would kind of like the water we have out here.
Broken drive shaft on Friday.
That's an odd part to break in one of these things for as much maintenance as they get. Herb Stotler and his guys take care of the DF Young Good Boy Vodka boat. I know that. And Levi's always in there, and all the crew's always working hard on that boat. Rich Wyatt has won a lot of big water races here. When that boat was Cintron back in the day, that boat it runs very well the bigger it gets.
Great shot overhead from the X Insurance Telecam of our starting Pro 1 class grid here for the final day of racing, the Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
And the lanes were assigned in the order of how they finished on Friday. So Mobile X Walmart will be lane 1, DeFalco 2, Morpheus 3, X Insurance 4, MCon, Monster Energy MCon 5, and DF Young 6.
Live coverage from the Maximum Inflation live stream here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, brought to you from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has over 30 years of pioneering advancements in outboard propulsion and positioning systems. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Ryan Beckley, Joey J.W. Cook from the Key Citizen joins us again, as well as Eric Colby, Speed on the Water, and glad to have Ryan Beckley, a longtime racer, grew up in Key West, and his love of powerboat racing led him into the cockpit to race up and down many different classes in powerboat racing. Join us for the call of this Pro Class 1 race to determine the Key West World Championship.
I appreciate being here with all you guys. I've listened to you and looked up to all you guys for a very long time, so it's very exciting to be here. They're rounding the corner now, and the pace boat's taking off. 6 of these Pro Class 1 boats are lining up to decide your 2024 Race World Offshore World Champions.
Looks like we're going to get another rolling start like we had in Supercat.
Yeah, the yellow flag is still up, and Morpheus is just checking out of here.
Gone. As you said, you can never bet against Johnny. It's you can't.
But I don't even know did a green flag go?
I didn't see the green flag. It was kind of hard, but a lot of glare here. But yeah, Morpheus just said, hey, put it down, let's go.
Yeah, this class, I'm not positive if they have a commitment buoy is what they're supposed to be doing, and I don't know where it is.
Red flag, they just said.
Yeah, so I guess once you pass it, you go.
Yeah, red flag. Apparently, they're going to make them do it again.
Johnny jumped the start.
Red flag,
with
bad start.
Casita.
Okay, well, we're going to let's.
That is one thing I have never seen here. I have never seen him red flag a start before like that.
This whole new rolling start thing.
Well, it was
that they're moving people through and everything like that. I mean, we saw it just this last one, this parade, and you got to understand, the guys have been milling for how many years down there and know how to start this.
Yeah.
It takes more than one time to learn how to do this properly and train yourself. You know, it's not like something that, hey, stay in formation and make this turn, this one-pin turn on as you guys are all going 7 miles per hour. It's easier said than done.
I'm
a lot easier.
I'm also not sure that I'm seeing where a commitment buoy would be coming out of the harbor.
Right. And maybe they're not, because I have not heard that they were doing that here, but I know Class 1 has done it.
Yeah.
And now it's Pro Class 1. I don't want to speak out of turn, but they have had a commitment buoy where if you get to this buoy and it's green, you go. Obviously, that wasn't the case today.
So we're going to roll them back in.
Rack them back up.
Yes, and start all over again.
But as you were talking, what you have said about a rolling start, it's very, the parade lap in these boats don't handle at 70 miles an hour. They're not meant to go 70 miles an hour.
I know.
So that harbor turn, 6 boats wide, is treacherous. And these rudder boats especially, they're not meant to turn at 70, 6 boats wide. So that would be a handful to come out and get straight. And always, in most guys' minds, is that other floating marker that's right out in the middle of this harbor somewhere. When there's a wall of water, we're thinking coming out of the harbor, where's that floating marker at?
Right, exactly.
War paint.
Is it going to pop out behind this guy's wake when we hit 100?
Right. And then all of a sudden you're penalized because your guys hit the buoy. How dare you?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Testament, you're running in the outboard category. You've seen tremendous advances in outboard technology from Mercury Racing. These boats have the 1100 QC4V turbocharged engine, twin turbocharged engines and transmissions. Amazing that a boat like Mobile X we're looking at on the right side of the screen, Walmart, could have their boat, sitting in a storage facility for a year, put it back in the water, and they jump in and they get that thing running like that.
Yeah.
Pretty. I mean, I know they've had some problems up and down. Some of the boats, some of the transmission problems, and DeFalco put engines in and had problems straight away at one point. But still, the program is pretty impressive.
It's changed the face of that class 1, Pro Class 1. It's a reliable package that, for the most part, you should be able to run a set of these motors all year. And I've always said during the last recession, 2007, 8, whatever, when they were doing the engineering on this engine program, they must have been very deep into it to not have abandoned it at some point, because they reinvented the wheel when they built this engine. Previously, everything Mercury did was a Chevrolet-based engine, and a Mercury Class 1 motor was like an 800. When they made this thing a twin turbo, they reinvented everything. They cast their own blocks. The turbo, the head, the cam, everything was different. And when they first came out, people were like, they're $150,000 each. And people were like, wait, what?
Right.
Who's going to afford that? But the previous engine to that was a motor that would run for an hour. 1 hour it would last for. And guys would bring, back in the day of Popeyes and Al Copeland and all the boats, they'd show up here with 20 engines for the week.
That's right.
20. Even early on, those guys would do that. And now these guys may have one motor, two motors, and they won't use them.
That's right. And I mean, but back in the 80s, they were turning 500 horsepower.
Right.
And that was all they could turn. That was as far as they could get. And Copeland said, "Well, I want 1,000 horsepower motor." And they said, "Well, let's put two together and make 1,000." That's how they made 1,000. But it was a long time coming before the engine program started to come along, and a real long time coming. Really.
Well, yeah, I mean, the
Mercury's development is 3 to 5 years out.
Yeah,
on everything they do.
The motor before the 1350 twin turbo motor was a 1,000 horsepower Merc SC.
Yellow flag, we're getting them on plane.
Again, we could talk about that all day. Great to have Eric and Ryan as well as JW with us. Here we're ready now. Let's see if we can get these big Pro Class 1 boats lined up and get them started here in our second to last race.
Now, they did something smart here. They had them real deep in the harbor.
Yeah, we still got a yellow flag now. The Cigarette Top Gun pace boat is coming out still on the yellow flag. Getting them rolling, getting ready to go by Sunset Key here.
Yeah, so 14 laps, 4.48 mile lap. Same course as we run all day. Finally, let's go racing.
Green flag.
LA Vite, Class 1, off on the water here. Pro Class 1 as we get a look at our lead boats out to turn number 1.
DeFalco and Mobile X side by side.
DeFalco sticking a nose out there, Mobile X, and then on the outside I saw the X Insurance boat.
Yep.
Randy Kent and Britt Lilly. They're heading off into the sunset or near sunset. It's got to be terrible viewing out there right now.
Yeah, the glare, you're just running right into it. That's where the sun is positioned this time of year. Mobile X Pro 1 off to a good start as well. They head out to the 3-pin turn on the southwest end of the course, and they'll turn east and head down to Fort Zachary Taylor. Now, these boats, they will span the waves. 43 to 48 feet of the Mystic is a 50-footer.
Watch it, Carlos. Watch it, Carlos.
They definitely they bumped right there for sure, 100%. And they're making the way. This is the roughest part of the course for sure. When we were out there at 10 a.m. this morning, it was actually really big, and we stood our 28-footer straight up. So
yeah,
they are side by side as they round turn 1, two of them.
Little contact with Morpheus and X Insurance. It appeared as we go to the X Insurance Helicam with Rick Lindsay, Parker Lindsay, and our lead boats are side by side over there.
Billy Moore and Mike
Falco.
And then Darren Nicholson and Giovanni in the
Mobile X
Mobile X Walmart boat. They are side by side, the two victory hulls with the 1100 twin turbos.
This is where Mobile. Sorry, but
Oh.
Mobile X could out accelerate everyone on Friday.
You gotta
Let's see if Billy got the setup to keep up with him.
Well, you got to remember, Billy just got out of another boat that raced 30 minutes ago, so
That's
he knew
right.
exactly the conditions he was going back out to.
All right, but Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella, big treat here for race fans.
DeFalco just crossed over to try to get inside.
They'll head out for their first full lap, trailed by DeFalco very closely.
And here comes Morpheus, burst 8 at 22. X Insurance and Monster Energy side by side coming in. DF Young, Good Boy Vodka.
In 6, yep. DeFalco running in 2nd, Morpheus in 3rd.
Oh, they stretched it out heading into the harbor a little bit. Mobile X definitely with a little lead.
Nice turn.
DeFalco getting in there, going pin to pin instead of swinging the buoys. And here comes the Morpheus 8 team, sliding it around the harbor turn.
Yeah, they're all running through that aerated water. Now looking for a cleaner line is DeFalco. And heading back out to turn 1, pulling away is Mobile X Walmart.
The 2-2 team has that thing dialed in. They don't make many mistakes.
No, triple two is a little easier to say, and that's their shop in Australia.
And Giovanni also had a race that he won
did.
earlier
That's
today.
right, in the Montlick Injury Attorneys team. And we look now back at our 3rd, 4th, and 5th boats. Monster was actually 4th, 5th, and 6th boats, I think. Monster Energy and X
Look at
Insurance.
that footage right there. That is amazing what they're able to get from that new X Insurance cam. Stuff we've never seen footage like that before.
And special thanks to Rick Lindsay, Parker and Lindsay for their assist here with the RWO live stream, bringing the whole package here with the great commentary and our Extreme Angles team here providing excellent camera angles from the harbor as well as we get a good look. Well, unfortunately, as good a look as you're going to get into the Key West sun this time of day. Back to the sky.
The silhouette.
Yeah, it's just the glare. And like Ryan said, it's so hard to imagine what it's like running into that this time of day.
And since there's 3 or 4 victories, the silhouettes look the same.
Yep, that's for sure. As they come around turn number 2, the 222 team, Mobile X, Walmart leading the way. Darren Nicholson from Australia, Giovanni Carpatella from Italy on the sticks in that thing, leading the way just like they left last year, leading every lap.
Yeah, they got a little flighty there a couple of times, able to set it back down. There's some holes out there. People talk about a drain pipe that goes across the island. That's somewhat of a fallacy. As Mobile X comes through, they turn that lap again around 2 minutes 42 seconds, right where they were at yesterday. 5 seconds off the pace to Falco. Looks like our 3rd and 4th boats coming through, and that's Monster Energy. Morpheus is off the podium at the moment. X Insurance in next.
It looks like we've lost Morpheus at this point.
So X Insurance in 4th, DF Young in 5th.
I see a towboat heading out towards turn 2, so I'm guessing that
Good luck. Yep.
Morpheus is down out there somewhere.
They had a mechanical. There's DeFalco running in 2nd. And we'll get another good shot of the X Insurance.
Wow.
Walmart team, 222 offshore. Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella.
Morpheus is down in turn 2.
Every lap they have led so far here at Key West in 2 years.
And they're just stretching it out.
Cheers to you, mate. Thanks for coming to Key West again.
Almost like they left that boat right where it was left off from last year and put it right back in. It's almost like, hey, look, we got it right. What? Don't fix what's not broken, right? Kind of thing.
Don't change the thing. The boat's perfect.
It's perfect. Let's just leave it here all year and put it right back in.
Yeah. And here comes another great shot from the X Insurance Helicam, the Monster Energy 438 Skater, now with the number 6 drives, completely redone transom by Peter Ledden at Skater in Douglas, Michigan. Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle, they're your Class 1 world champions from this year. As we mentioned earlier, next year this class is running under American Powerboat Association rules here stateside only. and is now Pro Class 1.
Yeah, all the owners got together and decided how they wanted to run the class, and all came to an agreement on what they were going to do and focus on promotion and a series in that class, and not really pay too much attention to what was being done of how the Europeans wanted it done.
Well, they were having to organize under international rules as we get a look at Morpheus and down on power. And racing has dried up internationally for boats of this caliber.
100%. There is no European circuit for Class 1 anymore. There hasn't been in many years. It was long past when they came here.
Here's your leader, Triple 2 offshore. Continuing turn laps at 2 minutes and 42 seconds. DeFalco is staying at about 5 seconds off the pace. Right where they were on Friday, and MCon is a solid third here.
Yeah, MCon, Myrick Coyle, Tyler Miller, the skater sliding into third place now. They've got to be very happy with that run they got going.
X Insurance.
Britt Lilly and Randy Kent in the X Insurance, and then the DF Young Good Boy Vodka, number 17 Mystic coming by.
So really the battle is, will it be MCon or X Insurance for the third podium spot at this point?
You're absolutely right. It's 232 Monster Insurance versus 223 for X Insurance right now. So they'll just swap back and forth as that spot's right there. Third to fourth, that battle right there. 1 and 2 is too far ahead to do much of anything about it, as long as they kind of stay in the position they are.
Yep.
Nice to see skater power boats back into offshore at this level. Of course, they dominate the Supercat class. These victory holes are old holes. They're 20. It's not uncommon to see boats that were made in the late 90s, 2004, but Victory's not building these boats anymore.
No, not currently. There's a lot of them floating around. I believe I heard, as we speak, Monster Energy is pulling up.
So is X Insurance, though, too.
The red flag.
Red flag.
Turn three. Boat flipped in turn 3.
Yeah, it's going to be DF Young Good Boy Vodka.
Yeah.
Hopefully Rich Wyatt and Alex Pratt quickly get out.
Yeah, back overhead.
It looks like it's right side up, whatever boat it was.
Maybe they spun out.
Yeah, it must have been.
They might have spun out in the turn. They're definitely upright.
The hatch is open, but the...
What's in the... Oh, that's the flags on the boat.
I'm just trying to look and see if there's...
Yeah, there's a hatch missing. I see a motor sticking out. They must
like
have
the OK
rolled
sign.
it.
He gave that tap to his helmet there, it looked like.
That's too bad.
You know, it was some really good, that first lap, we go out to turn 2 on that very first lap out there. They were all side by side, so great racing there. 20 seconds maybe separating those 6 boats.
The boat looks mostly okay.
Yeah, they're definitely missing a hatch right back here.
Mm-hmm.
Back
on the
port side.
The
The whole
side.
boat caved in.
Yeah.
It definitely barrel rolled.
It
definitely barrel rolled. They were very lucky to land right side up.
100%.
The headers, you could see them coming out of the back of the boat. Oh, look at the damage to the side of the boat.
Yeah, never detract what I just said.
Yeah, heavy damage.
Definitely.
Wow.
Definitely
I just hope
a
they're all
barrel
right.
roll.
Yeah.
That's all they...
And like Todd was saying, though, that's a very old boat. It's one of the very first Mystics built, and it's had several motor packages, and it's had mothballs for years. And then when they came out with this class, they put the 1100s in it. They ran the first year with some Stotler detuned motors to get their feet wet, and now they've brought this boat back out. They've been doing fiberglass work on it for a couple days. I think when the drive shaft let go, it heavily damaged the bottom of the boat too. But she's a sad sight right there. The Good Boy Vodka, DF Young, number 17 boat.
I guess they're going to restart them again.
This 222 offshore right now is going to be the only ones going, God dang it, we've got the nice lead. This is our clear water, and now all of a sudden we got to do it a third time?
We got to get another start. But there's other guys like John Tomlinson they're out now.
They're
too,
out.
So.
Right.
But everybody's got another shot at another good start.
Yeah,
Ryan, what's this do to fuel concerns? Because
they're all crossing their fingers and thinking about shutting one motor off right now to save some gas.
Wow.
We'll see if race officials, maybe because of the 2 starts, maybe shave a lap off. You've had 3 starts here.
I hope that structural damage doesn't affect the ability to get the boat out of the water.
Yeah, because it looks like it is separated, the hull and deck, in the shot that it just went by.
Well, I mean, back to the original point, these hulls are mostly from 2008, maybe 2010, 12. They're definitely old. It's good to see manufacturers like Skater and MTI, Randy Sissom building a new Pro Class 1 boat for Willie Cabeza and Grant Bruggeman in GC Racing. It's good to see manufacturers like MTI and even Outer Limits have built a big enough boat that Mike DeFalco was able to use last year. But MTI and Skater getting into racing at that having boats of this caliber racing is just a big bonus.
No, for sure. It's great to see.
Well,
international competition, people from all over the world here follow this and all want to come racing here someday. So this entices teams. I mean, I don't know if you'll ever see the Abu Dhabi team come back, but maybe we'll see Victory team come back.
Well, the
to race this series.
The Victory that Carlos just bought, they said was the last one built.
Okay.
Right? And it's the shortest one.
Nice.
And of course, guess who's already had experience in it? Giovanni.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
Yeah, this thing's broken really bad.
Oh, yeah.
It's literally broken.
Oh, my.
Well, that's the engine hatch coming off right there, but the other side of the boat is
you can see
caved
it
in.
straight into
the deck is broken off.
I'm just imagining the impact inside that boat.
Well, it's a
That
10,000 pound boat barrel rolling at 150 miles an hour.
Right.
Yep.
There's a lot of
G-force.
a lot of G-force, a lot of newtons, a lot of water pressure.
Yep.
It's amazing the hatches are even still on it, to be honest with you.
It's crazy they ended up right side up too.
Very lucky.
Yeah, it's fortunate to be driving that back to the dry pits right now.
100%.
Getting it back in this
100%.
back in the inner mold there.
Anytime it lands right side up is way better than when it's wet.
And speaking of 100%, saw Wayne Valder in the pits this week, and I was like, man, it just wasn't the same without you around. Our colorful character from Supercat Racing, and it's good to see Wayne and his wife, and he had a mini crew with him, but he was here to enjoy the World Championships. I heard he was around some other races, and says he may join us again soon, and that would be a good thing. Wayne Valder is good for the sport. He's a lot of fun.
Yeah, the Pro Floors team, it would be great to see them back. I know the boat is sitting, I see it all the time up at Grant's Signature Race Shop up in Bradenton. It's about a mile from my shop, and I'm over there working on people's boats all the time. It's sitting there ready to go. It's loaded up. It just needs a race to go to, and hopefully Wayne can get his shoulders sorted out and maybe come back racing.
Well, that was the oldest boat in that fleet, in the Supercat fleet, right?
Yes, sir.
For sure, and it was a fast flat water boat.
Yes, sir. I will tell you, I don't think I've ever seen a more impressive flat water boat. When that boat was hooked up in Tulin, that race 2 years ago when they were under the Celsius sponsorship, when they came through here and it was flat calm that day, it just smoked everything.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely a very good
that was
fast
when
water.
they were trying to bait Tyler and Myrick into chasing them.
They broke on the first day.
Right.
Something really silly, like a power steering hose or something broke, because we were running the 2 Celsius boats that year because I was running with Hopgood.
Yep.
So, and Grant was taking care of both boats at the time. So they were out to prove a point on Sunday. I think that was the year we also only raced 2 days.
And Myrick
2 years
was
ago,
yes,
it was.
It was.
Yes,
and Myrick was yelling at Tyler, "Stop chasing him! You don't need to."
Yeah, so they were out to prove a point. That boat is very fast in flat water. It always has been.
It handles well in rough water out here. I mean, they're always around when it's in. They don't age matters nothing with that.
The boat ends up beat up in rough water. That one in particular.
But there is an element of fiberglass lasts so long before fibers lose their strength, the overall structure. So should we start looking at age limits or something for some of these classes?
That boat in particular was the Reliable Carriers when it was first built, and I know the very first race it came to was St. Clair, Michigan, and Steve Curtis was throttling it, and it showed up, and they crashed it in the very first race. They flipped it in St. Clair as a virgin the first day. And it had a rough life because it was Reliable Carriers, then it was
Qatar.
Qatar, and it Billy Moore put her through her rigors, and she's been rode hard.
Oh, I remember the turn in here in the harbor when he went under WHM, and I have no idea how he did it.
Yeah.
But they somehow stuck it in there.
Yeah, and Chris Hanley throttled it for when it was Wayne Valder's boat too.
Yep.
And that was when they crashed it into the side of MCON at Clearwater as well, and wiped out the whole side of the MCON old big boat. So that one has had a tough life, and I wouldn't be opposed to them doing some structural analysis on some of these older boats at some point.
Right.
Yeah, you do an FEA or something on it.
Yeah, you think about it. It definitely, it's something, and it's something I think it needs to consider. And again, I think it's fantastic that now Skater, especially for Pro Class 1, they built a boat now, MTI, known for its 48s and the 52s that Bob Bull raced, with Randy Sissom and the John Tomlinson, Jeff Harris. They raced.
DF Young is taking on water.
Yeah, I'm sure. Boy, that's a lot of damage. But yeah, it's good to see the new manufacturers building boats and getting involved in this new Pro Class 1. You're listening to live coverage here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance broadcast booth with Scott Porte at the helm. Leads the way in hydrodynamic and aerodynamic technology for the marine industry. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. This is the Maximum Inflation live stream. Maximum Inflation CO2 cartridges. Maximum Inflation prioritizes safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum Inflation. This is the Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Our live stream is on Race World Offshore's Facebook page and our YouTube channel, as well as RTH.TV and Victory Plus, with reach to millions globally. We thank you for joining us here, viewing today, all of those listening live here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio across the fleet and out at Fort Zachary Taylor and up and down the harbor hotels. Nothing quite like Key West. From the perspective of someone that's I've been all over. I've been around internationally just a little bit. You too, Beckley. You've seen races. You've raced in races all over. There's just nothing quite like the spectacle of Key West. And from a spectator point of view, I don't know where I've seen a race that produce a better energy-filled viewing spectacle.
Totally, 100%. And as goofy as it sounds, even today when we were idling out in Greg's sweat equity boat, I felt like as we're going down Mallory Square there, I can remember myself at 7 years old sitting on Mallory Square watching Michelob Light, Betty Cook, boats like Jesse James or Love It Again going by, and it's like, man, you see old pictures and old videos of boats coming in the harbor here. That part hasn't changed in 43 years. Of everyone in the world wants to come race here in Key West and go through that harbor and go by the Pier House in Mallory Square.
Yeah, I'm talking again, Pete Hidalgo here. I saw Charlie Hames.
Yeah, I saw Charlie the other day as well.
He won 5 world championships here in Key West. Both those guys were talking about, and this is 80s into the 90s stuff. How, looking back, they didn't know. I'm not sure. They said They keep the boats a little farther off the spectators now for safety concerns, and they were saying, "Boy, we used to come a lot closer back then." So
laps have been reduced to 11, so there's 8 more.
So 8 more laps,
and they're getting on plane right now. Here they go. I see the pace boat coming up on plane as we speak.
But anyway, to finish that point, I mean, there's no place like Key West to watch a race.
Well, remember DF Young coming into the harbor and having to come the other side of the buoy?
Yeah.
Because
it was the accident. I can't remember the boat that was, but yeah, no, 100%.
I've watched tons of races here where that orange buoy right here wasn't here, and I watched Gentry come by and spray this pier.
That's right.
Gentry would spray this pier right off here.
He would.
On purpose.
He absolutely would. All right, we're going to get our start of Pro Class 1 up again. Yellow flag from the Cigarette Pace boat. We're starting We've got 8 laps left, so we're going to race 11. Still
Green flag.
8 laps to go. The race is on. Ali V again. It's our third start. This is Pro Class 1 racing for the Key West World Championships.
They're 3 wide heading out. Mobile X 222 Walmart.
And
Right to the front.
DeFalco.
DeFalco right beside him. And DF Monster Energy MCon got a really good start on that one. And the X Insurance team just fell back a little bit.
I didn't see them in the wash.
They're out there. They're on the far outside right now.
Even the glare getting to our X Insurance Helicam at this point as they chase the Pro Class 1 teams out to turn number 1. So we got 8 laps remaining.
They are all still super close as they're heading out to the point. X Insurance is pushed all the way to the outside. They're sliding into turn 1 right now.
Now, are they looking more at their navigation screens?
No.
From the last lap, so they don't miss a buoy?
You're looking at the first turn. You can see the Malia, the first turnboat out there.
Oh, yeah.
So you're not even looking at gauges right now.
Appears to be the Mobile X Walmart 222 offshore, then DeFalco, Monster Energy in third, X Insurance in fourth. 4 boats remaining out on the grid after Morpheus retired, and the DF Young boat barrel rolled in Key West Harbor is being taken back to the cranes.
MCon is taking some flyers out there right now. They are on the outside lane in the roughest spot. Heading into turn 2 right now, still out front, the Mobile X Walmart 222 boat. Coming in for another lap into Key West Harbor. Mike Falco and Billy Moore are trying to find a way around, looking for a slot, looking for a mistake, something. But they're just pulling away. The 222 boat is on another level right now.
Yeah, they really are.
Here they come through after their next lap after the restart. Mobile X, Walmart, followed by DeFalco. And Monster Energy and X Insurance.
I mean, it looked like to me they pulled a 5-second lead on the first lap right there.
Yeah, I mean, that boat is definitely eating well.
Yeah, it's just going.
I was asking more about the glare and can you find the buoys after you make that turn off the Malia?
The Malia's big enough that you can always see the silhouette of it out there. It's when you get a little closer, you want to double check and make sure where each buoy is. Like I said in the driver's meeting the other day, as the tide changes and the wind changes, sometimes the Malia ends up in front of the buoy.
Right.
So you got to get close enough to know where it is.
Good.
And then you worry about where the buoy is.
I mean, look at how they've stretched it out already.
They're checking out. So that lead is, right at about 5.5 seconds. Heading out of Key West Harbor for the Mobile X Walmart team of Daryl Nickerson and Giovanni Carpatella from 222 Offshore Australia. We've got a restart after an accident.
2 restarts.
We did have 2
We had a red flag, which I've never seen before.
Red flag before a bad start.
Right.
And then another red flag for the barrel roll of DF Young, Good Boy Vodka. And we're out on our first full lap after the third restart. As we check out, this looks like
the X Insurance boat, Britt Lilly
yep.
and Randy Kent in the X Insurance MTI. It's got the number 6 Mercury drives or 8 Mercury drives with a rudder. They're fixed. They don't turn. It's the only boat in the class with that system on it.
It's the 6s.
They are 6s. Okay.
Yep.
And last year they had a lot of problems with that boat, and they broke the rudder off the back of that boat twice in a row.
Yep.
And so they spent a lot of time and money, obviously, to fix that issue. And then obviously they ended up crashing it here in Key West, blowing it over backwards into the harbor turn with Grant Bruggerman throttling it and Randy Kent at the wheel.
Yeah, that was
when they got a little too close with DF Young.
Yep, those were, I'm not going to use the word, those were horrendous photos that you watch of it flipping over like that, causing a lot of structural damage. Here they come through. Here's DeFalco, about 4.5 seconds.
Mobile X motoring in here. And I mean, I'm not sure, but I would guess they're near 150 miles an hour coming in here.
Turn that lap at 2 minutes 42 seconds, almost identical to every lap they turned on Friday.
It does look like the X Insurance boat is inching closer to the Monster Energy.
Yep.
So maybe we'll get some closer race. Oh, the Falco is taking an inside line, trying something different right there. You can see them slide into they don't make it. They go inside out. They tried to outside in them, and they still had to cross their wake on the exit of the turn.
And now those turbos kick in. The QC4V 1100 twin turbocharged engines and that 44-foot Victory hull hammered down.
They definitely did pick up a second there just now through the harbor turn. They reeled them in just a little bit, but it looks like that the Mobile X boat motors them heading out to turn one, though, and motors back away from them.
Yeah, about a 5.5 second lead, so they were able to gain slightly through the turn and back out to number one. Beautiful shot from the X Insurance telecam.
And by this point, I bet there's so little conversation between Darren and Giovanni in that boat.
Yep.
They just know each other so well.
And honestly, it worked so well. Like late in the race today, our intercom went out, our cables came out, and it's kind of nice when you stop talking to each other. You just race. You know what you're supposed to do in the boat, and these guys have been doing it long enough.
Yeah.
You don't really need to coach the other guy driving.
Like I know Billy Moth and Jay Muller don't say much anymore because they've been together for so long. I would imagine Billy and Mike are still talking a little more into Falco because they're still.
I think we got a problem out here. I'm pretty sure
team.
the Falco is sliding right by him right now. Something just went bad on the 222 boat.
Oh wow!
The
did.
Falco
Sure did.
slid
You
by
can see
him.
it right there
Right before getting to turn two, something went wrong.
Guardian.
It could be Guardian. I don't know. They were definitely slowing down, and DeFalco is out to the lead. Billy Moore and Mike Falco in the DeFalco Victory Mercury 1100 powered.
Got their first
Pro
win
Class 1.
Their first win this year was actually in 450 stock at Ocean City, the only time they raced in the class.
There's the classic view we're talking about. That view right there, coming into Key West Harbor in front of Fort Zachary Taylor. That is iconic Key West. Hopefully we can stay with this shot just for a second. Well, they're going to go past us here. Billy Moore, Mike Falco leading the way in Pro Class 1.
So mechanical appeared to be the issue, or maybe Guardian. We'll see.
Yeah, they're up and going now. They're at full song again.
Oh, dear.
Whatever it was, they're back up and going.
We got a race for the title, that means.
Now we'll see what 222's got in the tank.
How many laps do we have left?
5.
So they got a long way to go
laps,
still. We still got 25 miles of racing to go. And Mike Falco and Billy Moore are going to have to be on their A game because the 222 team is out to chase them down.
Yes, it's a race now. All of a sudden, we got a
sure.
legitimate race here.
222 just definitely struggled through that corner, and you know, in the back of their mind, they're waiting for it to go into Guardian or whatever it was again, waiting for another hiccup to happen.
Extending their lead just a bit through that turn. Now spooling up with those turbochargers. 11 seconds behind is the Mobile X Walmart team of Darren Nicholson out of 222 Offshore Australia with his partner from Italy, throttleman Giovanni Carpatella. Finally a hiccup for them. The first time that they have not led here in Key West in 2 years.
A chink in their armor, and that's what Billy Moore and Mike Falco were waiting for, is their opportunity to pounce on them. And
with the 2 restarts today, that's the first time in 8 starts.
You're right.
That's an amazing shot right there. That thing just skipping across the waves, heading out to turn 1, going around turn 1 right now here in Key West.
Both of these boats, rudder boats with the BPM drives.
Very, very similar boats, very, very similar teams. They are not catching them right now. There is no ground being made up. Billy Moore, like he said in his interview, he's winter swimming. I guarantee you he's got that pegged right now of whatever it takes to stay out front.
There they come back into the harbor, making that turn after the eastbound leg. in front of the fort at the State Park, Zachary Taylor. And now coming southbound, there they are, the beautiful New York City skyline livery of DeFalco, Mike Falco, and Billy Moore now in the lead here at Pro Class 1.
I'm sure Billy's father, Bobby Moore, is looking down on him now and happy to see what's going on. Bobby Moore invented the throttle man position, and his son has become one of the greats in the class, and they're leading the way heading into Key West Harbor.
Now the Mobile X Walmart team.
9 seconds I had.
Yep. So they did make up a couple of seconds. Monster Energies, 438 Skater through in third.
Is X Insurance making a move on Monster?
They're keeping that pretty even, it looks like to me. It doesn't seem like it's getting much closer.
We'll check the interval when DeFalco comes out of the harbor on the 222 offshore team.
Well, if you think about it too with DeFalco, their momentum probably got halted more than anybody else's with the Hurricanes canceling Clearwater and St. Pete.
Oh, for sure. They were looking forward to competing those two races. Definitely felt like they were going to be able to snatch the championship away from MCON Monster Energy.
Yeah.
So checking the interval down to 10 seconds. Now DeFalco turned that lap at 2 minutes and 43 seconds, and 222 had been turning them at 2 minutes 42 seconds.
Well, that's going to come right down to the wire then.
Well, with the 4 laps, the cutting off those last 3 laps might make it really close then.
Yeah.
That's going to make it real interesting at the checkered here. And right now it's DeFalco that obviously has the 10-point lead in the World Championship chase.
Pro Class 1 racing here. We still got the Superstock boats to come, and it's going to be a long day out here as the sun moves towards the horizon. The World Championships will conclude with the award ceremony tonight at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater, slated to start at 6 p.m. tonight. First, the Truman Waterfront Cup Championships from today's winners will be presented in rapid session, and then on to the World Championships immediately following. We're hoping to finish that up very quickly so you can get out and enjoy the rest of your night here in Key West, Florida.
I think the best thing about this is that Billy and Mike can't take it easy.
Billy doesn't take it easy,
but
ever. Billy doesn't know what take it easy means. But Mike Falco's along for a ride, and Billy Moore is the e-ticket holding the sticks down right now.
There is no relating right now. Both battles, third place battle is tight, first place battle is tight. Both these boats that are battling, it's podium for both these right now.
100%, and that's all these guys do. They want to. Their year ends today. Their year ends right now in the next 15 minutes, and they're trying to have a good holiday season, not be a downer.
Turn that lap again at 2 minutes 43 seconds. Here comes Mobile X Walmart 222 offshore.
9 seconds still to me.
8.3.
8.3. Okay.
They cut 2 seconds off on that lap.
It's not going to be enough. They're not unless Mike and Billy Moore and the DeFalco team bobble. It's not going to happen. And MCON definitely has pulled out more on the X Insurance team now. You can hear the sound in the the X Insurance boat just not at full song as they go by.
Capping a great season for Monster Energy, in which they won the Class 1 World Points Championship. X Insurance, Randy Kent and Britt Lilly.
All right, Billy just pulled a nice run out of the harbor there.
Yeah. They're getting they're reeling them in, but I don't think they got enough time.
It's going to be real tight.
Yeah,
real
I don't
tight.
think they got enough time to quite get there. We'll see.
They were 8 seconds back, and they're pulling about 2 seconds per lap. That's going to leave them about 2 seconds shy come that final lap there. That final.
Still got to get around them. Not an easy course to get around. They lost about a second in the harbor turn. So what they gained, they gave up.
And we've seen that all day, that they've gotten around that harbor turn just a little bit better every lap. But Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella, no strangers. They're giving it everything they got, heading towards turn 1 right now.
Oh yeah.
Off into
these
they're
boats
not
are big
giving
enough.
up.
These boats are big enough you can track them off the screen.
Yeah, they're going around the corner right now. DeFalco just running around the buoy. They are on the back stretch. And as I can see the Mobile X boat going around the corner, and they're not getting it closer, especially in the rough. Billy Moore has no fear in rough water, none. And he's proven it, however rough it is on that backstretch right now.
Yeah,
he's not slowing down.
I was looking at a picture in your RV of him the year that he ran the Enough Respect boat with his dad. I think like 97.
Yep.
He was 20 years old,
young
maybe.
Young kid.
And
Cracker, as those of us that know call him.
Yeah, and he got to jump in that boat because the owner, I think Jim Robinson, was had an injury. And he ended up winning a world championship that year with his dad, Bobby Moore. Impressive stuff. And here he is with Mike Falco. And DeFalco leading in Pro Class 1.
Coming in. So we got 2 to go?
2 to go.
2 to go now, and they're not getting closer.
9 seconds.
That's right where they were last time. 8 seconds around.
Yeah.
Well, did you know there's a Bob Moore Jr.?
Yes, I know Billy's got a brother.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here's Monster Energy in third.
Tyler Miller, Myra Coyle, the 438 skater out of Kansas, doing a great job, and still in fourth place, the X Insurance MTI, number 11. Randy Kent with Britt Lilly in the other seat.
You know, the MCon hangs on right now. Friday did not go so well for them, and both the Pro Class 1 and the Supercats. But, you know, by the end of Sunday here, they'll be on the podium twice over. They can just hold on to where they're at right now. And maybe third, but it's still podium.
Right.
I mean, I'm feeling anxious. I can only imagine what's going on inside the DeFalco boat
well,
right
there's
now.
a different mindset altogether right now.
So coming out of the harbor, looking at your leader, DeFalco, and chasing him is 222. Still right at about 9.5 seconds.
What was the spread on Friday between the two if it comes down to time? Do we know?
Oh, the time spread between the two was 5 seconds.
Oh, so that's what they got to get to make it.
Well, but again, point-wise, they're not going to be able to catch him. There's a 10-point lead right now for DeFalco.
Yeah, because of the double points.
Losing the Wednesday race.
The Wednesday race really does,
makes this a winner-take-all.
That's why I've always loved the 3 days of racing, and it makes it so much more about endurance. If we can't have the longer race or the longer course, at least with the 3 days of racing, it makes for better preparedness. And that's something with my teams, whatever I've run, we've tried to do, is be prepared and be ready for any obstacle you come across. It's hard to race 3 days in a row.
But what are your thoughts on the double points as a competitor on the last day?
Good shot.
I think it should be 3. In my idea, it just should be 3 equal points days.
Dirty Money getting a plug on the transom of the X Insurance team, and good shot from the X Insurance Helicam. It just changes the whole dynamic because now you win today, you have a real good shot at winning, whereas before with the extra points from Wednesday, it really could get – we got Joey working hard usually on a 3-day race.
Yeah,
there's
definitely a lot more to it. But when you – whether the race is a half race or a whole race, when you're racing for everything, it's a race. It's a whole, and to me, I feel like even the half races should be full points.
All right, here they are. One more lap to go for DeFalco. Continue to turn laps at about 2 minutes, 42 seconds now. Shaved about a second off their previous lap, and not able to catch them. Still at about 8.5 seconds is 222 offshore, followed by Monster Energy.
Here comes the MCon team, Tyler and Myrick and their 438 skaters still running strong. Looks like they're still able to, they're pulling a little bit away every lap from that X Insurance boat. Here they come. Like I said, the X Insurance doesn't just quite sound the same as the other ones.
The MTI.
As you mentioned, the Dirty Money logo on the back of the boat, the X Insurance Class 1, Pro Class 1 boat has been taken to the Dirty Money shop.
And they've been living there.
Yeah, they've been working on it. Bobby Adams, the crew chief, has been helping them and getting the boat in a better place. It actually looks like they reeled a little bit in right here as they head out right now.
This is the last lap.
This is the last lap?
Yes.
That's it. Checkered should be flying around. When we come down this time, we should see a checkered flag.
And they definitely gained a little bit of ground on that turn.
Yeah, they're moving. The pace boat's moving into position now.
Yeah, still just about 8 seconds, though. It was only about a second reeled off there. So they have to hope for something to happen, something that obviously Billy Moore is going to be prepared for, going to prevent from happening, because right now the race is theirs. And outside of Guardian issue, they've got this World Championship wrapped up. What a day for DeFalco.
What a day. They've gone through all the hurdles. They raced a boat they weren't really happy with for a while. They got this new boat, sorted it out over the winter. Billy Moore and all his guys up there, their crew chief Rolf got married here the other day, I believe, here in Key West. And they're stretching it out across the backstretch. I guarantee you both those guys, Giovanni and Billy, are holding it down right now and just telling the driver to hang on to get through here. They're going to run into turn 2 here and have a run to the harbor for the World Championship here in Key West for the 43rd time.
Get the bow a little high, but get it settled down and dig into the turn. And for the last time, head into Key West Harbor.
They are closer.
Yeah, boy, they sure are. 222 is going to give them everything here to the finish. Big swell coming in. I think you see the tide maybe standing up that water coming in off the ocean. But here is your winner in Pro Class 1 today. A little hiccup for 222 offshore, and DeFalco takes advantage. They're your Pro Class 1 world champion here in Key West.
Mike Falco, the owner-driver out of New York City, a concrete construction builds buildings downtown New York City. Billy Moore out of North Carolina, the prodigy son, throttle man, coming in, bringing home his first Pro Class World Championship.
And Todd, what did we say the other day? The guys from Mercury said, you set your boat up right, you won't go into Guardian. Billy hasn't gone into Guardian since he started winning.
Well, big day for DeFalco. They'll take the checkered flag here unofficially. They are your world champions in Pro Class 1 after a second and now a first on the double points day. A little hiccup for 222 offshore. The Australian team of Darren Nicholson teaming up with Italy's Giovanni Carpentella and the Mobile X Walmart team. They'll take second overall, Joey.
Yeah, they will. MCON finishes on podium twice over, you know. And I'm gonna. I know you. The racers want it that way. Single point. As a statistician, the guy that looks at stats, and being that come to the end on that Sunday, you said it. If you can make it to Sunday, it's about making it to Sunday. So if you battle through those first 2 days and you're still alive, don't you want to have a chance if you're in a 10-point boat fleet? You've been at the bottom and you look at those points and go, I want that chance with that double points, and it makes it that much more exciting, especially if you've been able to handle the attrition and get to Sunday in shape to be in position to win. Why not extend the field and make it even more exciting, give everybody a shot, that glimmer of hope. Yeah. So you're saying I have a chance.
Yeah,
that's
so
all that matters.
There's a chance.
That's why I think that double points makes it so much more exciting on Sunday, because there's so many teams that do have a chance because they'll come around, no matter what you've done the first 2 days. And I think that's where the excitement does come around. And everybody's going, you're going to break. Yeah. You don't have to race again for a few, not that you don't have to, you're not allowed to, or you don't have any, races to race in, should I say. But at this point, Sunday is the day to let it loose. Let everybody show what you have, and it's worth double points. I've always thought that. And to me, I think it makes it a good way to end it. And yes, it defined today. We weren't counting seconds, and we have a winner that 222 had a great race, but so did DeFalco. So in the end, they earned it.
There was nothing more exciting than what happened in Superstock last year.
Right, exactly.
In the sport's 2 premier classes, second-generation competitors won in Pro Class 1 and Supercat. Billy Moore and Britt Lilly.
Exciting race in Pro Class 1, and I got to tell you, we got one more to go. We're going to pack them in today. The largest fleet of boats coming up, Superstock, and Ryan Beckley's going to join us for that one as well. And that one's going to be a gripper for him, because he wants to be out there racing with his fellow teams, and he is a Superstock class representative.
Joanne Moore, I hope you're watching.
Yeah. Billy Moore is out there giving
he's doing
Mike
donuts.
Falco doing some victory donuts up there, winning his world championship in Pro Class 1.
Oh, that is a long time coming. He has been working with the Great L team so hard, so close. They've come now with Mike Falco of DeFalco Construction as well.
Well, he got the second in Supercat.
And getting the world championship here in Pro Class 1 today in DeFalco. Congratulations to Mike Falco and Billy Moore for their big win here today. What do you think? Superstock going to be pretty exciting, I imagine.
I'm just looking at my watch right now and looking at the level of the sun and just thinking about how miserable it's going to be going to turn one.
Is that why you decided not to ride stock this year? Because
No,
the sun, you're like, look, we're the last race. I don't want to do the sun anymore. I can't.
Sadly, I didn't get to make that choice. But as those guys are heading out right now, and I just had to put my sunglasses on because I can't even look that direction, and my head was numb. So as we're getting closer to 10 minutes to 4, I feel bad for those guys that are getting out there to go out there. The glare in the stock boats, as small as the canopies on these boats are, it's very difficult to see, and it's going to be a challenge.
Now, do any of the guys in stock have the slide down, fighter jet style
I'm sure
visor like Tyler Miller wears?
I'm sure somebody does. I know the new Bermuda boat, the S12, I believe they're wearing full-time air fighter helmets in that boat still.
Oh, okay.
Which isn't any of in the stock class, but I know they built that boat that way. So they're definitely going to be looking for options of shade and sight heading out, and that's going to play a part of this.
Superstock, 14 boats. It's our final race of the day, and I'm sure they're going to be pushing those boats out. We see right now Superstock boats already heading out to get into the milling area, get into the grid, the start of this upcoming race. We're going to take a quick time out, come back. We'll give you the starting lineup and get right back to racing to wrap up this 2024 Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center from the Maximum Inflation live stream and the Porte Performance Broadcast Center here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Back with Ryan, Joey, and Eric to wrap up this thing on 97.7 FM and Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channel.
After a car wreck, it can feel like you're drowning in problems. It's hard to stay afloat. That's the time to full throttle your case and win. Call Montlick Injury Attorneys now at pound WIN for your free consultation. That's pound 946.
And welcome back. Todd Swafford here with Eric Colby, SpeedOnTheWater.com. Ryan Beckley, Superstock Class Representative, joining us for analysis of our Pro Class 1 finish, in which DeFalco was the unofficial Pro Class 1 World Champion here today at the Key West World Championships. Live coverage here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, where we build performance into everything. Go to PorteProducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do for you. Porte has its influence on boats that are racing all across the classes here. And today, one that's very close to Scott Porte's heart is the Coco's Monkey boat, the old Shadow Pirate. He has a Porte bottom on it. The Hank Saloon team had the Porte bracket on it to help in testing, as well as the Pepper's yardarm boat. And guys, we have the boats already up and ready. You want to run through the grid if you can real quick. Eric, I know we don't have a lot of time. Superstock Racing getting ready to start.
Allied Construction, Sean Connor, Sean Torrente. Boat Depot, The Firm, Pete Rivero, Ricardo Maldonado. Nuff Said Bermuda, Lewis Martins, Andy Stonehand. Tucong Sport Fishing, David Umpleby. Team Allen Lawn Care, Randy Keys, Billy Allen. Performance Boat Center, Myra Coyle, Rusty Williams. Team Bermuda, David Selly, Stephen Bridges. I'm halfway through, and I think we're going to see a green flag.
Yeah, it's a big grid. It's 14 boats. And
we'll pick them off as they come by.
Yeah, 10
we're
laps.
green, and they're going right.
Yeah, 4.48 mile course, 10 laps here. The final race of the day for the Key West World Championships 2024. And look at those cats run.
Jackhammer going out front now quickly.
Along with Ray Marine.
Billy Allen. Ray Marine's right up there. Billy Allen has the inside line. That is definitely the preferred line. I was surprised earlier to hear somebody else in another class say they'd rather be on the outside, but I can tell you when there's 14 of them, you want to be the inside boat.
Yeah, because they started in the order in which they finished on Friday. So Billy Allen's inside north wing with Darren Kittredge and Casey Boaz is off the pace, though. In lane 2, they're out, and Performance Boat Center is kind of trying to make their way up through. But
Jackhammer's
Allied
got
Construction is out there.
Jackhammer's got the lead. Billy Allen's right on his hip right now, heading into turn 1. Hopefully these guys can all get through turn 1 safely. They are like 6 abreast heading right at the turn right now.
And Jackhammer is owner Reese Langham on the wheel, and Ricky Maldonado is throttling because his son Julian broke his leg in an unfortunate incident earlier this week.
Let's hope they get. This is the hairiest part of the course for these guys, getting around the buoy, getting around the first turn. And this is where the swell was the biggest this morning.
Oh, look at the little flyer. That was Jackhammer.
Somebody just tripped it.
Yep, that was Jackhammer.
Definitely slowed down.
And so did, my goodness, that was Team Allen.
Now look at, there goes Ray Marine.
I was afraid that the tide going out might stand that water up a bit there. And we just saw the 2 lead boats stand it up and have to recover. It looks like Team Allen, if that's Team Allen, they might have gained some speed out of that and were able to recover better. That definitely looks like a Doug Wright, doesn't it?
No, I think I think
is that
Jackhammer
or is that Ray Marine?
I think
that may be
Let's just wait.
They're coming around the corner now, heading away in.
I just thought I saw a chartreuse
I thought
color.
I did too.
Yeah. And make no mistake, Gary Ballou's very tough to beat when it's really rough. That Ray Marine boat, Cole Livel, they've got something to prove after it broke the other day. Broke a electronic shift actuator. There you see it, though. It is the Jackhammer boat.
Jackhammer does have the lead.
Team Allen is second.
Yep.
And Ray Marine's third.
Yep.
And Allied Construction, the lowest profile boat in the fleet, is on the inside in 5th.
How about that?
In 4th. He slid into Sean's Allied Marine.
Oh, okay,
the S2 boat power boats. They're in 3rd. Here comes the Ray Marine boat sliding. Look at that racing right there. This is what we were talking about earlier, where we need to spread them out a little bit coming to the harbor. But
put away the stopwatch.
2 victories coming in right now. 1-2 with Bill Allen on the inside.
Jackhammer with the early lead. Ray Marine to the outside. Team Allen in 3rd. Ray Marine in 2nd. So 2 victories.
Team Allied in 4th. Performance Boat Center in 5th. GL Construction 6th. Coco's Monkey 7th. Mom Made Happy 8th. Tit for Tat 2 Conks in 9th. Celsius back on the water. Great to see that in 10th place. But they've still got it going.
Look at that battle going into the harbor turn.
Ray Marine taking the lead into the corner, shutting the door. Jackhammer sliding the outside. Billy Allen going for his inside line.
How did Ray Marine get to the inside there? They were on the outside.
They must have had a little bit of speed advantage coming into the harbor. As they're going by, here comes Demon.
That's
Nuff Said Bermuda boat. Here comes Boat Depot, who had a fantastic finish on the first day.
Yeah, they ran well.
Didn't get around this first lap, but right behind Boat Depot is the Demon Bikini boat.
So Ray Marine now out to a several second lead.
Oh, and Jack Hammer just tried to go behind Billy Allen and the Team Allen. Randy Keys stood the boat up. Ricky Maldonado on the throttles with Reese Langheim back in third place right now. I think everybody was surprised at where they finished the first day, so now they're out to prove a point. Back and forth, the S2 power boats, and Myra Coyle and Rusty Williams in fourth place. They're having a really good run after their performance on the first day. Coco's Monkey is slid up there. They tend not to get great starts, but they're got their inside line, and I guarantee you we're going to pick some boats off here.
We're watching Team Allen Lawn Care in third. Watch Ray Marine come out of the harbor. They had a 4-second lead on Jackhammer. Now it appears that Team Allen may have, they're battling around. Listen, this is where they got very flighty heading out to turn number 1, and when they made that the 3-pin turn, both of these boats went airborne.
Yeah, and they are side by side right now,
Yeah,
heading into turn 1. Billy Allen looks like he's got a lot of weight in the front of the boat the way it's riding right now. And he needs it right here. This is the thing. You want to trim it in, have the weight in the nose, and bounce across the top of them and hopefully span them from 1 to 2 right now.
Another nice run from Sean Connor, Sean Torrente, and S2 power boats.
Coco's Monkey's flying all over the place.
Yep, that's how that thing runs. And they've gone from 7th place to 4th now.
They have the Porte bottom, and that
7th to 5th,
wants to
sorry.
be, and that wants to stay in contact.
Yeah.
But they're
so Allied running in 4th, Coco's in 5th. Great shots from the X-Insurance Helicam on the RWO live stream. Glad that you joined us here for this broadcast from Key West, Florida. Final race of the World Championship. Superstock boats out, and our leaders are turning at number 2, the 2-pin turn, and they're coming back into the harbor here in front of the fans at the outer mole.
Here comes Big East, Ray Marine, Cole Leibel at the wheel, Gary Ballou on the throttles. They just picked up this sponsorship for Ray Marine, leading the way. It's a great way to showcase Ray Marine's electronics package. They are out front in Key West on the final day with a point to prove, and they're doing it right now. They are motoring away from everybody.
Ray Marine had the lead early on Friday. The shift actuator ended their day.
Jackhammer in second place. Billy Allen, Team Allen roll-offs, sliding back into third. Randy Keys at the wheel, Billy Allen on the throttles. Team Allied, S2 powerboat still holding up, but here comes Coco's Monkey up their inside line, and they're dug right.
7-second lead for Ray Marine over Jackhammer here after lap number 2 in Superstock class.
Performance Boat Center having a strong run. Tit for tat, 2 conks in there. GL Construction, Mom Ain't Happy. Here comes the Celsius boat, Jay Muller and Chris Hopgood, Team Celsius, still running. It's amazing that boat is here running today. They worked nonstop with several different crews assisting them to get that thing running, and it's a testament that they're here of teamwork.
Yeah, unfortunately, they turned that over on its top, splashed those engines. A lot of work went into it to get them back in. There were penalties assessed in the contact that was made between Coco's Monkey and to Celsius, so they're both moved down in the points a bit, but good to see them both on the top of things here and still racing with the top boats in Superstock class.
It for sure was an unfortunate incident that happened, and those guys are good friends, but it's glad everybody's okay and they're here racing. As they're heading out to turn 1, Ray Marine is stretching their lead once again. Let's hope that they can keep it together. Jackhammer's still in second. Team Allen is in third.
Good shot of the Coco's Monkey with the Porte bottom, the old Shadow Pirate boat. Two guys you just can't help but love. Pete and AJ Bogino from upstate New York. What the hell are they doing in a power boat?
Very good friends of mine, very close. I actually store this boat at my shop during the race season, and you can't find 2 nicer guys, family men. father and son, AJ and his wife, just had little baby Cece. She's down here.
Yep.
And they're doing a great job. They
Jason, Team Allen.
All their local sponsors here in Key West. That boat is completely local sponsors. Somebody just stood it up.
Who's this down?
Huge.
Who's this down in the middle of the course?
It's definitely a Doug Wright.
Is it Northwing?
Is that Northwing?
Northwing has yet to
I
come
haven't
by.
seen
So
Northwing
has
at
yet-
all
they
the whole
might be
day.
Northwing
Yeah,
in the middle.
that could be them
No, I
motoring
think-
through.
Yeah, Northwing, you're correct, has not come by at all once.
And they do
Darren
have
Kittredge,
they do have that tall hip on that boat.
Back to Coco's Monkey, local apparel
local
store.
sponsor,
Yep.
Hot Tuna, or
Smoking Tuna.
Yep.
Ivy of the Keys.
Wicked Tuna on there, and Coco's Monkey, Ivy and the Keys. They are just completely local sponsored, all put together by the Coco's Monkey team, and they're putting on a show for all their fans here, trying to run it up front like they do normally. They had a third place finish taken away the other day due to some infractions, but as you see, they're coming in there. Here comes the Chartreuse Green Ray Marine boat,
All right.
stretching out their lead.
We'll get a good interval on them here, get you a lap speed, and find out how far in front of Jackhammer they are right now. Ray Marine, Cole Leibel, and Gary Ballou.
Ray Marine going by the S89, and they're stretching it out still. They're pulling away. They've got a point to prove after leading the other day.
Just under 80 miles an hour on that lap, and
Jackhammer,
13 seconds. 13 seconds.
Jackhammer coming by. Here comes Billy Allen, Team Allen S17, and they're Doug Wright. Hot on their tails, the Coco's Monkey. Coco's Monkeys made
up to fourth.
Made it by the Allied S2 entry of the Sean Connor and Sean Torrente. Coco's Monkey marching for Performance Boat Center S21. Rusty and Myrick coming by now. Two conks, tit for tat S13, right there with them, having a good run.
Another shot from the Exeter and Telecam.
Mom Ain't Happy and GL Construction. Mom Ain't Happy just took a little bit of a flyer.
Hey, Team Bermuda, the GL Construction team, had a successful year. It's good to see them here, as well as the Nuff Said Bermuda team with Louis Martins and Andy Stoneham. Team Bermuda really making a name for themselves in Superstock racing this year as we look at the Celsius boat go by and out of the Performance Boat Center. But Bermuda, they show up in force here in Key West.
Oh, for sure. I believe the whole island's here, and everybody's got pink and red and black on. I saw a really cool shirt as I was walking out here just now. Somebody had a really nice jersey with both of the boats on it of the teams. As they're heading out the harbor right now, you can see Coco's Monkey reeling in Billy Allen right now.
Billy Allen right now can hold that third place. He is your world champion. He's sitting in control right now in third. Doesn't matter. He does not have to catch any of these other teams, but he cannot let Coco's pass him.
And it looks like that might be happening right now.
Too late.
Too late.
And you can't find two guys that are better friends than Billy Allen and Pete Bogino. They joke each other, bust each other's chops. When I couldn't find my son Connor the other night, who's in big trouble over that.
That is Northwing.
When Connor went missing, I find him on the middle of Duval Street, 11 years old, joking and laughing with Billy Allen and Pete Bogino in front of the Hard Rock the other night. So,
At least it was just Hard Rock. It wasn't anywhere else.
Yeah,
you know
no,
what I mean?
it
If was
wasn't
in
a
front of
block
Teaser,
away upstairs.
Yeah,
that's okay.
You know?
Yeah, there's the Nuff Said Bermuda team. Thanks for joining us. They're going to race the Superstock season next year. And there's our presenting sponsor, Performance Boat Center. It's a former World Championship Superstock boat with Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams.
Two very capable guys that really know how to run a boat. Rusty and Myrick run all the time. They've only run that boat a handful of times this year, so they really haven't gotten a chance to sort it all out. So it's good to see them having a strong run today to end the year.
As we look at Ray Marine, again with that turn into the harbor, continuing to cruise along.
Yep.
Shift actuator shut them down after they were leading early on Friday, poised to win that race, and they pick right up today where they left off, and then some as they've distanced themselves from the field. Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou.
It would get them on the podium right now for the World Championship rate at 253 points. But Coco's Monkeys, who's coming up strong, is at 246. So it's a battle for the back end of the podium, whereas Jackhammer, 284 right now, is your World Champion leader.
Really? Okay, here they come. Ray Marine on screen now. Gary Ballou, Cole Leibel trying to hang on, trying to make this thing live. I'm not sure how many laps we're at right now. We're
4 laps. End of 4 out of 10.
Yeah, so we're not even halfway yet. So there's
10.
And Jackhammer's going to be coming by with Coco's Monkey hot on their tail. Reese Langheim and Ricky Maldonado back together again
15
here.
seconds.
Doing a great job.
Coco's Monkey right on them.
Pete and AJ Bogino coming in the harbor. They've got the outside line. Billy Allen slides back into the 4th place. Allied still hanging on in 5th place. This is a great run for the boat, especially in rough water. Sean Torrente, Sean Connor, the Allied Marine S2 power boats. They've worked on this boat all year, bolting and screwing and trying to make this boat handle better and better and better.
Laminated by Ben Robertson Jr.
They up there at Charleston Composites. But as they head out of the harbor, the Chartreuse Screen Ray Marine boat still pulling away. They are not backing off. They're not holding it together. They're just holding it down and going out to prove a point. Cole has had some terrible luck here in Key West. Should have won a couple years ago with a really, really bizarre fused blue on a battery a couple years ago, which I've never even heard of. But they are stretching it out.
And they were
Coco's
well out
Monkey
front.
just went by Jackhammer. Coco's Monkey is also on a mission.
Are you kidding me?
After their penalty the other day, they are on a mission. Pete Bogino and AJ heading out of the harbor into 2nd place right now. Jackhammer slides back into 3rd. Team Allen Lawn Care into 4th. And Allied S2 Powerboats is in 5th place now.
All right, no, this makes it interesting because now we have a race for Coco's. The whole penalty time is going to come into play here with Coco's because they're going to be chasing. They're tied right now for the World Championship with Jackhammer. Jackhammer finished 30 seconds back. Coco was officially docked a lap, so this is going to be really interesting to see how it plays out.
Were they docked a lap, or they were only docked 30 seconds?
It was then adjusted to a right of way-in fraction or something like that.
So what is the deduction? 30 seconds?
For 30 seconds, yeah.
So again, if Jackhammer was sitting about 30 seconds back the other day, Coco came in 2nd. This is going to be about a 2-second race here or something to that effect.
My goodness.
They are battling, and as I said, I talked to AJ, literally the last person I talked to before he came out here to be with you guys. Gave him a couple ideas, I talked to trying to get him to calm his dad down, who was so upset about receiving that penalty the other day. There on the screen, though, Ray Marine just checking it out. I wish nothing but the best for those guys. Cole Leibel, Gary Ballou, right there on screen. They've had nothing but bad luck in Key West the last few years. They're so excited to have the Ray Marine family on board with them. Cole's whole family, his brothers here, his father's here, Uncle Lauren's here, and hopefully they can run this thing. Here comes the Nuff Said Team Bermuda Hamilton Princess boat, Andy Stoneham and Lewis Martins. It's great to see them. This boat's been under construction for over a year now.
Right.
And they were supposed to debut. They got blown. Their 2 debut races blown out by hurricanes, and they're finally here. They have tons of contingent.
Look at the Ray Marine team.
I haven't seen the Boat Depot firm boat come by.
Through.
Yeah, I saw them on a previous lap, and Ricky Maldonado's son Ricardo is in that boat with Pete Rivero.
Here's Ray Marine once again. So far, the class of the field today in Superstock.
But by that move, actually, I'm looking up here. Team Allen is actually back at the top of the podium by Coco's moving back in front and knocking Ray Marine off the podium.
Oh, no, this is Demon Bikini.
Demon Bikini still out there. Chad and Leanne running that boat for the first time here, making their way, doing a great job.
Coco's going past us. That's what we're watching.
But Ray Marine out to a 20-second lead over 2nd place.
And Coco's Monkey just took 2nd.
Let's try to get back to that footage of the 2 boats side by side heading to the corner if we can.
Yep, back to Ray Marine. And the boats behind Ray Marine are the ones that we want to watch here, Jackhammer and Coco's Monkey, when they come out of the turn.
That corner. They're going into the corner. They're side by side, and Ray Marine is still pulling away. I see the white boat. The Jackhammer is slidden back now. Coco's Monkey pulled away on that corner for sure. Got that boat around the corner. That porta bottom really works, and that thing goes around a corner like nothing else.
Team Bermuda's slowly sliding up.
Those guys worked hard all year. David Selly,
Stephen
Bridges.
Third
they're
place
great
national
racers.
Points, right?
Great 3rd place in national points. Great all year.
Yeah, Coco's Monkey now with a pulling away from Jackhammer. Coco's Monkey with a 3-second lead heading out to turn 1.
There's Boat Depot.
Boat Depot with Ricardo and Pete still running strong. Was sponsored out of Key Largo.
Yep.
They just purchased that boat a couple weeks ago. Great to see them out here. Ricardo, it works on that boat relentlessly at Manatee Marine. Those guys run a great program.
Well, Ricky was supposed to be in that boat with Pete.
Right. Julian, let's send a shout out to Julian. We spoke the other day. He was in good spirits. I'm sure he's cheering his family on. I'm sure he's being taken care of, probably got his leg up. I'm sure Madison is taking care of him, and we look forward to seeing him soon and back on his feet.
Yeah, Julia Maldonado, who teamed up with Reese Langheim, a jackhammer for the Superstock World Championship last year here in Key West, overhead with the X-Insurance Helicam of the Big East construction team, newly sponsored by Ray Marine, Cole Leibel, and Gary Ballou.
They're lapping boats in the field. That's what a mission they're on. We're halfway into the race, and they're lapping boats. They're out to prove a point, and Gary's been the rough water guy for many, many, many years in this class, and it shows right now. He's raced with everybody out there. The Statesman, that's the Enough Said boat. He's getting ready to go by with Andy Stoneham and Lewis Martins. Hopefully they can make this easily. They probably don't know he's there, though. That's the problem.
Very hard to see.
Hopefully they'll give him a little berth and let him get by without an issue. There we go.
It goes by that 2-pin turn at number 2, now heading northbound into the harbor.
And this is the treacherous spot right there. Like you said, not really what most people think it is, but it's definitely a challenge getting through this area with the swell right now. Coming into the harbor. Leading the way. What lap do we think we are on?
We're about to come through
six. So we're a little past halfway. Yep. Currently in the lead, not relenting, is the Ray Marine team, S89 out of Canada and Boca Raton, respectively. They're pitted right next to us all week. Our kids were playing together. They've had a great time. It's always fun to lead, but they had a heartbreaking break the other day.
Shift actuator that knocked them out after leading throughout the early part of the race.
17 seconds to Coco's.
Coco's Monkey definitely stretched it out on jackhammer a little bit that lap.
Coco's has a 3-second time lead on the jackhammer already as it was. So as Coco's finishes in front of them, it's theirs to get. We're not counting time at all. But there's your World Championship leaders right there still. Team Alan Lawcare is still in the World Championship lead as we speak.
And I promise you Billy knows that number because we went through this a few years ago where him and I were battling, and he knew he had to beat us in the Celsius boat. So somebody on his team is almost as good as a mathematician, and has figured that out and told him he needs to hold his position.
Good look at the S2 powerboat, Sean Connor, Sean Torrente. This is a nice race for them here today in the conditions. Nice performance for that S2 32 in 5th place.
There goes Demon McKinney sliding by. We got a great race right here, a 3-way battle deep in the field between Mom Ain't Happy, Performance Boat Center, and Two Kongs. 3 Wright powerboats, Doug Wright powerboats, battling it out deep in the field. That's what makes this class so good, is how close all the racing is and how good of friends all the guys are 95% of the time.
95% of the time.
Make that 90.
We look back at Mom Ain't Happy. Welcome them. That's the old Team Allen Lawn Care
That's
boat.
Billy Allen's boat that was damaged here last year. Scott Bloomberg stepped into it, and he's got one of my old drivers, Tommy Kennedy, at the wheel now, running with him, and they're going. Mom Ain't Happy, their first trip to Key West. They got a lot of local sponsors to make this happen. It was great to be able to get them here.
How tired do you think Myrick Coyle is right now?
Myrick's going to need some Gatorade, or some Monster, I'm sorry. Myrick's going to need a couple Monsters when he gets out of that boat.
Yeah, Monster Energy.
Or a trip to the IV place.
Yeah. He turned around to me in the driver's meeting on the first day. He says, why don't you run one of these boats? I don't need to run 3. So it's good to see them out there. It's great to have Performance Boat Center back in the Superstock class. They were national champions a couple years ago, so Rusty and Myrick doing a great job at Performance Boat Center. Two Kongs right beside them. Mom Ain't Happy battling it out. It's great to see racing. Celsius still out there running. Boat Depot right behind Celsius, heading out towards turn 1.
And don't think that next year Pete Rivero is not going to make that boat run better.
Performance Boat Center, our presenting sponsor of the Key West World Championships again this year. Mitch and Myrick Coyle along with Rusty Williams It wasn't that long ago, just a few years ago, they won the Superstock World Championship here. I mean, I think that year it was an all Performance Boat Center podium. Boats that all came out of PBC. And here's your leader in Superstock class, Ray Marine. What a day for Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou right in front of our broadcast center. They're coming through right now, leading on lap number 7 after 7, 3 laps to go.
3 laps to go. Ray Marine out front, still pulling away, I believe.
He needs help, though. He needs help to get on the podium. Yeah. He needs somebody else to jump up there. He needs like an ally to make a run for these guys to get on the podium.
Coco's Monkey now 16 seconds behind.
Pete and AJ Bogino out of New York running a fully Key West sponsored boat. 3rd place, Jackhammer, Ricky Maldonado with Reese Langheim in their Victory Cat.
Jackhammer 8 seconds off Coco's pace.
Still in 3rd as they come in the harbor. Here comes Billy Allen. He knows where he's got to be. He's settled in. Like I said before, it looks like he's got a lot of weight in the nose of that thing, and maybe it doesn't run so great in the harbor and the flat water here, but he knows where he's at, and he's got a pretty solid 4th place going on. Here comes the lap S12. Enough said, Bermuda. They're still working on getting the feel for that boat. 2 guys in a brand new boat. Here's the S2 you talked about. The Sean Connor.
Still 5th place.
Still 5th place, but this is a great run for them to be running this late and running as well as it is. GL Construction Team Bermuda, though, looks like they're coming for S2.
Yeah, I think it's a
I think
proving
that's
ground.
what's going to change there in the points is S25 is coming for S2.
Proving ground for the S2 boat, known for its speed straight away. They've worked on it all year. This has been a developmental year for them to get the boat to turn, and they've done it well here in Key West, and also done it in the bump.
Yeah, they definitely run it hard and are definitely working on whatever comes towards. Sean knows how to test. Sean Torrente is a boat racer. That's what he does. He knows how to test. He knows what he needs to do to run better, and that's what they've done all year. That boat's an evolution, and they get it better and better and better.
Chris Hopgood, Jay Muller, Celsius putting that boat back together after turning it over.
Boat Depot is down in turn 1.
Yeah, but I was just going to say Boat Depot hasn't gone by. They were really close to catching Celsius, and they have not come by.
That's an exciting boat that Ricky Maldonado brought over from Dubai, built by 2 Class 1 and XCAT champions, former Victory men in Nadir Ben Hindi and Arif Al-Zaveen.
There was another guy who was always working on the bottom of his boats. What was it? I think it was Reggie Fountain. I think he turned out okay.
He sure did.
That's a tunnel boat thing. Those old days of the tunnel boats, when you could just start nailing and screwing and gluing stuff to the bottom of the boat, they're not afraid to do that.
Well, I asked Reggie one time, I said, so how come you're always working on your boats in the pits? He's like, Eric, I don't build motors. If I'm going to make the boat go faster, I'm going to change the bottom.
I remember watching Reggie Fountain over at White Street Pier one year under the boat, Ohio Steel 47 Fountain himself with a grinder working on the bottom of the boat. Himself not afraid to get after it and change the bottom of the boat.
Good shot of Mom Ain't Happy and then Performance Boat Center.
Yeah, it almost looks nude without the fast diesel fuel system stickers on it.
But here comes our leader, still holding on, just a handful of laps to go.
Yeah, 2 laps after this one.
The Ray Marine 32-foot Victory team, Gary Ballou, Cole Leibel, Ray Marine S89 coming in with the lead at the final day, final race here at the 43rd Annual Key West World Championships.
Yeah, Ray Marine in the lead. Gary Ballou raced these victory hulls when he raced XCAT, raced overseas there for about 20 years in XCAT. They were made for these big 4-stroke engines.
When I went to
second lead.
When I went to Dubai to race with Gary, we did 2 races together in one of his Doug Wrights before he got picked up by the Victory team. But they're here racing now, and he is part of the Victory team and very close with those guys.
Yeah, and Team Allen Lawn Care, so we saw Coco's in second, Jackhammer in third, and this is where Bill Allen, Team Allen Lawn Care with Randy Keys, this is where they need to be to wrap up a world championship after a first place finish on Friday. And take a look at this coming down the harbor.
Bermuda is trying to put a move on.
I saw that coming. They were definitely, and those boats are out of the same shop. The STR Racing takes care of Team Bermuda, the S25 boat. Those boats get worked on side by side all the time. So they definitely have a family rivalry going on. You can see the S2 pulling up a little, the smooth water making it work right now. But Bridges and Selly coming on the inside, trying not to get cut off, trying to hold their own lane here and stay out of the wake. I'm sure the Shawns know exactly that they're there and being told that they're there, so they're not going to make it an easy pass for them.
Tit for tat.
Tit for tat, 2 conks going by still. Oh, Mom Ain't Happy coming by.
Moved up a spot there.
They've gotten by Myrick and Rusty.
Yeah.
The Performance Boat Center boat right behind Performance Boat Center is lap down. The S12, enough said.
Well, what is it about these dirt track guys?
These guys,
Billy Allen.
It's a lot like driving.
AJ Bogino.
I had a guy, and the guy that drove for me this year, Connor Toomey, who I know is driving home right now, he raced a lot of dirt track stuff. That's what made him a really good driver. S25 just went by the S2.
And Logan Adon.
They got him out of the turn and motored away. It looks like something might have happened to the S2, but S25 has slid one spot further and is pulling away now.
Yep.
Down to the last 2 laps of this race, Allied is now back to 5th position behind Team Bermuda.
Team Bermuda.
I think the pass was for 5th.
Yep.
That was for 5th, correct.
So the GL Construction, Team Bermuda, David Selly, Stephen Bridges have slid into 5th. The Shawns, Torrente, and Connor in the S2 Allied Construction into 6th. Behind them, the 2 Conks boats in 7th. Mom Ain't Happy in 8th. Performance Boat Center in 9th. And it looks like Celsius still running strong, amazingly to me, because I wouldn't have bet that thing finished today after being upside down Friday.
Enjoy this view for potentially one of the last 2 times this year. What a race today for Ray Marine. Gary Ballou and Cole Leibel. This is a big day for them. They came from 2nd in the first lap and have led ever since in this 32-foot victory with the twin 300R 4-strokes. Ray Marine coming by for what I think is going to be the white flag lap, maybe? Correct.
Sliding by Ray Marine. Beautiful shot. Chartreuse, 32-foot victory team. Gary Ballou, who's won many, many, many Superstock championships here, leading the way right now. 1 lap to go.
Here's Coco's Monkey.
They are just not giving an inch. They're holding it down. They're not hoping it finishes. They're just holding it down. Coco's Monkey in 2nd place. Pete and AJ Bogino, a very strong run for those guys.
Ray's Marine, again, they need help right now, so they might as well just gun it out and hope these guys chase them a little bit or something happens behind them that they can get onto that podium somehow.
Jackhammer's reeled them in a little, 5 seconds off the pace of Coco's Monkey. And Team Allen Lawn Care still holding on to 4th.
Billy Allen knows what he's doing right now. He's picked up the pace a little bit, coming in. The nose is down on that boat. It is running great. He is doing what he's got to do to win another world championship. It won't be his first. It's not his first time winning.
Didn't he win last year?
He won 2 years. 2 years ago, he was the last 300 XS boat to win a race.
Right. Okay.
And he won in the rough. In one here in Key West.
He had
Last year he crashed.
Turn 1.
He crashed with Performance Boat Center on one of the restarts. Coming into the harbor.
I thought it was on turn 1 out there.
No, it was coming into the harbor right here when they crashed last year, and Billy rolled over.
Team Bermuda, they now have hold of 4th. Stephen Bridges, David Sully, has been a great year for them, and they'll build upon it next year as they campaign with 2 Bermuda boats here in the United States. S2 power boats now in 5th. Sean Connor, Sean Torrente in that 32 S2 power boats out of the Sean Torrente Racing.
2 conks going by now, having a great run. Mom Ain't Happy is getting really close to 2 conks as they head in to the last turn in the harbor for those guys. We'll see if they can make a race out of this for that position right now. 2 conks, Mom Ain't Happy, and then Performance Boat Center. I expect to see Celsius come by next.
Well,
as they head out to turn 1, there's Celsius right there on screen now coming into Key West Harbor. Great to see that boat still running. Chris Hopgood, all his team kept that thing together, got it together. It was a team effort among several people. There you see him coming by us now, having a great run. Hoppy, Jay Muller, doing a great job in 10th place. It's amazing that they were able to keep that running today.
Well, we're coming to the conclusion of our Superstock World Championship race. It's been a thriller with Ray Marine commanding today's race. But the boat there you're looking at from the X Insurance Helicam could be our world champion after a win on Friday and a 4th place finish today, Team Allen Lawn Care.
Billy and Randy Keys there in the boat. The whole team from Iowa, the family, the dogs, the motorhomes, they bring it all down every race. They do an amazing job. Billy Allen, Randy Keys out of Iowa, great to have them here. They know what they got to do. 2 car racers that really have it down to a science of what it takes. And he's been in a position, he knew where he was all day and who he had to beat and which battles he needed to fight today.
And here they come for the final time into Key West Harbor. This will wrap up a win in the Truman Waterfront Championship here Sunday for Ray Marine, Gary Ballou, Cole Leibel, 32-foot victory hole. Big win for the Big East Construction Team. Ray Marine to the checkered flag.
The checkered flag is out. That's a relief for those guys. I'm sure they're ecstatic in the cockpit. Shift Actuator took the World Championship from them. They were so strong both days, well prepared. They did win a race this year in Michigan City, Indiana.
Coco's Monkey.
Coco's Monkey coming into 2nd place.
That's where they end up on the podium for the World Championship, Chase.
Yeah.
And they'll finish.
Jack Hammer will be 3rd on the podium, Chase as well, for the World Championship.
6 seconds ahead of Jack
And we expect to see our world champions actually in the Superstock coming in here next.
Here comes Billy Allen.
There they are, the world champs.
With a 4th place finish, unofficially your world champion in Superstock class after a win on Friday. Bill Allen, Randy Keys, Team Allen Lawn Care, brand new 32, Doug Wright.
So who
takes
should be
the win
second
today.
and third?
What's that?
Who's second and who's third?
For the World Championships?
Yeah.
In seconds, Monkey's going to win by time. They're both got 265 points. We got 269 points for Team Allen Lawn Care, 265 for Coco's Monkey, and 265 for Jackhammer. But Coco's Monkey had a 3-point bonus lead already coming in this. They win today. They get second of the World Championships. Jackhammer's 3rd, and Ray Marine falls just out at 253 points. They are 12 points off the podium this year.
And taking 4th here today. Nice day for Stephen Bridges, David Sully, Team Bermuda. 4th place overall today.
5th place for them.
Yeah, nice race for S2 Powerboat, Sean Torrente and Sean Connor. They'll take 5th here today. Again, all of these results are unofficial.
Oh, here we got a race here right to the finish. Oh, they're going to get them.
They
Conks
did.
Almost got them right at the finish line there.
They did. 2 Conks.
Something was definitely going away on that S2.
Yeah,
he was dropping back rapidly.
Take
right
6.
there.
My Main Happy 7th. Performance Boat Center 8th. Again, all of these results are unofficial. Ryan, they have to tech these boats. The top 3.
And rumor has it there's going to be a big tech going down this afternoon, and they're going to look at a lot of things, make sure everybody's on the up and up here. So they're going to have to go through a rigorous tech inspection. This is a stock class, and the inspectors over there, Race World's inspectors, are going to go through these boats with a fine-tooth comb. They all have to weigh out and make a minimum weight to exit. And if you're 10 pounds under, you're out. You're a 1-minute penalty, and it's over. So as close as these boats are, 10 pounds could change your day.
Celsius, our hats go off to Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller getting that boat back together. With Celsius, a great sponsor for Superstock racing here over the last few years. Always great to see that team around, and they just put all their heart into getting that boat back together after flipping over on Friday. A lot of work to get them back out on the water.
There was guys from the STR team was over there. The Celsius team was over there, Performance Boat Center. Everybody pitched in what they could to help get that boat back going with their knowledge. I know the guys from Grant's Signature Racing were there working on the boat. It was a community effort to get that boat back out there.
All right, we've had pretty good racing today, all up and down the classes, and it finishes. Maybe we save the best for last. Ray Marine, as we get a look overhead, big victory for Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou in Ray Marine. Long time coming for those guys here in Key West.
Yeah, for sure. They worked tirelessly. I know they were very bitterly disappointed on Friday. This is some redemption. It will make for a better winter. for them as they regroup and rebrand for their new sponsor. They're very excited to have Ray Marine involved with their team and back on board.
Again, you couldn't have anybody better to run a Superstock boat. 17 World Championships up and down the classes, but he, of course, has won most of those in stock class. Gary Ballou teaming up with Cole Leibel, lineage of powerboat racing in his family. This is Gary's original 32-foot hull that he raced as F&J propellers and sold it to Cole and now races with him. And again, Gary knows all about these victory hulls, raced them for many years.
He has
with
the exact same boat as his pleasure boat.
That's correct.
Sitting behind his boat. He does charters out of Boca Raton. There you see them getting the checker flag, giving it rightfully so to Cole Leibel.
And it was interesting, you talked to Gary when the Victory wasn't running the way he had hoped. And he admitted, he said, I just figured I'd run the boat and I'm Gary Ballou and we'd win. And everyone else has stepped up so much that it made him step up his game.
See Sean Steiner's crew splashing. That's the official end of today's race as we saw Gary Ballou and Cole Leibel with the checkered flag aboard Ray Marine. And that's today's racing. Coco's Monkey passing right in front of us, and a big salute to AJ and Pete Bogino in the old Shadow Pirate with the Scott Porte bottom. They finished second here today, and unofficially they are going to be on the podium for the World Championships tonight when we have our award ceremony at 6 o'clock at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater.
Now that's optimistic.
Hey,
that's
listen.
an hour and 20.
Listen, Eric.
Thank you guys for allowing me to come be a part of
I'm just saying because of the delays.
Yeah, well, we're optimistic around here, Eric Colby. And thank you, Ryan, for joining us. I can't tell you what a great pleasure it was to have you on board. Your knowledge and passion are amazing. And I always thought that I knew a lot about the history of the sport. And man, you put me to shame. You went out there and raced boats right out of school, and you have a history museum that you keep at your shop that everybody talks about, seeing articles and television news stories about it. Again, your passion for the sport is second to none.
Well, I appreciate that. We got a couple new items this week dropped off actually here in Key West for our Offshore Vintage Museum. Chris Lamort and I, my best friend, share that. It's our collections put together, and now people send us stuff. So it's great to be here. It's great to be part of this, the 43rd Annual Key West World Championships. Very happy to see Cole and Gary get the checkered flag today.
In Ray Marine.
And in the Ray Marine boat, yep, for sure.
I'm feeling a long time coming theme for the Speed on the Water article for a couple of these wins.
Yep. These
Between Billy getting the Class 1 and Cole getting this one.
Yeah. And you have an Offshore Vintage channel on YouTube that I always find great videos on.
Chris does most of the social media. I do some of the posts, but Chris digs through the collection. We have tons and tons and tons of programs, pictures, photos, videos, and he does the YouTube channel. Check it out at Offshore Vintage. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Offshore Vintage. And it's our passion, and we try to keep the old school meets the new school.
Ryan Beckley, Superstock class representative, our co-analyst here for our last two races. Enjoy the rest of your night. Go wish your friends victory and high fives. And again, we look forward to working with you again real soon, Ryan Beckley.
I just got to say bye, little Chungus. Have a safe ride home. I'll see you in the morning, buddy.
Yes, sir. Ryan Beckley of Double Edge Motorsports. We'll see him back out on the water next year. Hope to get him back on the mic real soon. And Eric Colby, I know you got to get back to your main job, which is writing the story for this World Championship final on speedonthewater.com. It was a great pleasure having you join us here as well.
Thank you very much.
As it was a great couple of days. Wish it was 3 days of racing, but we'll do it again next year.
I'll always feel like I owe you one for the opportunity, so thank you very much. And, yeah, this is going to be a fun one to write up.
I'd like to thank Chris Bennett and his entire team from Extreme Angles. Outstanding work. What a team that they put together to bring here, and missed Joe. Joe wasn't here, but Oslam was here and the entire crew here from Extreme Angles. A great job. I'm going to let you guys wrap up the live stream. We'll come back for one more break here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. I'd like to just real quickly thank our sponsors of the live stream. Of course, Maximum Inflation, CO2 cartridges. They've been on with us for quite some time here at Race World Offshore, and we always appreciate their help. Maximum Inflation. They prioritize safety where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum Inflation as well. We'd like to welcome on our new partners, RTH.TV and Victory Plus on the iOS and Google Play platforms. And of course, this broadcast coming to you not only locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, our local radio partner, but broadcast at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and on our YouTube channel. Of course, we at Race World Offshore want to recognize our presenting sponsor, Performance Boat Center. They're absolutely amazing, and their commitment to the high-performance industry and offshore powerboat racing is second to none, as well as Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the APBA and APBA World Championships here in Key West, Sunoco Racing Fuel, the Keys Collection Hotels, Race World Championship Bourbon, Maximum Inflation, X Insurance, The Fury, Motley Injury Attorneys, our Race Village sponsor, Tuna Skin, First State Bank. Also like to thank Beachside Resort, Isla Mirada Beer Company, Monster Beast, and of course, the Tourist Development Council of Key West and the Tourist Development Council of the Lower Keys and Big Pine Key, helping to make this all possible. We appreciate you joining us here on the Race World Offshore Global live stream, and we'll be back to wrap things up here on the radio in the Keys on the Zone. We'll see you next year on the APBA season, everybody. See you.